Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a wild one. Over the weekend, debt ceilings, that's what we're waiting on. Actually, here in a little bit, they are about to reset the discussions. We should get some headlines. We're waiting for McCarthy and Biden after hours. That was a big one. You had a couple of Fed speakers, Kashkari over the weekend, talking about a pause, and then Bullard this morning, like literally like 10, 20 minutes ago, he said that he could see 2 more rate hikes. So you had that. You have JP Morgan. They raised their guidance. They have an investor meeting. PACW, they sold off commercial property to raise money. And then even something with China, too. I'm blanking on that, but overall, we got a lot of different news, a little bit of responding to the debt ceiling. Again, we were up, or we were down a lot more. Things kind of chilled out here. And then, Micron, that was the China news. They banned Micron chips, and Micron was down 5%, popped up a little bit, and now it is down about 4.2%. But Chattadonia, we got a lot to deal with. It's going to be a wild one, so I hope you're ready for it. But good morning. How are ya? What's going on, man? What's up? What's up, Aaron? What's up, Gunnar? Good morning, Alaskan Assassin. Smalls, Lateral, Flavam. Good morning. Candy Upton. Good morning. Oh, Lori, Tim Whitman, Gunnar, lost one. Open face. Good morning, Laker. Jay. Yo, why can't the Lakers win, bro? I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Good morning, Alex. Billy Benoit, baby. Nope. Authentic. Get some. Oh, my gosh. Frank Bingba. Jurassic. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. Mr. Bailey, how you living? Nana, what's up, baby? CG Trays, Randy Denardi, Paul Taylor, Nathan Evans, Sancho Alvarado, good morning. Starlin, Dave Roussel, Econo Life, Maria, good morning. Out of the money, Jerry Woods, baby. John Montgomery, how to be a billionaire. Oh, good morning. Lost in the narrow, Dev DeLarkert, Stafford, Option Spike, Chris Scanlon. Oh, good morning. Brucey B, Martin Skrelly, Ryan Calvo, Wandering. Oh, good morning. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Najee Wolf in the house. Laurel, Mr. Harden, Astro, Sean Carter, Blizzy B. Oh, Charlie, what's up, baby? Good morning. Lynn Sense came to play. Payday Devils in the house. Dr. Swade and Mr. Regard. Oh, what's up, baby? Good morning, Trav, Tilo, Bob, E. Oh, my goodness. Ray Araya. Oh, that's it, Chad. Y'all ready to go. Happy Monday. Oh, so it's beautiful. But before we do anything now, don't forget we have the random account generator. So like I said, we had a play last week. I just messed it up. I forgot to take profits, but Lord bless it. I've already put the link in here. Thank you if you have participated. We love you. Let's get a good one. I think it's about time. I think it's about time, baby. So bless it, bless it, bless it. What do we got? Nvidia puts. Does this count? Nvidia puts? If I don't get one in the next 3, I'm just gonna buy a $100 Nvidia put. So let's see. Nvidia puts. We need shirts. Performance fishing, reflective orange and green. All right, there you go. We need reflective. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, we need reflective orange and green fishing outfits. Amen. Dead expansion week. Let's go. Nathan Evans, baby. You popular on the random generator. Let's go. Let's go. We need fishing gear. There it is. AMD, June 2nd, 100 put. Oh, the Clean Kings. All right, I'm down with it. June 2nd, AMD 100 put. And then we'll see. And then it keep messing up, bro. I posted the thing yesterday. I fully did not mess up on it, and it did not let it go through last night. So this is kind of frustrating, but I had a poll and everything. You guys just answered a poll without anything. So we'll talk about it. But random play, AMD June puts. June 2nd, $100 put. Not too bad. And now let us get into the news. JP Morgan, they boosted their outlook for a boon from higher interest rates after the purchase of First Republic Bank. As their investor day got underway, they raised guidance for net interest income this year to $84 billion, excluding their trading business, up from a previous forecast of $81 billion, although several sources of uncertainty remain, including Fed policy and how consumers react to higher rates. PacWest Bancorp agreed to sell $2.6 billion portfolio of 74 real estate construction loans at a discount as part of a plan to shore up liquidity. Kennedy Wilson will buy them for $2.4 billion as regional banking woes continue to reverberate. The Fed's Neil Kashkari said bank capital requirements should be lifted significantly. Traders are girding for turbulence as Joe Biden and Kevin McCarthy prepare to meet again today on the debt ceiling. For now, futures were mixed and treasuries erased their earlier advance. BlackRock, PIMCO, and Vanguard warned that the recent violent swings in treasuries are only the beginning of a new era of volatility that is here to stay until central banks conquer inflation. The dollar, WTI, crude, and gold were all steady. Micron dropped pre-market after China said that their products failed a cybersecurity review and warned against buying the U.S. company's goods. NVIDIA, AMD, Qualcomm also fell following the move, which appeared to be in retaliation to the American curbs. China questioned the sincerity of the U.S. after Biden called for more talks and said he expects ties with Beijing to improve very shortly. Meta was hit by a record $1.3 billion EU privacy fine and given a deadline to stop shipping users' data to the U.S. after regulators said they failed to protect personal info from the American security services. The firm plans to appeal. Fortress Investment said Abu Dhabi's Mubadala will acquire 90% of the company of the equity of Fortress that's currently held by SoftBank. Chevron will buy PDC Energy in an all-stock deal valued at $6.3 billion or $72 per share. Mizuho agreed to acquire Green Hill Capital for $550 million, including debt, as they seek to accelerate growth. Credit Suisse staff plans to sue Swiss regulators FINMA over the canceled $400 million bonus payout linked to the AT1 bonds. For more insights from the Fed, Neil Kashkari told CNBC that it's a close call for him between whether to raise rates next month or pause. Non-voter James Bullard said he expects 2 more rate hikes this year. Bullard talking crazy again. Janet Yellen doubts that the U.S. can pay all of their bills by June 15th, telling NBC that tax payments due then are substantial and even getting to that date is very difficult. Goldman economists see the Treasury's cash level below the bare minimum of $30 billion by June 8th or 9th or sooner. In the latest talks, the GOP lowered demands on spending caps, but still seeks a multi-year deal plus a large increase to defense spending, People Familiar said. G7 leaders struggled to win over swing nations being courted by China and Russia at a weekend summit in Japan. A surprise visit from Vladimir Zelensky gave him a chance to appeal to those who have been neutral on the war. He met with India's Narendra Modi and Indonesia's Joko Widodo, but a meeting with Brazil's Lula da Silva fell through. And the chart of the day is that the S&P's brief push above 4,200 last week is not the beginning of a new bull market. Morgan Stanley bear Michael Wilson citing lofty valuations, a narrow breadth of stocks driving the rally on the outperformance of defensive stocks. Bank of America's Savita Submaranian sees the upside this year's forecast, though she raised her year-end target to 4,300 from 4,000. Today, 10:15, ECB Villeroy and Lane speak. 11:05, Fed Dolly. 11:30, Fed Bostic and Fed Barkin. 11:30, $57 billion of 13-week bills and $54 billion of 26-week bills. And 1:30 p.m., ECB DeCosta speaking. Earnings include Zoom, Heiko, and Nordson. More on U.S. debt. The GOP lowered demands on spending caps, but still seeks a multi-year deal plus a large increase to defense. People Familiar said a call over the weekend between the president and House Speaker went well and was productive, they said, even though they canceled all the meetings. Mexico raised its alert level on Popocatépetl volcano 44 miles southwest of Mexico City to just below red after an increase in tremors and explosions of ash. The main airport in the capital reopened after suspending flights on Saturday. Greek PM Kyriakos Mitsotakis pummeled his opposition in yesterday's national election, sending stocks and government bonds higher on the prospect of continued investment-friendly policies, but his New Democracy Party fell short of an outright majority and may opt for another ballot in about a month rather than try to form a coalition. The failure of Credit Suisse shows that Europe's top lenders would still need liquidity assistance from central banks if they were to collapse, according to the Single Resolution Board. The needs of global systemically important banks in crisis would outstrip the bloc's bank failure fund, as well as their planned additional facility, it told officials last week in a closed-door presentation. Rishi Sunak arrived back from the G7 summit to face a cabinet scandal and finger-pointing over soaring migration numbers. Home Secretary Suella Braverman is at the center of both issues. The Sunday Times reported that she may have violated rules in her dealing with the speeding ticket, while immigration data Thursday is expected to show a record surge in arrivals last year. Sinn Féin became the biggest party in Northern Ireland's government for the first time, heaping pressure on the Democratic Unionist Party to end their boycott of the power-sharing government. Chinese banks kept benchmark lending rates unchanged for a ninth straight month, but calls for more PBOC easing are growing as the economy stutters. Jones Lang LaSalle said it's necessary to reduce rates in the reserve requirement within the year. Goldman economists expect a cut of 25 basis points in the reserve ratio in June. The bank targets a yuan move to 7.1 against the dollar in the next 3 months versus a prior view of 6.8. A new COVID wave in China will probably see infections peak at 65 million a week towards the end of June. A senior health advisor said XBB has been fueling a surge in cases since late April. Taiwan's export orders fell 18% year-on-year in April as global demand slumps showed little signs of easing. In other economies, Hong Kong's April inflation picked up to 2.1 from 1.7. Japan's core machine order fell for the month year-on-year. The RBNZ may opt for a more aggressive hike of 50 basis points this week, TD said, pointing to elevated twin deficits. A majority of the RBNZ shadow board recommended an increase to 25 basis points. Oil fluctuated with Brent trading around 75 and option contracts indicating higher expected price action in July. Goldman said inventory drawdown signal a turning point and reiterated their forecast of Brent to 95 in December. The bank cut their price targets for copper this year, pointing to lower demand, but noted that they see improvement in the second half. Gold dipped. Global crude demand will climb 2 million barrels a day in the second half due to demand growth in Asia. Vital said in further oil headlines, India's imports fell 8.3 this year-on-year in April as refiners cut processing. Russian oil exports to China fell to a record 7.12 million tons in April, while refined aluminum rose to near all-time highs. One commodity is missing out in bilateral trade, wheat. Russia supplied a trickle of China's requirement this year amid challenges with regulation and transport. Citi kicked off the week in U.S. high-grade primary market. Around 6 other potential borrowers may look to sell fresh debt today. Dealers expect sales volume this week to be 50 to 20 billion, mostly front-loaded. NatWest will buy back 1.26 billion euros of their shares from the UK government. The deal will see the Treasury's voting rights in the lender drop to 38% from 41%. AliAxis raised their offer to buy Uponor for EU 1.9 billion. SoftBank is working on plans to become a lender of 1.5 trillion world of private credit. Senior investors have spoken to market participants about directly lending to tech firms. Ford reached a series of deals to secure lithium from companies including top producer SQM to help support its electric push. They maintain full-year guidance. Applied Materials plans to spend as much as $4 billion on a new R&D center near their California headquarters. Apple's 2023 rally has brought it back to the brink of a historic threshold, a $3 trillion market valuation. Tornado Cash was hit by hackers who granted themselves 1.2 million fake votes in the U.S. sanctioned blockchain protocol. Binance said it will temporarily pause deposits of the Torn token, which steadied today after sliding yesterday. Also, meme core mania and NFTs have brought a seismic shift to Bitcoin mining. JP Morgan boosts net interest outlook on First Republic deal. Chevron to buy PDC Energy for $72 a share. Nike cut to sell at Williams Trading, price target 95. And Apple cut to hold at Loop Capital, price target 180. The French Open is offering all players AI tech to protect them against online harassment. The AP reported players can choose to have their software connected to their social media accounts, blocking out derogatory comments that could affect their mental health. Playing the main draw starts May 28th. That's crazy. They got mental health social media AI. I never heard of this one. SpaceX launched 4 private astronauts en route to the ISS from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew includes Ravana Barnawi, the first woman from Saudi Arabia to travel to space, and mission pilot John Schaffner, a car racing enthusiast who made his money in the fiber optic telecom industry. One seat on a SpaceX crew Dragon craft is estimated to cost about $55 million. Woohoo! Speaking of Saudi Arabia, the country in the midst of the multi-billion-dollar makeover, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman wants to diversify the economy with the tourism boost, but many observers fear the effort will divert attention from its human rights record. Uber's diversity chief, Bo Young Lee, was put on leave after hosting an event called Don't Call Me Karen. The New York Times reported what was billed as diving into the spectrum of the American white woman experience, creating an uproar among employees who complained of insensitivity. Don't call me Karen. Uber. Jeffrey Epstein appeared to threaten Bill Gates over the Microsoft co-founder's affair with a Russian bridge player. The Wall Street Journal reported Epstein met Mila Antonova in 2013 and later paid for her to attend software and coding school. In 2017, Epstein emailed Gates and asked to be reimbursed for the cost of the course. The implication was that Epstein could reveal the affair, People Familiar said. A spokesperson for Gates said he didn't make a payment. Not that he didn't have an affair. And then on this day in history, a magnitude 9.5 earthquake hit southern Chile in 1960, becoming the most powerful ever recorded. The shaking lasted about 10 minutes, affecting the city of Valdivia. The most resulting tsunami severely damaged the Chilean coast, with waves reaching Hawaii, Japan, and the Philippines. The death toll remains uncertain, with numbers ranging between 1,000 and 6,000. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Oh, Chattadonia. Look at that. Thank you for the news. I hope it helps. Again, a lot going on. I would honestly be watching Micron. I think that's the biggest piece of news. And then, like we said, as the morning starts, not only do you have the Fed speakers, but you should be hearing, it should be even happening right now. They should be getting back into the, not the Oval Office, but they should be there in Washington getting into meetings right now. But we will see. I got a couple of pre-market movers for you. Apple, they declined 0.9 as Loop Capital downgrades to hold from buying a note, saying they now see material revenue downside risk. Catalent declines 2.3 after JP Morgan downgraded the biopharm name to overweight and cut their price target to 45 from 90. DraftKings gains 4% after UBS upgraded their rating on sports betting to buy from neutral based on stronger revenue growth and greater flow through EBITDA. Foot Locker downgraded to neutral and price target slashed almost 38% to 30 at Citi, following the athletic retailer's significant guidance cut on Friday. Greenhill & Co. GHL shares surge 115% after Mizuho agreed to buy the firm for $15 a share in an all-cash offer. Intercept Pharmaceuticals, ICPT, tumbles 14% after the company's obeticholic acid failed to win support of the panel of FDA advisors in a Friday meeting. Meta platform fell as much as 0.5 after the Facebook owner was hit by a record $1.3 billion fine. Nike falls 1.6 after William Trading cut the recommendation on their sportswear company to sell from hold on the expectation that the U.S. business will remain challenged through at least the first half of 2024. Progeny, PG&Y shares are up as much as 0.4 after BTIG initiated coverage on the fertility benefit manager with a buy amid the employer's look to provide benefits for employers. Revolve Group, RVLV shares declined 2.6 after TD Cowen downgraded the recommendation on the e-commerce retailer to market perform from outperform. WeWork shares advanced 5.9 after the beleaguered real estate company recouped some of their declines from last week's four-session losing streak. Shares plummeted to a record low of 21 cents by the end of Friday, and Zion was initiated with the recommendation of outperform at Hovde Group, as analyst Ben Gerlinger said that the misplaced fears drove a discounted valuation. Shares gained 3%. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So what time is... Oh, wow, we're on great time right now. We're making great time right now. You know that? We're doing great time. Love to see it. So, again, got Buller making some comments earlier. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and I will be right back. 15 minutes till the bell.
Signaling that we're done. And as you mentioned, Jim Bullard saying we're going to have to grind higher. I'm thinking 2 more moves this year. So we're seeing a majority of those who've spoken out so far suggesting that there is a lot more work to do, that inflation's not coming down as fast as they hope. So we may get into this skip versus pause idea, as you could see there on the calendar. We do have some more Fed speak after Bullard today. I'd look to Mary Daly. She hasn't said a whole lot so far. And also Chris Waller on Wednesday, along with the Fed minutes. Those two things should give us some real clues. Waller's been relatively hawkish, and he has a vote. So which way is he going to go? And the Fed minutes, what did they talk about at the last meeting in terms of the idea of a pause?
Mike, do you think the bar is higher right now to skip June or to hike in June?
Well, I think it's about 50-50 right now because we don't have all the data. Friday, you saw on the calendar as well, we do have the PCE inflation numbers. That could influence the Fed. We'll see if they come down at all, especially in the core. And, of course, they get the jobs report next week, and we get the inflation report, CPI, just before the Fed meeting. So most of them wait and see until the last minute. whether there's any progress that's been made.
Mike McKee, thank you, buddy, as always. Gene Tenuto, James Athey, back with us. Now, Gene, the St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard says he isn't done. He indicates maybe 2 more hikes this year. Do you still think this Fed is done?
I do think they're done. I think it's important that we got confirmation, or at least some confidence in that, from Powell on Friday. And I think it's important that Kashkari, who is on the hawkish side of the committee, is seeming open to pausing as well. I think what the Fed wants, and the reason we're hearing all of this language from Bullard and several speakers last week, is that they want optionality. They don't want to be boxed into a corner that they have to be on hold and that they perhaps have to cut later in the year. I think at the end of the day, if you have to put your chips somewhere, I'd put them on the Fed this year, being able to hold the line and hold rates. And then I'd put them on the market next year in terms of being more likely to bring rates down, maybe even in a meaningful way.
James, how important is the difference between a pause and a skip?
I'm not a massive fan of these linguistic acrobatics that central banks end up getting themselves into.
Linguistic acrobatics. Amen. Amen. But Chattadonia, good morning. We got our random play. We got the news. You're pretty much unchanged here. Again, futures were down and then they were up. You had a lot of good news and bad news. Again, Micron and China and all of that. So let's see what we got. But like I said, the play or the news there that I was supposed to get you didn't post today. I don't know why it did that twice already. Every time I get it typed out and I press post, nothing comes through. So it's okay. It leaves us more time right now. It's Monday. It's a beautiful morning. So Chattadonia, tell me now. You're here live and direct. What is your first play of the day? What do you got for me, baby? Post it in the chat. Happy Monday. Oh, it's already Monday. PAC-W, they are selling commercial property to shore up liquidity. That is part of their liquidity plan. They announced that this morning. Apple puts, SPY puts, NOG calls, Square Leap, Apple puts, SPY puts, DE puts, long on Josh, bullish on Ford, Apple puts, plug, SPY puts, PAC-W, Tesla puts, BHG shares, Apple puts, SPXS calls, Tesla calls, UVXY, short everything, no play today, wait for confirmation, Tesla calls, CRN, long chat, ETF, MPW 750, MU calls, Tesla calls, holding Tesla, Spur puts, Volcano calls, bro, that Volcano is crazy, AMD puts, Space long, GLD, Tesla calls, Bitcoin long, Upstart puts, Wells Fargo, Apple puts, calls when Bostic talks, AMD puts, Take-Two puts, watching KRE, Micron, NVIDIA, Neo earnings, plays in June, Meta calls for the Twitter thing, CLSK stock waiting for confirmation, holding TLT, shorting everything, DraftKings finally high enough for covered calls, IGT, more paper trades, sitting on my hands, Revolve shares for the long term, Congress puts, SPY 415 puts, SPY puts, DraftKings calls on Boss, sitting on my hand calls, Karen puts on puts, TLT calls on NVIDIA, AI calls, Tesla calls, Bud puts, SPY calls, Tesla calls, and Meta puts, Tesla 200, Micron calls, at the money, SPY puts after 15 minutes, eyeing Tesla, IWM, Micron, more on the upside versus downside, adding to SQQ, MU calls, NVIDIA puts, Love You calls, Micron, Gap close, DraftKings calls, Palo Alto both ways, Win calls, Baba, Baidu, JD, CLSK, Chad calls, I love you all, IGT, Tesla calls, TLT, and the final play, Baba Long holding Square, Snapchat, and Redfin. Let's go, baby. Wow, that was beautiful. Chad, that was artwork. Oh, man, it's a good Monday. That was beautiful. That was, give him another, wow, here's my, good job. Oh, they're ready. Happy Monday. 2 weeks, 10 days till the debt ceiling. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So I got a pretty simple list here, actually. A lot of consumer names, a couple of banks and China names. I'm going to be watching JP Morgan in the regionals. Again, PAC-W with news, JP Morgan with the update. And just in general, don't forget on Friday, Yellen was making comments on the bank. So depending on how the banks do this week, just keep in mind, good bank weeks have coincided with good market weeks. So JP Morgan, KRE, watch out for them. Baidu and Baba, both of them are up. The China news is kind of 50-50, but I'd watch those. Again, they've been at the lows after going back and forth on earnings. Then Micron, that news out of China is very big. I'd watch NVIDIA, AMD as well too. Then AVRO, they're the ones who got the buyout target, I believe. Either buyout or positive news on there. I'll have to double check. And then Foot Locker, Target, and Nike. Just don't forget those consumer plays. A lot got downgrades this morning as well. So we will see what happens. The 2 years above 4% right now. So that one's the interesting part. But get ready for bond volatility this week. Again, they should be getting in the meeting right now for the debt ceiling. They're supposed to restart this morning. And then we're going to hear from McCarthy and Biden in the afternoon. But depending on the outcome of that, the bond volatility should start to pick up. Even in general, even the market right now, if you guys were watching last night, even then, the whole story with how it's developed, it's already quite the interesting move if you look at it. We had a pretty big gap down. We almost gapped down like 0.5% on the first candle, and then it started to melt up. Bonds and gold were all over the place. So we will see what happens. But Chattadonia, we got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Is there any pressing questions? Morgan Stanley's probably up because of the guidance out of JP Morgan. We don't know exactly what time they're going to get in and out of the meeting. That we will not have that info on. Again, it's going to be very sporadic. You would think on the walkout on Friday. Honestly, the walkout on Friday was one thing, but I'm telling you, the comments over the weekend were aggressive. So, this is where it got good. Again, every time McCarthy said he would meet up, it ended up being good. But over the weekend, bro, McCarthy was going in. He said Biden would rather be the first president in history to default on debt rather than risk upsetting radical socialists who are calling the shots for Democrats. So that was probably the biggest one. But even then, just give it day by day, minute by minute, every single headline now. We're probably going to get a little bit more volatility. So a little bit of patience, and then we'll see. Yeah, bonds, if the debt ceiling is dragging, 100%. Again, even our option plays on the futures are still holding up, surprisingly. So that's what I'd be watching at. 14th Amendment. Well, that's the problem. They have 10 days. So even then, it's not even every day that goes forward, even without an outline. We're not even talking about it's like one thing to get an agreement, but just keep in mind mistakes. That's it. They now have 10 days to not make a budget mistake. I'm not even saying you have 10 days to make an agreement. You just have 10 days to not make a mistake. So, because if you push it to the wire, you don't have a lot of time. The chances of just messing around and then lapsing by a day or two, that starts to increase exponentially. So we are going to, I'm not selling Bill, not yet. Again, Bill has actually found a way to come back too. So that's been the good news. So, but not until the end of the month. It sucks, though, that we haven't had the situation resolved, and I would be prepared to, we're probably going to take this thing to the wire. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. Oh, happy Monday. Let's go. Amen. Oh, and on that note, too, Chattadonia, we're getting a lot of hype here in the morning. We're getting a lot of hype here. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families who made that sacrifice as well. I hope you know we love and appreciate you. God bless you. And shout out to the veterans, baby. And big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, helping out with the nonprofits, coaching the kids team, man. If you giving back to your community, I hope you know we love and appreciate you as well, too, and keep it up, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Seven digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, good morning. Shout out Jake from State Farm Tow. Shout out the veterans. Oh, shout out everybody up bright and early, 6 a.m. Let's go. It is game time, my friends. Excuse me. All right, so we already went over the plays. We got everything there. Again, you got some Micron news. You got a little bit of China news, a lot of debt ceiling. Even Meta got a fine, and then the banks are giving some updates here. And then not to mention you had updates of PacWest raising liquidity. And then random play is a AMD 100 put. So let's go. Let's see what happens. Again, keep an eye on the bond volatility. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of call-outs today about what's doing what, if we're going to notice any of that relationship. So we'll see. Why the 10-year options over the 2-year? Just for the duration, I think 10-year gets you nice exposure to all the bond volatility, whereas the closer you are on there, it's going to respond more to shorter-term stuff. Again, 2 years. So 10, I think the best spot is the 5-year. We talked about that, but I have just been playing a lot of the 10-year. I think that's going to be my middle ground. The difference between a skip and a pause, great question. The skip is implying that they'll go back to normal, whereas a pause, like we said on the video in 2006, like I told you, once you pause, you actually pause. If you pause and signal a pause, you're going to stay paused. So the idea, they're trying to bring in new language to kind of allow them to pause for one meeting and then get right back to it. It's kind of funny. Again, as we were just listening, that dude was laughing about, what did he say, the linguistic acrobatics, something like that. So Chattadonia, let's get ready. We have about 30 seconds. So drop your thumbs up on the video. Let's have some fun. Call out any plays, and God be with you. And may the volatility not scare you. Okay, I'm getting the random play ready. Damn, that's a June 2nd. He wants the June 2nd, bro. Round 1. Fight. Oh, did they fill it? Okay, I got filled on the AMD. So random play next week, AMD 100 put. We got that again. Watch the China names. Watch out for Micron. That was very, very big news. And then even JP Morgan, I think their speech or their investor meeting is still going. And then Meta looks to be bouncing off of the fine. That's not holding them down. Google's up 1%. NASDAQ is up 0.05. SPY is up 0.04. And Dow Jones is down 0.04, believe it or not. And then Uber's down. They had that Karen event. Apple's down 0.5%. Google's on the high. Microsoft is like break even, about to go green. Google's up 1% now. Even Meta, again, Meta just got a record fine of 1.3. Giggle running. Let's see. Tesla was doing good. Goldman's on the high. Again, keep in mind the banks. And then Micron's down 3. They were down 5%. They bounced all the way up to 2%. But they're going to move around a lot. Again, that's big news. Micron on the low. It's also affecting the other chip makers. So, again, even our NVIDIA, you got like $200 on the NVIDIA now. Again, is it NVIDIA earnings is this week as well, too. Tesla is going red. Tesla was doing very, very good. They hit the high 181s. But now that just popped 0.5%. See what happens. TSM, again, all the chip makers, because of the Micron thing, they should be down. Tesla just went from about to go negative to hitting the high now. Where are the consumer plays? Again, Target's still down 1%. Again, Nike got a downgrade. Actually, a lot of the retailers did very bad. Target, we're only down $100 on our puts now. If you look at that, then there's NVIDIA. Nike's going lower. Tesla's on the high. Manu's on the high as well. Apple, Baba. Communications are the best, so Google's having a lead effect. Energy is barely red, and then staples are down 0.37, and tech is actually down 0.37. Believe it or not. BMY on the high. Arlo, now Netflix and Roblox. A lot of tickers with X at the end. Even Abivi. Tesla 182 now. Apple hitting a low. Yeah. So Apple's going lower. Google's going higher. You got a little bit of a push and pull, and bonds are catching a bid, but we barely move right now. So far, you have not moved anywhere outside of Friday. Yeah, DraftKings, they got a nice upgrade. They're up 3.7. Micron still at the low. SGML on the low. NVIDIA. Again, the chip makers aren't getting any love on this. Tesla regionals are up only 1%. I'd watch the regionals if those could wake up. Again, PAC-W still up 6 or 7% there. No, your eyes are not deceiving you. NVIDIA is actually coming down. Again, the Micron news is really bad. We were just up $200 on it though. They're bouncing a little bit. It's going to move a lot. PayPal on the high. Google's going again. JP Morgan up 1.6. PayPal is slightly in the green. And then Square is negative right now. Google's looking great. Upstart in the money. We sold out of that one on Friday. Nike's down 3 again. They got a downgrade. Nike, Foot Locker, all of them are getting killed. They're kind of bouncing up there. Again, even Target's down another 1%. Even Walmart's down 0.3. Bro, Google again. So Google now healthcare is on the high. XLV starting to work its up. SPY just got a pop. You're up 0.25% right now. 42.13 on the futures. Let's see. Actually, well, we're making a move towards 4,200 on SPX. This is actually kind of big. Again, your close is at 41.91. You are above 4,200 now. Those two candles, market just woke up a little bit, or it's making its first move in one direction. Is Meta still going up? Meta's up 1% after that. Again, communications are doing very, very well. Even Tesla, too, again, 183 now. And then Meta keeps hitting the high. NVIDIA just down 1%. All the chips kind of comatose near the lows. Oh, my gosh. Google, again, 1.6. Baidu still holding up, too. NVIDIA. Yeah, well, NVIDIA has earnings. So there will be any of this week premiums on NVIDIA will be higher. Again, that earnings this week will be a big one, especially considering how it's moved. Meta keeps going, 1.1. Again, SPY's near the high. You just went above 4,200. You didn't do this once on Friday. So on Friday, after the debt ceiling, when we sold off 4,200, we were not able to keep this. So Micron's going lower, Tesla's going higher, and the SPY is trying to work its way up right now. Yeah, so Micron lower. Watch if any of the other chip makers follow along. They might. Yeah, Micron's back down to 4.6, but SPY's going good. Is that MPLX? Sava? Dude, you have a lot of names on the high. And then NVIDIA back on the low. Hmm. 42.01. So 1 point above the level, though. We're still kind of dancing here. Yeah, MU, and again, all the chip makers are getting beat off of it. Wonder if they mention AI. NVIDIA, again, on the low. Again, they're going with NVIDIA or Micron, even AMD now, too. The chip news is that China is banning all Micron chips from China. They say it failed their cybersecurity review. Tesla's going. I think we're green on Tesla now. Yeah. Market's going up. Again, SPY's loving it, but we're only about 1 or 2 points from the level. And again, even 307 on NVIDIA, that'll be a big level. Fed is speaking. We've already had a couple of Feds. We had Bullard in the morning, and then I think towards like 2 o'clock, you'll have Fed Bostic and Fed Bostic and the other guy. You'll have 2 of them. All right. I did it for you. So you have either a good gain or not. I closed out in NVIDIA, 275 profit. Not bad off of 50 shares. But we weren't supposed to win on NVIDIA. Micron, they're probably going to be up a ton. But even then, if it continues to sell off all day, I think all the other chip makers will pay for it. Should have held, I know, always. But then again, everyone told me not to even short it to begin with. So it was just a weird situation. But I'm happy with that gain. But we'll see. I think the chips could still go lower if AMD and all of them and Micron start selling. But then SPY's holding up here. Again, even Tesla's at a high. New low on Lyft. Oh, like a new 52-week low? Yeah, they're about to actually. Not good. And then bonds are coming down. So now SPY, Dow, NASDAQ, everything's green. And then bonds are break even or barely red. So that's where. And then again, you're still getting a lot of push and pull. The high ticker is running, but it's not as if everything is on the high right there. So again, you still got some push and pull. But now a lot of your techs move in. Microsoft's up 0.6. Apple's still negative. Bonds hitting a low. And SPY is continuing to melt up. Again, you have not had any other headlines regarding the debt ceiling as of yet. Where are the banks? Where's JP Morgan? Again, Tesla near the high. I think DraftKings is going up again. Yeah, DraftKings just wicked into the high. There's Apple. Bonds at the low. You're back to 420 on the SPY. Again, 4206. This is literally where the debt ceiling freak out on Friday happened. So, again, I even think Powell was talking around here, but then this is where all those debt ceiling headlines drop. Google's still going. Again, that's at least over 1% right now. 2%. Damn. Google is literally up 2 right now. CRM is on the high. Revolve, they got that upgrade. I think Revolve's actually doing really good. No, they're down 2.6 still. Carmelo Anthony retires. I thought he already retired. PayPal's on the high. 61. See if Square's down, PayPal up. Very weird. I covered my NVIDIA short. We shorted NVIDIA at like 312 or something. And then SPY still at the high. High ticker is still going. Zion's on the high now. Again, 27. Watch if the regionals come back up, like I was saying there. If regionals have a good day, usually the market has a good day. Yeah, XLF is hitting the high now. Banks are going into the high. Regionals are trying to bounce a little bit. Boeing. Upstart, is it going? Ooh, Upstart back to 23. LSDI. Yeah, loose. This one was the mushroom play from Friday, I think. Yeah, bank stocks lean into relief. Broader market, less so. VKTX on the high again. That thing's running. And then PayPal 0.5 for some reason. I think Walgreens was selling off earlier. Walgreens down 2.6 following dividend. Thanks for repeating the news. Of course, it's big news. It's big news. And again, if you just look at NVIDIA, AMD, all of them, they all got affected by it. MasterCard's on the high. That one's interesting. That one just went red to green. Tesla's still going. Amazon was low, and then they just got a green shoot. That was actually very interesting. And then again, only thing red right now is consumer staples down a quarter. Tech has just gone green by 0.02. Meta 52-week high. That's crazy. So I'm pretty sure it was one of their biggest fines that they've gotten from Europe. And now they're up. What was that noise? Apple's on the high now. I think Square's starting to move. Google's still going. Yeah, Square's picking up. But Apple, I think once you get Apple in the green, that'll be the final one. Because, again, even Netflix is almost at 370 now. Gold is going up, but it's pretty much break even. The levels today, bro, that's it. Anything above 4,200, it's 20 points at a time. So I believe the next level, 4212 will be the high because that was the high from Friday. Wherever else we set the high. But then 4225, then like 4030 is a soft level, but then 4250. And then 4,300. There's legitimately only like 2 levels in our way right now. Chevron says PDC deal almost triple the base in production. Biden-McCarthy meeting. Are you ready? Biden and McCarthy meeting will be at 4:30 p.m. We're fucked. So that's it. You might get any other headlines, but now it's coming out. Biden's meeting with McCarthy is going to be 30 minutes after the bell. So if you're looking, we'll see how the market takes that. That means either no news during the day, or we wait till the end of the day and then you get the bombshell. But then by the end of the day, you ran out of time. 4:30 is pretty late. It's a nothing burger, but then that just means you're going to actually have to burn a full day before getting to the market reaction. So we'll see. Any other headlines? Again, we're going to get a couple of Fed speakers as well, too. Uber's on the high now. Don't call me Karen. Wasn't enough to bring it back. Again, you're getting your first candle there. Let's see, though. SPY coming down, but Microsoft still moving up. DocuSign on the high. Doku's ripping. Baidu and Baba are starting to come up now, too. And Microsoft's up 0.8 now. Apple's still kind of struggling. Tesla wants 185, man. That's it. If it gets past here. Yeah, Netflix is at 370. See what the chip makers do, though, still. NVIDIA bounced up a little bit. Let's see, Micron. Micron did bounce up, too, but still, I mean, they're still down 3.6. So SPY getting candles there. Again, latest update, 4:30 p.m. For Biden and McCarthy meeting. Yeah, Meta's insane. I thought Meta was going to go down a little bit more before popping up, but they dropped 0.5 and then they ripped up 2% to hit a 52-week high. Disney Parks chief says Florida politics has not hurt business. Disney's down 1.3. Walmart and some of the consumer stocks bounced a little bit. Again, Foot Locker's still down. Nike's still down. Baidu's back on the high again. Bro, China stocks move 2 to 5% every other day. TLT for the next few weeks, I think it's going to be immensely volatile. I think all of the bond plays. So like I said on the last couple of videos, like I kind of have a bias towards short the bonds. However, I'm buying long-term or like longer dated bond lottery plays to the upside. So, I think it's just going to be very volatile. We'll be able to know the direction once we get the event, but I think bonds back and forth, if you like volatility and if you want, exposure to the main event, I think that's where it's going to be at. But as far as like guaranteed up or down, I think that's way too hard to say. Take that Tesla to the moon. I need to, but at least we're green on it. A lot of, it sucks getting trapped on a couple of plays, but I had a couple go green. So now the Netflix, that one went red to very positive. Now Tesla, that'll be the other earnings play that did not produce anything instantly. The main event's 4:30 now, unless we should get another headline before the end of the day. But at the end of the day, we're not going to hear from anything on the debt ceiling while the market is open, or the big one we want. Tesla's still going 184. Bonds woke up though, so you'll notice Biden meeting at 4:30 that woke up the bond market, and then SPY did calm down, but we got to see how long that lasts. Like I said, just from Friday, if you want to watch the up and down moves, just watch how like gold and bonds react, and that'll let you know whether or not it's real. But then again, it's still very early. And then Asia stocks are going crazy. Josh, should I quit trading? Do you have a long term? That's my first question. Because that will define everything. Baba's ripping. Yeah, Google too. Baba 87 now. KRE's red. Really? R? Yeah, wait. What just happened, bro? Did JPM say something? Bro, Banks just flipped. Banks just flipped completely. Yeah, Banks Regionals, good call on that. So that's interesting. Debt ceiling, I don't know. Now you got to ask yourself, is this because of the debt ceiling 4:30 p.m. or is this because of the bank stocks? Yeah, Walgreens down 2%. Again, they're ex-dividend, so this is the post-divvy dump. Then bonds kind of calming down now. KRE, I don't think Bullard. Bullard said 2 more rate hikes this morning, but remember, Bullard is not a voter. So, yeah, regionals just flipped. Again, I think PAC-W still up. Target just hit a new low. Twilio's on the high. Wasn't Team going up there too? Yeah, there's still a couple of like random software runners. Tesla's still going. Microsoft is still going, and Google. So, again, that whole push-pull thing, I don't know. I don't even think that was the debt ceiling headline. I think that was the banks, whatever made them drop. Bank of England says gilt operation cover ratio 2.9. Palantir, Enphase is coming up. Microsoft's 52-week high. Now Tesla again. Tesla above 185 goes to like 188, and then if you break 188, that's it, 190s. Bro, Netflix is at 370 or 368. Meta again, Twilio again as well. And then more Chinese runners. Baidu Baba still running it. Disney says Star Wars Hotel didn't perform well. He said, don't blame that on Florida. Disney sees more than $100 million depreciation on closed deal. ARK breaking out. Coinbase, SWO. The high ticker is going nuts. Even AMD now. AMD and the chip makers. Hold on. Because if the chip makers start running up, then there you go. That will give you the extra lift you need. Because right now, everything's still borderline. It was borderline break even. Actually, NASDAQ's up 0.5 right now. Dow is down 0.1, and then SPY's up 1/4. So Micron's going lower. NVIDIA and AMD are going higher. That's the interesting part. Tesla's about to hit 185. Microsoft again, 0.98. Where's Amazon? They were selling off earlier. No, they're not. They're still low, but Google's doing very, very good. Google and Apple, or Apple and Amazon are the ones still in the red. Uber 52-week high. What the hell is this? Yeah, even Uber's about to go to 40, man. 39.50. My goodness. Shop running as well. Tesla 185. K-Web is still going now. That means more China names. Literally, Baba's done $1.50 in the last hour, or excuse me, last 5 minutes. Tesla again. Riot. I'm seeing coin plays on the high too. So your crypto. I haven't looked at crypto yet, but those are also moving. Even Redfin's up. I don't know how REITs are doing. Not so much. And then Walgreens down 3. Where's JPM, bro? JPM in the regionals. That was a weird sell-off there. Still in the green. Regionals right at break even right now. Uber's going up. Again, 52-week highs on Uber. They're making the 40 push. Tesla above 185. Bonds came right back to break even on the day. And then SPY is right here at VWAP, which is above 4,200. Literally right above it. You're at 4,209 right now. High of the day is 4209.50, or just under that. And PAC-W is moving again. Snowflake on the high. First red candle on Tessie. Again, bonds going into the low. Apple's trying to work its way up, but they've still been red. And then Google nonstop. Bro, Google's up 3%. That's huge. Huge. No sell in May. Well, they usually say sell in May towards the end, but the end of May, but we'll see. Yeah, Uber 52-week highs. Target's near the lows too. They want to keep selling off. Twilio, yeah, Twilio's nuts all day. Twilio's up 5.6 right now. PCAR, PayPal again. My goodness. A lot of growth plays are running. Again, even PayPal, though, it still has to get above the gulag. No, they're still gulagged. They're not out of it yet. Yeah, Square's coming up, too. Square just woke up. NVIDIA now on the high. Google, 52-week high. NVIDIA just woke up all of a sudden. Again, I think Micron is still low, but it's starting to go. Square just popped up big. Square just went negative to green. They were down 1%. Now they're up 0.5%. IonQ. JP Morgan going lower again. JP Morgan, very interesting price. Meta, 52-week high again. 252. Upstart's going. Even Airbnb's up. Bro, the high ticker is gassing. There's a couple of names on the low. I'm seeing energy names. It's like things are slipping. Industrials went red. Materials went red. Real estate red. Energy and then staples are red. But look at the balance. The high-low ticker right now, you're getting a lot of movement, but the cat dog is real. Catalents on the high, too. They were red on the day. And then bonds still at the low. Where's the dollar? I was watching the yuan in the morning. Yuan's back to 704. Z-Lab on the high. What's this? 12%. Zylab. Looks like a biotech runner. Duolingo, 52-week high. Cat dog is the push and pull. Like, you know, so pretty much it's like getting the same amount of names going up as you are down. You're getting the push and pull. So you'll notice like the velocity bars are kind of matched up here. So it's like every time we're having like 50 names go red, you're also having 50 names go green. So it's cat dog. They're pulling apart. Cat dog. You remember that show? It's a great show. It's a great show. Microsoft again. They're about to hit another high. Watch if the consumer plays come back up again. Target, Nike, Walmart, any of those plays. Nordstrom's, Macy's. Coinbase again on the high, and then also Zion. So weird. Regionals just moved up 0.5%. Pac W is now going back up 10% one more time. Even Wall is starting to pick up. Bro, Coinbase again. China plays calm down a little bit. AMD's now on the AMD's green. Oh, man. Even NVIDIA. Oh, there you go. Scammers. I'm glad I covered it, but shit. Dude, they're already green. Again, Micron's still down. Bonds are at the low, but there you go. The long-term pickups, they've all been stagnant so far this year. Still waiting. We're going to get one more deposit, pretty much same setup. We'll either add to any of those or we get some cheaper growth plays. I think PayPal's doing good. I think PayPal's the only one that's up, but the Walgreens, the 3M, and MPW, not so hot. Short Netflix at 370. Meta team is going up now too. Dude, Meta's insane. Let's see the long term. Meta, I can't believe, dude, Micron even on the high now. Meta's just funny. Dude, a 1.3 billion fine, and we're like, nah, 52-week highs. Micron is going up, still down 2.7. DoorDash is on the high. Again, Uber was just hitting 52-week high. Walgreens, I think it's just ex-dividend. Ex-dividend, and people wanted out of that one. That one's surprisingly becoming the worst. But yeah, we're still pretty much at the same from when we went up there. Again, MPW is down 7. That was this year. Walgreens. We're still down on Walgreens just from the bigger position losing. Where'd he go? But that one's down 12, and then 3M down 8. And then was that it? Yeah, MPW, 3M, Walgreens, and then where's PayPal? And PayPal, you have it says we're down 2% on that one. Oh, I thought PayPal was up. But same setup. We got 5,000 left to cash. Deposit in 2 weeks. And then thankfully all the other stuff. AMD, I know, that's crazy. And then SPY's coming down. So ironically enough, you had that bank activity. You had the bank movement in there, but this was all on the report that Biden's meeting will be at 4:30. So a couple of things we got to juggle here. Ford says they reduced borrowing costs by $500 million a year. They're still down 0.7. The random AMD put play is dead. I'm sure it looked good in the morning. But yeah, that's what happens. That was a crazy move, bro. I would have been negative on my short. So we closed out like 275 in profit off of 50 shares, but I would have went negative already if I just held it till now. That's crazy, though, considering the pressure on the chips. Bro, Uber's still going up, 39.81. Where's Google? Yeah, even Google's hitting a high right there. So I think like Tesla chilled out, but Meta is still at the high, and so is Google. Dow Jones Transport closed the gap. Alliance France to make offer for Villavi. Bro, Uber 39.87. So that's been one too this year. Even with the long term. We have covered calls on it, but the covered calls are barely moving. But now we have 23% on Uber in the long term. Bro, $40 is a big price for Uber. That's crazy. Target, the premiums are coming back. Again, even watch Nike, Foot Locker, and any of the other ones. Bro, Upstart's at $25.71. Oh, Upstart's going crazy. That premium has to be higher than where we sold it now. Yeah, Upstart's still going. You have PayPal. Again, Uber's hitting a 52-week high. Yeah, Upstart's insane. $26. Kashkari has been very bullish. Again, over the weekend, Kashkari was the one throwing around the pause or the skip. Uber's coming to 40 right now, 7 cents away. And then bonds are a little bit lower. We're back below 4,200. So kind of a big move if you think about it, but it's only like 10, 15 points. But now you're back to the lower end of the debt ceiling freakout level on Friday. Netflix popping still. Yeah, remember Netflix was on the news. How you feeling after Saturday's game? We go to game 7. You know, they're just first one to get to 4. I'm trying to be like LeBron right now, but nah, man, it's sad. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening to the Lakers. I would be more pissed off if I was a Suns fan. Imagine getting beat by the Lakers to just not do anything. Sad. SP or Netflix with a pop. And Square is back up here too, but Netflix just had a pop there. Easy for the Nugs. Well, we're going to see, though, because now you know, like, there's also a good chance that the Lakers will be the best. That's it. The Lakers are just going to be the ones. They will be the first team in history to come back. Oh, yeah, the Warriors. Yeah, my bad. That's what I meant. Not the Suns. The Suns, though, I feel like they had a disappointing one. But then the Nuggets, man. The Nuggets. How does Denver do so well? So weird. PayPal came up, still 1.5. Tesla holding 184. DraftKings on the high. Square's going now. Oh, our target puts are we're only down $50. Wow. Meta again. Watch Uber at 40. I don't think it's going to go past 40, but again, that's just a big psychological level. I don't even know where 40 leads to. Like 42? Yeah, pretty much 42, maybe 44 if you're lucky. But that's already a fat level for Uber. SPY's coming into the lows now. Again, we've already moved off the top. Right now, the Dow is the only thing that's really red by 0.3. SPY is only up by 0.07, and then NASDAQ's 0.5%. But surprisingly, most things are down now. So communications, Google, and Meta were up 1.8, but tech is only up 0.25, and then discretionaries are only up 0.04. Everything else is in the red right now. So again, welcome to the weird breadth. It's actually split though. So this is what I was telling you, the cat dog, you have 218 names in the green on the S&P and then 284 that are red. So we're literally doing like 50-50 right now. And the chips went green, yeah. I don't know if they're green by the index, but because Micron probably has a heavy weighting, but a lot of them popped from red to green. SMTC. SPY is now breaking down. You're about to set lower, so you filled your gap. We didn't really even do anything. But back to 41.92. See if it goes below 41.90. And then NASDAQ, 1,700 names up, 1,000 names down. So there's actually more advancers on the NASDAQ than decliners. And then SPY, again, that just hit into the low right now. It's your first low of the day. Where's target? RVRX on the high, or RXRX. This could be a biotech recursion runner, or a biotech runner, RXRX. Again, SPY at the low. Bonds haven't moved too much. GPN on the high. So again, you're still getting this activity, like I'm saying, even into the low. Just look how much the high ticker is moving. You still have stuff going up here. Where are the banks? Shopify's on the high. JP Morgan's still at the low. XLF went negative. And then KRE is just holding on to 0.5% right now. As long as I think if Google, Netflix, but really Google and Microsoft and Meta, if those all hold up, I mean, you're going to have air brakes on the downside. Novo Nordisk semaglutide achieved 15.1 weight loss in Oasis 1. Phase 3 trial met primary endpoint, NVO. Novo, again, these are the makers of, what's it called? These are the makers of Ozempic. MNK, Foot Locker's flushing. Good morning, chat again. NVO, Ozempic maker. They have Oasis 1 trial achieving endpoint. It's a weight loss drug. Bro, Ozempic's crazy. I saw a thing. It was like Ozempic is even used now. People are saying they did a study to treat addiction. So, like, people taking Ozempic, and they're like, I don't even want to smoke cigarettes anymore. We were like, oh, gosh. Everyone's going to be using Ozempic for everything. I mean, Feet Locker. Oh, yes, Feet Locker. Can't forget about Feet Locker. All right, I grabbed 50 shares of Novo, 171.14. Try to get a flip off of it. Hopefully I don't get trapped. Bill, the other Bill, BILL on the high. And then SPY on the low, and bonds catching a candle right now. Interesting. Cold is on the highs, and natural gas getting murdered right now. Again, bonds, you just flushed into the low candle, and then bond just caught a bid. You hit 41.90, so that was a new low on that little flush right there. And then again, bonds starting to go. You still have names on the upside, Toast and ACAM. So it's not as if everything's dropping. But there's Google giving up their dominance. Meta a little bit, but they're still up 2%. Again, communications are the outlier on the day. Google and Meta are up together 1.5%. Large explosion at the Pentagon? That's what someone in the chat is saying. Hold on. What? Chat is flooding Pentagon. Hold on. I don't see it on the wire yet. Bonds are skyrocketing, though. Hold on. Wait, I see it. It's on Twitter. There's 3 minutes ago. There's like pictures, initial reports of a large explosion near the Pentagon complex in D.C. Again, this is not confirmed right now. There's just pictures on Twitter. That's it. It's a couple of news places on Twitter have reported it early, but there's no confirmation of it yet. But there's some whisperings of it. And then bonds are catching a bid. All right, it's unconfirmed, but we're starting to go down right now. I put out a stream alert. It hasn't hit the wires yet, so this is all just people talking right now. But again, look at the bonds right now. Bonds just woke up out of nowhere, and stocks are just selling. Yeah, people are saying large explosion. Again, here's the picture. I don't know. Again, this is all off of Twitter. They're saying it's near the Pentagon, so it's not at the Pentagon, but people are talking about it, and then that's the picture that's circulating. That's the only picture I've seen. But again, a couple of places reported it too. But we'll see. So Novo expects to file for approval in U.S. and EU in 2023. They're coming out with headline. Again, do you guys see the bonds right now? I don't know if you guys see it. Gold isn't coming up. Gold is now starting to react. Gold is 2 minutes behind this. But, yo, that bond move is unreal right now. So something just snapped right there. The only thing that correlates would be that news if people want to get freaked out about it. Again, an explosion will not be good, but so far nothing's been confirmed. Again, Zero Hedge is dropping it now. People are starting to pick up on it. But let's see. The bonds are coming. That bond move was unreal. That was your first real wake up on the bonds. Not one media outlet is reporting. Well, you guys have to realize, I'm even telling you now, it's unconfirmed. That's why nobody's reporting it. Anything of that status, everyone is going to spend time to confirm it. You've seen this with anything of this scale or scope. They don't immediately rush to drop that news if something did in fact happen. So just keep a lookout on it, but it's not like I'm saying, it's all unconfirmed. They deleted. The only person who just posted it was Zero Hedge. A couple of news wires have it now. Oh, yeah, it's the same picture going around. But that's it. There's nothing else. It's literally starting to hit a lot on Twitter, but no other newswire. So we'll see. Bonds are coming down again. Gold did not react to that. Gold already came back down. So it could be a pump fake. Yeah. Again, SPY's already recovering those two little selves. Again, gold reacted. If bonds give it back up and gold give it back up, it's nothing. Seems like fake news for now. We'll see. Just remember, we need any headlines from Washington are going to be important right now. But I'd watch bonds and gold, see how they perform. Everything else that's holding is still holding up. Again, I'd watch Google as well. SoundHound is going up. AI is on the high now. Upstart's at $26. That's crazy. And then we're still holding. Bonds are coming down. SPY is still near the lows, though. That's crazy. SPY hit 41.79 on that. Whoa, that didn't even seem that big. But you just dropped 2 points off of that? No way. The explosion thing is looking, I mean, we haven't had any confirmation. It's been about 5 minutes now. A lot of people are saying it's fake. Nobody else has reported on it. all you have is one picture and people talking about it on Twitter. So that's literally, it does kind of look fake. It does look like AI shit, kind of, when I look closer at it. This kind of looks like my screenshots. Like, you guys know when I edit my screenshot and I do the smoke, I think they just put a PNG over here. I think it might be AI generated. But that's, now you're already right back up there. Back to VWAP. Again, I'd watch gold and bonds, but they've already given up their fear bid. They're just holding back to where they were. I think it's over. I don't think it was anything. They have live cameras there you could see. Is there anything? Zero Hedge, nah, they pulled it. So Zero Hedge up, they deleted the tweet. So even Zero Hedge started a report on it, but then they took it back. Again, a couple of places are putting it out, but it's not, it doesn't look like it doesn't make it any realer. Biden will meet McCarthy at 5:30 to discuss debt limit. Wait. We got another update. So Biden is now meeting at 5:30 instead of 4:30. Biden and McCarthy tonight at 5:30 p.m. PayPal came back up still. Square, Upstart still going. Again, NVO is just still holding right there. Redfin's even on the high. Yeah, 8:30 or 5:30 Eastern, I think. GPN, oh my gosh. AMD now. AMD's up 1.7. That's insane, actually. Wasn't it supposed to be decided on Sunday? Yes. That's the thing. They've found a way, just talking it very, very positive and then slowly walking it back has been the strategy. SoundHound is running up. They're up 10%. Team NVO's going lower. It's going to be exciting. I think every day this week, I just think we're going to get, we're going to be very sensitive to all of the headlines. Square is going up. Now Nordstrom's, wait. Did Target go up? Watch out if those consumer stocks go. Again, Walmart's down 0.5%. Doesn't Costco? Costco has earnings now this week too. Danny says reports going around that it's false. So the Pentagon thing. Again, I think bonds already came back down too. Yeah, people say it's not the Pentagon. There's honestly been nothing. Again, apparently TD Ameritrade had the news on their wire too, but it doesn't. I don't think it's anything. Okta on the high. PayPal again, 62.22. Tesla. Imagine, I think you did. I think, again, the bond, that was a crazy bond bid, and then it sold off. Like I was telling you guys, like when there is fear, though, people will run immediately to the bonds. So I think that was the interesting part about it all. Because, again, bonds caught the bid, then gold started to play along, and then as nothing got confirmed, everybody just walked it right back. Tesla, Lemonade's on the high. Again, our AI plays are running today. Anything related to AI remotely seems to be doing good. Shit, even Google's doing good. For AMD, again on the high now. AMD's up 2% after that whole little fiasco. Tesla's trying to work its way up. Novo came down. I'm down $1 a share on that. Just check live Pentagon truck cams. There's nothing going on. The Twitter account that reported it has deleted the tweet. Yeah, so it's fake. Yeah, PayPal and Square running. But again, that push-pull, the high ticker is dominating right now. So you have more things that are up. Let's just see if we get like broader industry support. Because again, like energy actually found a way to flip green. Only thing red right now is discretionaries, materials, industrials, and staples. Tesla, Nvidia still at the high. Bro, team is going crazy. That one I'm mad I didn't get to average down, but it's coming back up here. TSM, the weakest chip maker. They are going lower there. They're only down by 1. Intel's coming down. Micron is still even weak too. Again, it looks like Nvidia and AMD. Dude, Nvidia is green now. That's insane. But I do think TSM and Intel are coming down. And then Micron too. I don't know if you want to try to go for that, but they are clapped. Chewy on the bounce. Airbnb on the high. Expedia. Square now. And then SPY is now recovered. All of that little mini drop there and some. So again, literally 41.76 to 41.96 on this little fake Pentagon shit. Someone manipulated this part, or again, that just started going around on Twitter, and then the market actually started reacting. It seemed like, again, that bond, the only thing that made it real for me was the bonds. NVO still trading. That one we got. MDB on the high. GNRC, XOP, Energy still going. DocuSign, Tesla trying to climb. PayPal with another high, 62.22. He has a long way to go. Bob, dude, Airbnb back to 110. Again, a lot of travel names, even like Expedia. Nvidia's on the high now. Ay. And then where's JPM? Bro, Nvidia's at 314 now. I mean, I might be down a reshort at like 320. That's crazy. You think short sellers are responsible for that type of news? No. You don't know. It could have, who knows if the person who put that out even had a financial interest, but that was just, remember last year we would get a lot of fake news? You remember like Litecoin and Walmart and shit like that with like fake press releases? That one was just like a picture, and it was weird. The market started moving a little bit before anybody even got put onto it. So it's, I don't know what the reason would be, but you definitely got a reaction, and then let's see where it ends up by the end of the day. But I don't think we're gonna get any real negative news in terms of what similar to what the fake news was. Let's say gold sold off of that, so gold is even going lower. Bonds are just holding break even, and AMD is now on the high once again. So is Nvidia. My goodness, even Uber is about to hit $40. Even Meta. Dude, even Meta is still up. Yeah, Tesla 184. I think it hit 185 earlier, but I think you need to get past like 187, 188 to really open the door. Disney's climbing back up there too, bro. AMD and Nvidia. That one is that one's a shame. That one is a shame, bro. How is that even up like that? AMD's up 2.5%. They were down 3% at one point. So that's like a 5% move top to bottom. NVO is just high. That's the only thing that scared me out of that play, but I think people are just taking in the data. It had a pop even on Friday too. Nvidia 314.50 now. The long-term loves this. Long-term's loving all this. Amazon's actually not been doing good at all. Same thing with Apple. And then Google gave up a little bit from the high. I think Meta now, that's the one that's still in high gear. Oh, Mitch Matsudo, baby. Welcome. Happy Monday. You're showing love last week too, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Lake, they say FRC clients and deposits have stabled since acquisition. I think that's related to JP Morgan. KRE is at the high, and then XLF is still near the low. Lucid's on the high. Okta's on the high. Pentagon says no explosion in the morning. Pentagon spokesperson comments. They say no explosion here this morning. So confirmed fake. Little bond stock freak out. You haven't seen that in a while. Nvidia is hitting a new high now. 315. Lyft is even going up now. Lyft was down. Lyft hit a new low earlier. And SPY is now back up. I think this is near 4,200. Yeah, 4,190. You're still below it. Remember, after we broke through it the other day, we weren't able to get back above. So let's see how today plays out. This will actually be a pretty big test. Bonds are trying to go lower. And then Uber right below 40. And then again, another bond candle and another little red. So hold on. Then SoundHound option volume above normal, directionally bullish. That was weird. See if gold actually moves. I think gold is the final frontier. Will Uber break 40? Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. AMD. Oh, man. Good ticker to watch bonds. You could use IEF. That's what I use for the 10-year or TLT. So debt ceiling over. I think we're in the middle. I mean, we've recovered the fake Pentagon news, slightly higher. Debt ceiling only updates Biden and McCarthy at 5:30, and then that's it. And then just all the other news from the morning, and then getting ready, and then everybody deciding whether or not they think the meeting is good or bad after all of that. Turkey, Sinan Ogan endorses Erdogan in election. Pentagon said no explosions. They confirmed it. It was fake. There is not one explosion near the Pentagon right now. Bro, PayPal is going up still too. Again, even Square, those just woke up. Oh, dollar's running up. Whoa. I thought I said 2%. Hmm. 15 minutes ago was a fake rumor of an explosion at the Pentagon. There was a fake picture going around on Twitter, and people reacted. Bonds and gold caught a bid out of nowhere, and then we quickly found out it looked like an AI picture. Uber, Nvidia. Again, I have two of the chip makers up here. Uber needs to break above. Oh, there it is. Uber above 40. So next level is like $42. That's another 5%. PayPal still going 2.4. Again, even Square as well. Tesla, Nvidia, Meta now. Those will be your big leaders. How am I feeling on this fight? I'm feeling good. I'm excited. Again, I think all of this back and forth with the debt ceiling, it's going to be exciting. And then I'm excited to get over it too, because then we could really focus on what really matters for the rest of the year. My weekend was good. I did not get injured building any sandcastles, so that was a plus. And what was that? Or was that in the video? No, AMD into the high again. Target rebounded. Our contracts were just coming back up, and then it bounces. We were only down $30, and then it just bounced. Sun W next leg. I feel like Enphase and a couple of solars were doing good today. Yeah, I think TAN as a ETF is up 1.8 right now. Ooh, you went deep sea fishing. I know, we do need to do that. That sounds exciting. McCarthy says hard to get Democrats off of spending spree. So McCarthy, another side-eye comment. No reaction yet. ADMP resumed trading. Adamas Pharmaceuticals. We have a couple. We have Bostic and Bullard, I believe, today. Or Bostic and Brainerd. No, who is it? Two B's. It's Bostic and somebody else today. Is it Dolly? Yeah, Fed Dolly and Fed Bostic. Or Fed Bostic and Fed Barkin. So 11:05 Fed Dolly, 11:30 Fed Bostic, and then Fed Barkin. House McCarthy speaks to reporters. Do they have it on CNBC? I don't see it on Bloomberg. No. But he's talking to reporters now. You're going to get headlines. And then SPY right at VWAP. Man. I'm up on the ZQ. I'm break even on mine. So you probably got them cheaper. Oh, no. I'm on Z. I closed out the ZQ. ZQ I closed out for like 160 a couple days ago. I thought you were talking about the ZN. ZN, I'm break even, then I'm down $30 on the close to the money. Fed survey is out. Which Fed survey? Today's 5/22. Household reports decline in financial well-being. Federal Reserve survey. AI still on the high. So is Airbnb. 1/3 of households cited inflation as their main financial challenge. 73% of respondents say they were doing at least okay financially in 2022 versus 78% in 2021. Bonds and yield, they're trying to, but bonds are still at the low. Uber on the high. Energy is still going up. XOP on the high. Yeah, Uber is still above 40. KRE on the high. Yeah, good call out. KRE's back up to 1.3. Even XLF, they're barely green right now. Gold, man, where's the China names? China names calmed down from that earlier run. Again, Uber is going nuts, and then AMD and Intel. DraftKings 52-week high, actually. So DraftKings still going, even Square. Yeah, the Micron China ban, it kept Micron down. It brought down all the other chip makers, but they were like, nah, man, we doing our own thing. AMD was like, nah, we good. NVIDIA even. That's crazy. I can't even believe. Oh, that's a nightmare. Because I wanted to hold that NVIDIA short, but I was like, I'm happy with that gain. I really thought it was going to go lower. And then they're like, nah, man, it's cool. Again, Micron, that could still be a play, but it's just already down 4, and then the rest of the peers already bounced. Tesla, again, bonds are comatose, have not moved at all. Fed says only 63% would cover an emergency $400 expense with cash. Adults doing at least okay financially is near the lowest since 2016. Damn, that survey sounds negative. Or it seems like consumer sentiment has dropped. Inflation hit Americans' finances last year, the Fed finds. That's the headline on that. I don't think you'll get a market reaction off of that, though. But we'll see. Again, we're barely above 4,200 on the... You haven't gone above 4,200 now, so like I was telling you earlier, this will be the next test. We need to get above 4,200. If not, then there you go. Where would that be? Like right where we flushed from. So you need to get to like 419.50-ish. Not too bad. Oil is running. Again, energy is number 2 on the day all of a sudden. That's what some people are saying. Debt ceiling resolution could lead to more bullish oil, but I don't know if I believe that. But in general, though, again, the last 3-4 weeks, we've been noticing how big energy has been moving the S&P. So energy going up, I would keep your eye on it. XLE, Square's going up now again. Square and PayPal. Square's above 60. There you go, PayPal. So now PayPal's like right around where we got it. I thought we got it lower. Nice on the high. Airbnb again. MJ's jumping. Bro, Uber still now. Uber's at 40 to 31. So again, you might be able to go up $2 more, or 42 is my next spot. Again, I'm out of it. I got out at like 39 or 38. Still have it in the long term, though. RTX pop in. Square's still going up. Again, I'm going to keep Uber up there. And then bonds might hit a new low. If bonds hit a low, see if that unlocks any highs here. Again, SPY needs to get above 4,200. Otherwise, it won't look good. Even Microsoft coming back up. I already sold Uber covered calls. That's my only problem. We sold covered calls on Uber at the beginning of the year. So we're down 30% on them. It's like $100. But again, it's like we lost $140, but we made 25% on the shares. So we could roll these over, but we'll give it a little bit of time. But for now, Uber is solid. Is that PayPal again? Uber. Tesla jumping. Tesla's actually coming back up there. Again, watch if Baba and Baidu play along. Roku on the high. Twilio. High ticker is leading a lot. This is actually very interesting. So, bro, look at the high ticker right now. Everything is gassing, and the SPY isn't moving, and bonds are at the low. So it's either the SPY gives into this upside or something is adding way more pressure. Run puts on Tesla. Some divvy stocks are jumping. Oh my gosh. Okta's on the high. Bro, Uber is going insane. J&J's at the low. I see a lot of dividend names that are down. Today is not, I mean, this seems like rotation out of the more defensives, if anything. Google's trying to climb back up. Watch out if that happens. Again, all of that upside did not lead. Again, the high ticker just went crazy, and that was not enough to get you out of here. Roku, again, we were just saying Roku's on the high ticker. They're up 5%. They're not stopping today. There's still a couple of 5% moves. I think even Team is up 5-6% right now too. They're up 7.2. Match is on the high as well. That's another one, 6%. Right now, if you're still hitting a high, you're probably up 5-6%. Airbnb's up 3. Zoom Info, that one's up 0.2. Shopify, that's another 6% mover there. So it's either you're just like really running right now or you're moving with the market. Yeah, Redfin back to 3.5. PayPal, let's see, a Tesla. Again, Match, that's a 6%er. Oh, Upwork or Upstart? That one was crazy. Hit like $26 today. Virgin Galactic guy hit 8%. Just talk to me in 30 days, please. I remember. Square. I even dude, the PayPal Square move was weird today because they were both dead. PayPal was like barely running, and then they just took off with everything. GitLab on the high. My weekend. Oh, excuse me. Oh, my weekend was good. I'm excited. Excited to be back on Monday. Even today. Today has been a day filled with just China news and getting ready for the debt ceiling, some fake Pentagon news. So that's we got exciting market action ahead of us. Roblo trying to push new high of the day. Amazon just hit a new low. Beyond is starting to work its way up. Tesla's chilling. Square, PayPal, I think, are still holding. Same with Uber. Nvidia kind of calming down. AMD looks a little better. Abivai's on the low now. Again, a lot of dividend names on the low. Dow Jones is down 0.3. NASDAQ is up 0.4. And SPY is only up 0.06. The random play was an AMD put in the morning. Villeroy, ECB, says hikes may take longer to hit economy than in the past. Service inflation warrants close monitoring. Services likely to become dominant inflation source. Oracle's Ellison to attend Tim Scott presidential launch today. Oh. Oracle. The CEO is supporting a Republican candidate. Again, go look at Peter Thiel and Mark Benioff. So let's see. CRM didn't fare well. TikTok, Oracle have no agreement on TikTok security information. Interesting. That's coming out literally as they're saying Oracle's Ellison to attend Tim Scott presidential launch. Oracle. Cold is on the high. Damn, Microsoft still holding. GNRC, big green volume. It's holding up. Again, a lot of energy plays are doing very, very good today. Dexcom on the high. Macron. Yeah, no child support. I know we're doing good on Tessie for now. I'm surprised. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm surprised Tesla hasn't sold off yet. Because, a lot of these weeks we'd be up like 2.5%, 3%, and then it just sells off. I'm like, no. The stock and bond divergence. Yeah, I'll show you overlaid with the NASDAQ. But here's a daily of that. So here's the NASDAQ, here's bonds. Again, last time that pretty much happened was end of February or like middle of February. You put out the 1 year. It's a very big divergence. So again, That happened beginning of February. Then the bonds diverged. SPY had one more drop in pop, and then bonds kept going down, and SPY eventually caught up, or the NASDAQ did. So we'll see. But the divergence is somewhat wide. And then again, you compare it with the SPY, it looks pretty similar. Just it's like what the kind of like we saw at the beginning of the year. How many of you remember that? You don't remember? It was this divergence right here, and then I was reminding you every day. I was like, it's only been 9 days. And everyone's like, how come it still diverged? What's happening? What's happening? Before you knew it, the market did come down, but then it was SVB, and then SVB saved the bonds, and then that changed the whole structure of everything. Yeah, one of them has to catch up. Either bonds are going to catch up to SPY or not, or we go back to normal. And then maybe we enter into a new period where stocks and bonds start to move inverse of each other like they have in the past. So a couple of things took a red. Again, we have not gotten above 4,200 after breaking it. So now you're almost 10 points below 4,200. We did not make a break of it, and this is now back to the first candle when the Pentagon news hit. And then bonds are going lower too. Again, you just had ECB Villeroy comments. And still a couple of tech names running, like Tesla is catching a candle. Okta is still on the high, so that push and pull is much alive. Okta. Square even gave some, so did PayPal. Can the market go back to reality? Well, I hope you see it. Like, even then, we're very sensitive now. Like, again, even if people are somewhat not freaking out about the debt ceiling, it doesn't mean that it's not there. I think that's even why we reacted to the Pentagon news how we did, because that would have been awful, putting it into context of everything. So just keep that in mind, is that we're going to get this next couple of weeks, we are going to be very headline sensitive. So things aren't freaking out just yet, but just know that any headline from here, you're going to watch the market a little bit more jumpy. And I think that's what we're getting. AMD's kind of coming down. FCN again. High ticker still has some, but we are going lower. Again, Oracle, TikTok news, and presidential news. 41.89 now, so you are about 10, 11 points from 4,200. We did not break it since getting back up there, and now this is like the second candle or the end of the first fake Pentagon candle. I think gold caught a little bit of a bid, but that's it. Man, bonds are still kind of whacked. JP Morgan's red now. Again, XLF's about to go red right now too. Jordan resumes crude oil from Iraq. Crude oil imports. AMD's chilling out now. Rita's back to 78. And Nvidia's still holding. Square and PayPal calmed down. So did Uber. What's the next set? Amazon keeps flushing, actually. So Amazon and HD on the low now. Target's even coming down. Yeah, some of the consumer staples are not doing good at all. Even Win is dropping. See if China names flip or if they give us some insight. And then also bank stocks, that could be a big leader here because XLF is literally dancing at break even right now. And then communications still up 1.4. Those are the leaders. Then real estate number 2 at 0.4. Then utilities, tech, healthcare, financials in the green or break even. Energy is barely red now, so that's been moving a lot. Then materials, industrials, discretionaries, and staples are down. So again, stuff related to the consumer is getting knocked today, staples or discretionary. And then Amazon keeps hitting into the low here. That's word to discretionaries and staples. Tesla's actually working its way up. So like I said, I'm surprised it hasn't sold off yet. But even then, Microsoft's catching a green candle with Tesla. Microsoft looks like Tesla. Nike into the low again. So again, Foot Locker and all those, that's the reason why for Nike. Weed stocks. Oh, Tilray is moving up, actually. HNST down 10. Microsoft looks just like Tesla right now. Ironically enough, these stocks look exactly the same, but Tesla's just up 2.75. I would buy Walgreens. I just bought it the other day, just barely above 30. But I do like Walgreens with that yield. But that's going to be a real value play. Microsoft might hit the high before Tesla. Lyft even came up. $50 shares of Zim. Is the dividend soon? I've been hearing a lot more Zim talk as of lately. I think the dividend yield this time is like 100%. Even Nvidia is holding up here too. Again, you're actually negative on the S&P. So SPY went negative by 0.03. RXRX, oh, that was the runner we talked about earlier. That one ended up going. But again, SPY is now negative, Dow down 0.5%, and then NASDAQ is barely up, or it's up a decent amount, a third of a percent. Zim earnings today. I missed a couple of the LT ads. They're going to post them on IG. I'm going to try to. Again, I'm not really reliable on that. I did the latest update I posted was on the member section. So turn on your gifts. I'm sure someone will donate you the membership, but the latest update is there on the channel page. But otherwise, I haven't posted on Instagram yet. I've been lacking. $3M is on the high. Again, RXRX. SPY trying to get a candle here. So a couple of candles. TBT on the high. So watch here. Bonds are going lower. I don't think gold. I think gold is just in the same pattern it's been all day. But bonds are going a little lower now. Yeah, but the last ads were PayPal, Walgreens, MPW, and 3M. Yeah, Zim 168% dividend. Yeah, it moves a lot though coming into actually receiving that dividend. That's the only problem. Oh no, EPAM. Damn, this thing's up 3. Bud is at the low, 0.07. Where's Coors? Oh, that's TAP. Bud down Coors is down 2. That's what you want to look at. How does Bud perform relative to its peers? That'll say a lot. McRib on the high. Dexcom 2. A couple of biotech plays or biotech companies. IonQ. We sold out of that one. We took a small gain. Keeps running. But that's why I'm out of it. Tesla's coming down now. SPY's taking another candle lower. NNOX. That's the nano imaging one. SPY 41.88. So this is like the final candle since the, what's it called? This is the final explosion candle. So we've worked our way pretty slow down here. What time is 7:52? Almost 8 o'clock. Gold is a little bit lower since here, and then bonds have given up all of it since the last time we were here. BFT. Prop just the range today. We'll see. I mean, again, we were down a lot pre-market, then it melted up throughout the night. You got a little bit of good news, and then everybody was like, well, there's still a chance for Biden and McCarthy. So we're going to see. And then we had the news today, 5 p.m., 5:30, Biden and McCarthy will be meeting. OPEC nations likely to act as short-selling mounts, says Stand Chart, in relations to oil. Stand Chart is saying that OPEC is going to squeeze the shorts. Nvidia going down a little bit. That's crazy. I would have been negative on my short though, so it's pretty much back up to the higher ranges of the last couple of days. Nike's still going lower again. Foot Locker's at the low. Target and Walmart kind of bounced a little bit. Walmart's a little worse, but Nike is selling a little bit more. On selling early, I don't know. That's still annoying though. Like even looking at it, I'm like, wow. Usually when I sell, it should drop another like $3. You know what I'm saying? That time it was just like, nah. TBT, bro. Bond volatility is picking up all of a sudden. Let's check the MIV index. Is that today? 5? No, this isn't updated yet. Santa on the high. Didn't we play that one? And then 41.88 is where you're bouncing off of. And then GitLab, another high. I went to FeetLocker over the weekend. Jay, all updates. I checked this morning. I still can't find him. It's not letting us release him. I'm going to actually, if you could hear me, I'll message you too. Email me your user ID, or like just go to your channel and send me the link. And then I'll see if I could find it through there. FeetLock are very good. GitLab. Didn't we play that one a couple of times? Or I think we went for a short. They're going up. Again, TMV, TBT, they are all waking up all of a sudden. Manu's on the high again. And then PayPal and Square. Did Uber. Uber's still holding 40, but it stopped the ascent. And then again, SPY's still kind of hugging a low level here. Bonds going down is good for the market, but let's see how long that holds up. And then gold is chilling out once again. And then NOX. Nike, another low. You saw on QBTS up 50. Apple. Google introduces AI for health program for startups. So Google Health AI news is coming out right now. It's not really moving the stock, but they just announced that. Grabbing some Amazon weeklies. PLD. SPY going lower, and it's going lower with bonds. 41.86. Low of the day is 41.79, like another 10 points, but that was off of a freak out. But keep in mind now, these are the lower candles of Friday. So Friday, when we were kind of selling off on debt ceiling and Powell and all of that. So just to give you an idea of where you are. JP Morgan, banks are on the low now. Again, the big tech that's holding is still green, but XLF now is down a quarter. Regionals are only up 5.5. There's Microsoft at the high, NVIDIA, Tesla. So, again, these names are still holding up. Intel, AMD, Dizzle. That was a wick. Could turn green. TLT at the low. And what time is it? 7:57. Been here for like, what, hour and a half? And 18 million, not too bad. Not the best, not the worst. But we will see. This is a weird location. Not even Walmart is immune to a recession. Oh, this is an opinion article. PayPal. A lot of things just got a candle right there. So again, you were just flushing into the low. Bonds are going lower. Air brakes applied. And then a couple of those squeezes are returning. I mean, PayPal bounced before Square. 1K like resistance. Wow. IONQ 52-week high. Coinbase is now moving up. Is Bitcoin popping? How much legal trouble does one get in for making the claim about the Pentagon? I'm not sure. It depends. I mean, what I can tell you is that if they had money on a play, the punishment is different than if they didn't try to monetize it. So that's all I know, but we'll have to find out. That was a weird one. That's like, again, we've seen a lot of weird rumors. We've seen when it comes to fake news, I feel like we've seen a lot of it, but it's quite rare to fake an explosion on a United States government building. So that's the only difference, is that that one's like a very, very serious one. But again, like I'm saying, the punishment would depend on whether or not you did it with the express notion of trying to make money off of it, or if you were just being a troll with no financial effect. What's this? Hold on. Bank of Israel says hurt by political uncertainty. There's a bunch of Bank of Israel news. Pinto, JP Morgan, I think this is CEO. JP Morgan has made great strides in equity trading. JP Morgan has closed gaps in cash equities and prime brokerage. JP Morgan headlines are hitting now. Popcorn is Bitcoin popping. Again, PayPal just woke up out of oh my gosh, Uber now too. So look at that. You just spent 15 minutes dropping, getting to the level, and then that's 10 points in 3 minutes. So look at that. You wick to 41.85. Now you just hit 41.95 and chilling out. Toast is going. PayPal now is moving a lot. There's Square in the bottom. Tesla, Meta. I don't think any of your big tech, they haven't hit a new high in a minute. I think only Microsoft. And then again, Amazon was just at the lows. And then Manu's still going. Manu's getting a bunch of candles. Okay, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Again, JP Morgan, Pinto, he's giving a lot of updates right now. I'd watch JPM, see what happens. But follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I will be right back.
It's about debt ceiling, although you wouldn't know that if you just look at the overall stock market. You have McCarthy and Biden. They're meeting at 5:30. The S&P is still sitting right around that 4,200 level. The NASDAQ is outperforming. That's helped by Meta finally kind of getting the fine to the EU out of the way, even though the number seems really big. On the downside, though, is going to be Micron down by 3.5%. A lot of $1 billion worth of revenue is at risk now because of China dragging a lot of the guys like Broadcom and Qualcomm down along with it. A 2-year yield, though, up 4%, despite the fact that tech is also up. James Bullard talked about the fact that he sees 2 more rate hikes so far this year. So you have to wonder kind of if there is a macro theme. It feels a little bit more idiosyncratic. Just tech continues to go and yields continue to go, Guy.
Let's talk about what is happening over here in Europe. I mentioned just a moment ago, Alex, what is happening with the travel sector and the connection it maybe has to what is going on with inflation. Ryanair up today, up by 1.21%. I don't know if you caught Michael O'Leary a little bit earlier on surveillance, a really positive picture he is telling. And it links to inflation. It links to inflation because of the pricing power that MOL has, Michael O'Leary has. This is what he had to say a little bit earlier on.
So we're taking huge amounts of market share from everybody else. We're well hedged on fuel. We're offering really low airfares, but those low airfares are up a bit. Like, we expect our lowest airfare to rise probably 5-10% a year for the next couple of years because of this capacity constraint. And with the manufacturer's challenge, Boeing and Airbus, huge backlog on orders, can't increase monthly production because of supply chain difficulties for the next 4 or 5 years. I think you're looking at a European marketplace that will now copy some of America in the last decade, stable capacity and more reasonable pricing going forward.
Maybe good news from Michael O'Leary, not so much when it comes to then the ECB. So this feeds in to some Croatia central bank governor said today also that inflationary pressures in the
that guy
tourism...
sounded so elegant. Yeah, it sounded like Hugh, but like so deep. My goodness. And then you got USDA numbers coming out now. Soy and wheat and corn. I think soy came in a lot lower than last year. Grain came in a little bit more. And that's it. But you could watch commodities if you're still in any of those. And then again, JP Morgan comments right there. SPY just had that bounce. You're up 4 or 5 on the NASDAQ. Only 0.1% on the SPY. And then Dow Jones is down 1/3. It's a very interesting setup for now. McDonald's actually came down today. Again, Costco has earnings. They're back to the 491. Tesla's still holding. Microsoft's hitting a new high on that. Dude, Microsoft's unreal. Amazon's like 50 cents off the bottom. That's a nice one. And then Nvidia is still up. 3M's moving now. Ay. Pinto, private markets are a massive area for growth. XLF. And then bonds off the bottom a little bit. And then gold is still down, still at the same spot. Pfizer oral weight loss drug may be as effective and quicker than Ozempic. Injection by Novo study. Uh-oh. That's not good. Pfizer is running up on that, and then now Novo. Wait, Novo's now moving, but watch Pfizer. Bro, Pfizer, Ozempic. Yeah, they're running off of that. 18. Oh, they screwed me. I sold out of NVO, though. I don't lie. I lost 97 cents. It was supposed to make me $3. But I got out of NVO. I'd watch Pfizer. That one could be good. But I'm out of NVO on that. Mm. 3M new high. Let's see. Oh, damn, those went crazy. All right, I bought Pfizer. I grabbed 300 shares of Pfizer at $37.58. Oh, they went up for a little bit. So pretty much switched Novo to Pfizer on that news. And that looks like it was good. I was gonna grab the options, but they just went insane, so I just went with shares. with decent charts. I think a lot of people use like TradingView. I think that's the charts on Trading Economics. AMD short again. Novo, that's a crazy headline though. I didn't even know there was an Ozempic competitor. And then 10-year and 30-year yields extend climb, top last week's highs. Oh, there's Pfizer now. That one's starting to pop a little harder. And then Novo, that's good. I'm glad we got out of that. Good post on that, Troy. Again, the Novo, it's Novo and Pfizer. Yeah, Pfizer's starting to pop a little bit. Again, the options are already up like 200-300%. That's why I went with shares, but yeah, CNBC oral weight loss drug may be just as effective. Whew. I'm glad we got out of NVO, though. We even had a lot of time, too. So that was actually the better one, where I'm up like $70 on the Pfizer's now, almost 100, but we just saved way more money getting out of Novo. Frank Founder pleads not guilty to defrauding JP Morgan. And then SPY is just right before where we sold off. Remember, this is still the can you get above 4,200 test. Again, Pfizer even coming back down there. I went positive to negative. Who else is moving? 3M. Novo, bro. Look at this. Woo-hoo! Oh, no, bro. Even Novo's a crazy one right now. That's actually nuts. You're moving $3, $4, or $5 at a time. And then now Pfizer's coming down. So it says Pfizer spikes to session high, but they're coming down literally on the wire. It's saying that they're hitting highs, but they just flipped. Pfizer news is that it said that one of their weight loss drugs did better than Ozempic with injections. That's it. Pfizer's already coming down on that. That's actually wild. I thought that was really, really going to hold. But I'm still going to hold that one out for a little bit. We'll see. And then Novo's coming down. They came down and then came right back up. I got out of that one. Microsoft 322. He said Pfizer isn't trustworthy when it comes to their studies. Wow. Wow. You can't say that, bro. Can you say that? Can you allowed to say that? Are we good? And then DraftKings still at a high. Square. PayPal came down. So did Square. Just stopped moving. The team is still going. My goodness. That one's up 7-8%. NVO, they're still lower. That thing is tweaking out. Oh, Fed Mary Dolly is live right now. So that's our first Fed speaker besides Bullard in the morning. You got Bostic and what's his name? Bostic and Barkin in like 30 or 45 minutes after this one.
And then just a reminder again, when you ask your question, please introduce yourself and give your affiliation first, as I failed to do earlier, but I did do this time. Thank you. So we're going to get started. Let
me see. I don't think she's a voter. Yeah, she's a voter. But these non-voters have been talking crazy lately.
Mary,
we'll give her a couple minutes.
Let's start with the $1 million question. So how many more rate hikes do you see for the year? Sorry, I had to go there. And specifically, and also, do you think that a rate hike is on the table for June?
Okay, so I know it's the $1 million question. I'm going to do my best to give a $1 million answer. Might not be the answer you want, but here's the answer I have, which is
I'd let the SVB situation happen under my watch.
It is prudent to resist the temptation to say what we're going to do for the rest of the year. Optimal policy, appropriate policy for the American people, for the American economy, is about extreme data dependence and policy optionality. So that says it's a distraction, really, to say what we're going to do necessarily in June, which is still 3 weeks away, or what we're going to do for the rest of the year. What we really have to talk about, the true million-dollar question in my mind, is what will we be looking at and what factors will influence that decision as we navigate just the very last step of the tightening cycle and in our efforts to bring inflation back down to 2%. So that really is the important question. And I know it's tempting always to get in there and say, well, what about this meeting and what about the rest of the year? But in this case, at this point in the tightening cycle, it is really a distraction to have that conversation, and a much more realistic conversation to have is what will we be looking at and how will we go about making the decision?
So in terms of that, what will you be looking at? What would you be evaluating in the data, be it metrics on inflation or employment, to decide, even if you had paused and you're looking at that data, to decide the direction of your next move?
That is exactly where all my focus is. So here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking first at the data coming in, and that's the whole dashboard of data, the real side data on consumer spending, the labor market, all aspects of the labor market, what's happening with investment, what's happening with the sense of confidence and sentiment that people have about the economy. Then I'm also looking at the inflation data, what's happening not just in the headline numbers, which have thankfully started to come down on the backs of energy prices, but what's happening in the decomposed variables of inflation, including goods price inflation, which has been coming down, but housing inflation, housing services inflation, and the new term of the day, supercore inflation, which is really that inflation absent services inflation, absent housing. So those are all important factors. And what I want to see there is ongoing slowing in those factors. That's going to tell me that the considerable policy tightening we've already taken, 500 basis points of interest rate hikes in the course of less than 2 years, I want to see that taking hold and slowing the economy and bringing it back down so that demand is more in line with supply. So I'm going to be looking at that. The second thing, of course, to look at is the credit tightening that has been occurring since the beginning of the year, really, as banks responded to the forecast for a slower economy. They started to tighten lending standards and loans, but now we see that accelerating on the heels of the bank stresses. And while the bank stresses have calmed and the banking sector is safe and resilient, we do see institutions pulling back on loan volumes and raising lending standards. And I'm hearing that not just from my banks in the district, but also from the firms who borrow from those institutions. And so we want to watch that carefully to understand the magnitude of that credit tightening and also the expected duration. If you put those things together, the lags in monetary policy that will take hold, the data coming in, and the credit tightening against the general backdrop of uncertainty about the outlook, which, I'm one of the benefits of being a regional Fed president. I spend a lot of time on the road traveling, talking to contacts. I have 9 states in the Western United States, talking to contacts across the distribution of firms, households, financial institutions. They're all saying that uncertainty is high for them right now, and that matters, and I have to take that into account as well. So putting all those things together means you can see why we have to be extremely data dependent, and why even 3 weeks in advance of the meeting, our next meeting, it's still a lot of time to collect information before we make a decision about what to do in June or what to do for the rest of the year.
Okay, so you talked about credit has been tightening in the U.S., and that's what the Fed has been trying to achieve, right? Tighten credit conditions. And so when you think about how much credit tightening you would have expected from the policy rate increases that you've done versus what we've actually gotten, have you taken a look at or taken a stab at how much further that credit tightening might be worth in terms of sort of a Fed funds equivalent? Like how much extra tightening that might have delivered?
Maybe that's the $500,000 question, since we started with the million. I think it is an important question, though, is the credit tightening that the banks are doing, how much is it worth in funds rate space? That is a very challenging question to answer. So I really think we all have to be Bayesian. We have to have a prior. In case there's econometricians in the audience, we have to have a prior about what we think, and then we have to constantly update our prior as we get more information. So I'm going to hold myself to that standard. My prior is that the credit tightening that I'm seeing in the data and that I'm hearing from my contacts in the banking sector could be worth as much as a couple of rate hikes. So if you think that's worth a couple of rate hikes, then I want to be mindful of that and imagine that I need to learn about, is that really true? Is it worth less? I mean, there's estimates out there that it's not worth anything at all the way up to 200 basis points. So that's a pretty broad range. My own personal starting point, though, is 1 or 2 rate hikes and continuing to watch to see if that's really true. Do I see the economy slowing more than I would anticipate given just the funds rate increases we have made? And if I do, then will that be sufficient to bring demand back in line with supply and get that relief on inflation that we need to see to restore price stability in a timely way?
Do you think that some of the lack of agreement on the impact in Fed funds equivalent on credit tightening is also ties back to sort of the divergence in views of policy lags? So when we heard from Governor Villalobos just before you about lags that are anywhere from 12 to 2+ years in terms of the policy, the full impact of policy. So what is your own assessment when you think about policy lags, and what's the argument that lags are shorter or longer than in the past?
Well, the answer to your question is yes. I think it's really challenging to figure out right now what's going on to slow the economy. We've had, in the United States, over 500 basis points of policy increase. We know there's lags. We don't know how long they are. And then, of course, we have credit tightening, too, that's taking place. So all of it makes it challenging to know exactly when and where you'll see the slowing that we anticipate. But let me go back to the lags question. So I start from the premise that there's 2 components to the lags in monetary policy historically. The first component is when the Federal Reserve historically says we're going to raise interest rates, it takes a while historically for that saying to be translated into financial market conditions. And then the second part of the lag is how long does it take for financial market conditions to translate into the slowing in economic activity? So the really interesting thing about this past tightening cycle is that first stage of the transmission was immediate. We actually said in the end of 2021 that we were going to taper faster and start tightening earlier, and financial market conditions tightened almost immediately. And then before we ever took our first 25 basis point increase and lifted off the zero lower bound, you saw financial market conditions tightening. And when we said we were going to continue to raise, they tightened quite a bit. So it basically took that first stage of the lags and just put it to zero. What didn't go to zero, in my judgment, is the time it takes for financial market conditions to translate into economic slowing. And so we saw interest-sensitive sectors, particularly housing, start to slow immediately, but even that takes time to filter into house price inflation. We're just starting to see that now in new asking rents, et cetera. And it takes even more time for that translating into changes in the speed of the labor market, the speed of investment, the speed of consumer spending. And so we're starting to see that now. So I'm not sure whether we'll find out after we study this if it's 18 or 24 months. My guess is it's likely a little shorter than we've historically had, but it's not zero. And so that fact that we haven't seen it yet doesn't mean to me that we won't see it. It actually means that the time is getting nearer, and we have to be extremely mindful that built up slowing that's already in the chain could start to show through at any point in time. And when you add the credit tightening that we've been seeing to that, it means that there's a lot of factors pulling back the reins on the economy. And that's why we have to be so critically data dependent, because if we think it's not here yet and then we tighten too much, we could easily create an unforced error where we've over tightened. So we have to balance those 2 risks, over tightening versus under tightening. And that is getting more and more challenging as the risks get more and more balanced.
Thank you. So an unforced error for baseball season in the U.S. Yay. So we've spoken a lot today at the symposium today about inflation.
This lady weird, but that chair is fly as hell.
The labor market.
Y'all see that giant chair?
Are they too linked?
Bro, she is the coolest chair in the world.
And so when you think about the labor market inflation dynamics in the U.S., do you see a link between the two?
So I go back to Econ 101, and some of the things you learn when you first start out are the things that are the most persistent lessons. So we do know from Econ 101 that supply and demand are related. I think we've seen that. We've seen that completely in the pandemic. And one of the factors that tells me that the strength of the labor market is related to inflation is that it's the supply of labor against the demand for labor that creates wage growth. And then that wage growth is one of the factors that influence how the wage compensation influences how much firms have in terms of their costs.
Yeah,
and so
Ford,
these things have to be
Ford
related.
CEO's
The
commenting,
issue
but
is
Tesla's jumping off of it. He just made a statement about batteries from China
and make it harder to see. So what I have always stepped away from is that if we're going to go back to Phillips curve parlance, I neither think it's dead, nor do I think it's always obvious that it's alive. So the caution I have is, of course, the labor market is related to wage and price inflation, but using that calibration as a tool alone will probably mislead us. What we really have to think about is what is going on with the labor market, what's going on with inflation expectations, how much do firms feel they can pass along their costs to consumers before the consumers say, I'm done, I'm not buying anymore. And on that front, I find these data that are coming out, the BLS has a series on this where they're just asking firms about the frequency and magnitude of price adjustments. And in the most recent data I saw, which is through December of 22 last year, you saw that frequency and magnitude of price adjustments were coming down. Well, that's just telling us that, that pass-through is going to be coming down. That's good for inflation. The labor market is slowing. That's going to be helpful for costs. And then, of course, inflation expectations have been relatively well anchored in the medium and longer run, which is another factor which gives me some confidence that we can restore price stability in a timely way. So I want to leave with, I'm never going to discount the fact that the labor market and inflation are related, but I think it can easily be hard to see, and we can't use that particular relationship as the only way we calibrate policy. So many other things influence that equation that we also must focus on.
Thanks. I know exactly how to tell whether the Phillips curve is alive or dead.
Chinese yuan hits high
and kick it
or low, 705.
So let's talk about risks. I want to know from you where the greatest risks lie. I mean, you could argue that there's two significant developments this year that have one been how resilient the U.S. and global economy have been given the amount of policy tightening, and then two, the failure of several banks in the U.S. So those are significant risks on either side of the equation. I mean, how are you evaluating the risk to your outlook today?
Sure. So let me just talk about risks in general and set even maybe a bigger table for it. So when I was talking about this at the beginning of the year, and if you asked me at the beginning of the year, I felt the risks were all on the upside for inflation and the strength in the economy. Growth has been coming in faster than most people expect. The labor market's been persistently strong, exceeding most expectations. Inflation has been more persistent than many felt it would be. So you've seen this momentum that you mentioned really push the economy along and make inflation harder to get down. So that was where I was at the beginning of the year. After the bank stresses, which I will just go back and say, there's two ways that I think are important to think about the bank stresses. One piece of it is that there was stress in the banking system. The Treasury, the Secretary of the Treasury working with the chair of the Fed, the vice chair of the Fed for supervision, the FDIC, took decisive and quick action to settle those stresses and say the banking system is safe and sound. And that really calmed the waters across the U.S. Now, what is the second part of that? So that's the financial stability part, and that is very clearly more settled, and Americans feel the banking sector is safe and sound. The second part of that, though, is what happens to credit tightening, and that's the risk you named. What I see it is this. Of course, banks tighten credit when they think the economy is slowing. That's what we want them to do. It's a natural equilibrating device, right? They tighten credit as they forecast a slowdown in the economy. That helps them keep their balance sheets in order and ensures that they can continue to function doing the work that they do to intermediate financial and variables and credit through the system. So that's what we want. The part that's different is that they were on that path, and then the bank stresses made everyone focus on bank balance sheets, and then they've tightened credit more. The question and the risk is, it's a risk really to the outlook. How do we forecast? Is we don't know right now how large that credit tightening will ultimately be and how long it will last. And that's why, I mentioned being a Reserve Bank president. I'm out in the field quite a lot. I spend a lot of my time talking to banks of all sizes across the country and my district, asking not just what are you doing today, but what do you think you'll be doing in the next 3 to 6 months? How are you thinking about the outlook for the economy and credit? So if I balance those two components, one is pushing for
Euro close
momentum.
in 1 minute.
We just have not been able to. We keep missing.
RXRX is
underestimating
running.
the strength of the economy, and it keeps outperforming our forecast. So that's more strength, but it's balanced against this newer factor of more credit tightening than we would have forecast at the beginning of the year. And putting those two things together, what does that mean? And unfortunately, I can't tell you what it means exactly for policy because I think it's not certain. We're in that balancing act where we have to balance those two different sides of that equation and come out with that thing I started with, data dependence. That's why meeting by meeting decisions become really the most prudent path, frankly, because of these competing risks that are pushing in different directions.
Indeed.
Okay, so staying
again, she's not a voter, but it hasn't been too bad listening.
This is an international symposium, and so to stay in that spirit, are there common threads or lessons we can learn from this cycle around the global dynamics? So we had the synchronous rise in global inflation dynamics, and as we mentioned, the global resiliency amid policy tightening. I mean, what are some of the common threads there?
I'm very happy you asked me that question because I think if you think about what economists are going to do for the next 5 years, I think they're going to study the fact that despite so many differences in the fiscal response, the monetary response in many ways, the particulars of how countries
Euro
dealt
close
with
right
the
here, right
pandemic
now,
and how to come out of
at
it.
the level we've been pinned at, right below 4,200.
The variables have been largely similar. Every country, despite whatever they did at the central bank or fiscal level, has had the same series of events. There might be difference in magnitudes, but the same dynamics have persisted. That the labor market and consumer spending was just more resilient than many anticipated, whether that's because the pandemic came and made us all go home and we didn't like it very much. And so the minute we were unleashed, we came back out and we had all this saved money, or we either got it from fiscal support or we got it from just saving because we couldn't do anything. And we've gone unbridled out into the world and said, we want to live whatever 2 years we lost, we want to live it today. And that's supported spending. So that's a surprise on the upside in terms of demand. On the other side, the global supply chains just haven't been as resilient as many people might have thought, and supply has been underperforming. It's coming back, of course, but you put over exuberant demand, too much demand and too little supply, that caused global inflation, regardless of whether you put a lot or a little fiscal into it, regardless of what the monetary authorities in the countries said they would do. And it's been really something that I'm taking away, that the pandemic did something different, and it did it globally. And then all countries, with ever different policy prescriptions they used, ended up in roughly the same place. Too much inflation, a surprisingly strong economy, and having to do aggressive action on monetary policy to try to bring those things back in balance. I think the other thing that will be interesting to learn from this, and we're still trying to learn it right now, is that we had a global tightening cycle. We still are in a global tightening cycle. And we still haven't slowed the global economy as much as many worried with a global tightening cycle.
Thank you, Mary. I think we have Bostic and Barkin now, too, so we're going to switch in between. Tell me when he comes online. We'll go back to Dolly.
globally. So those are all things I think we need to continue to watch as central bankers. We have to continue to recognize that we are in a global tightening cycle and we're not living alone. The final thing I'll say about this is that, you know, I've lived through this where globalization was everything. Then people said globalization is dead. And now I think we're living with the reality that maybe most of us knew was going to be the reality. We learned a few things about the resilience of the global system, but we're still a global economy, and we have to work with each other to understand how that impacts our own individual economies.
Do you think actually that just brings to mind, because in the spirit of what you just said, would you still describe sort of global monetary policy as having conversations as opposed to coordination? I mean, especially when we're going through things like the global pandemic. How do you think about that?
Yes, I do think that is the way we do it.
Damn, you just hit 4,200 and came back down on that little candle.
All central banks,
so watch here.
In every
Again,
country
Europe just closed.
You know, especially in the industrialized world, especially in the United States, we are congressionally mandated to work for the U.S. economy. That's our job. We have to consider what's going on in other economies because it impacts our ability to achieve our dual mandate goals of price stability and full employment. But nations work, their central banks work for the national economy and the mandated goals that they've been given. But we have to be in conversation with each other. It's actually best practice, right, to understand how other countries, other central banks are dealing with their own challenges, because in many ways we face the same challenges and we can use the information from each other to do better work. So it is definitely about studying and being in conversation, but not anywhere close to coordination. It just happens to be that we face the same shocks and we reacted in similar fashions.
So there's been a debate on the FOMC for some time. When you think about financial stability versus monetary policy, when you see signs of financial instability, is that solely macroprudential, addressed with macroprudential side of things, and monetary policy, it's simply the raising rates? And can you separate the two? I mean, where do you come down in that debate, or how do you think about that? Can you separate the two?
I do think you can separate the two, and I think the recent episode we just had, starting in March, is an indication of how they get separated. So let me take the financial stability issues. As I referenced already, after the bank stresses, the Treasury, Federal Reserve, FDIC came out, and decisive actions, quick and decisive actions, said that the banking system is sound and resilient, insured and uninsured depositors protected in the two failed banks, and with the help from Treasury, the backstop from Treasury, the Federal Reserve opened the bank term lending facility to facilitate liquidity provision. The banking stress is calm, the waters are more settled, and that is an example of using the tools that are specific to financial stability to work on those things. Those are macroprudential and microprudential through supervision and regulation. You do macro and microprudential treatments, and you work on that financial stability part. Within a month, then forgive my dates, but the next meeting, we're raising interest rates 25 basis points. That's the monetary policy. So both happen in roughly the same time period, because we have tools that deal with the financial stability, and we have another tool, the funds rate, which deals with trying to bring inflation back down to 2%, while we do that as gently as possible.
Tom was a senior partner at McKinsey.
Yeah, we're gonna have Barkin.
Well, it's an incredibly
again. They're not. None of these people are voters.
So, and
Dolly was actually pretty good listening
law
to,
degrees from
even though she caused SVB
as being the sacred zip code. So you can Google it and figure out what it is. On a personal note, it's been a blast for me to support Tom for the last 5 years. It would be ideal, of course, if he felt similarly, but he can confirm or deny shortly.
What is the
I know
interview?
No one more able to drink from a fire hose than Tom, and keeping up with him has proved difficult.
It sounds like
because
Aziz
I'm more
is giving
like
him his
a
intro.
straw person. Pro tip, you should not try to eat lunch regularly with him, as only his scientific miracle of a constitution can tolerate the volume of chicken fingers and Mountain Dew. So please join me in welcoming Tom Barkin.
Yeah, he sounds like Aziz Ansari.
Our second distinguished panelist is President Raphael Bostic, President and CEO of the Atlanta Fed. Raphael became the 15th president of the Atlanta Bank back in 2017. He is also a member of the FOMC, and before joining the bank, Raphael was a professor of public policy at the University of Southern California in sunny SoCal. He also served at the Department of Housing and Urban Development and spent several years as an economist in the Fed at the Board of Governors. He earned his PhD from the other sacred zip code, perhaps, but his undergraduate degree from the original sacred zip code. So, Raphael is leading the Fed's effort to promote safety and payments innovation, which includes partnering with financial tech companies. So, apropos of today's event, he's particularly interested in working with policymakers and researchers to help find ways to make the economy work for every American. Raphael helps guide the Fed's multifaceted program aimed at enhancing economic mobility and resilience.
On the high.
This is also really why these developments that we're talking about today ultimately matter. What are the implications for the potential that individuals can realize in their lifetimes?
ASO on the low. Pfizer's coming up towards the high again.
Cocktail, a Grand Hatton ideally. Please join me in welcoming President Raphael Bostic.
Lil Wayne, we DF Bostic. And the F is for fiscal.
We're lucky to have this conversation be moderated by a distinguished journalist. Peter Coy is the opinion writer at the New York Times. Peter Coy writes about economics
for
the
New York
opinion section of the
Times.
Times, and his newsletter for Times subscribers appears 3 times a week. I am a subscriber. And before that, Peter spent nearly 32 years writing for Business Week and its successor, Bloomberg Business Week.
How many times did Peter let SBF get away with a crime?
He was a reporter, and reporters, Jillian mentioned
look at
journalists as a
Bostic.
tribe. Reporters have been, in my experience, some of the most lucid and centered individuals.
Tesla,
that you're
a couple of
generally run
candles,
into. And
lower.
So they're the most difficult to impress, the easiest to kind of, run into trouble with, of course. So I think it's really good that we have somebody of
And then
Peter's
regionals
caliber here.
are at the high.
Peter has a history degree from Cornell University, and economics and history are tied. Recently, Robert Lucas, one of the most eminent macroeconomists, passed away. He started out as a history major. So with that, let me turn it over to Peter. Thank you.
I've never been linked in one sentence with Robert Lucas, so that's pretty amazing. All right, I'm off to a good start
Hopefully
here.
he'll come back now. So.
U.S. sold 3-month bills
thank
at
you,
5.25,
gentlemen, for doing this.
highest
I really
yield
appreciate
since
it, and, honored to
2001.
be here. I'm going to start out with a question. I'm trying to focus on technology and monetary policy and supervision, so tying together the topic of the conference with specifically what you guys do day to day. First question is about uncertainty, a big theme of this conference. Inflation, high inflation generates uncertainty because high inflation tends to also be variable. On the other hand, lowering inflation can generate its own form of uncertainty. Will it cause a recession, et cetera, et cetera? So can I just ask you guys to think about a fairly familiar question for you, which is what to do
Bonds
about
going lower,
inflation
too.
through the lens of uncertainty and investment? And maybe start with Raphael.
Well, first of all, it's good to see everyone. Thank you for coming to the conference. I remember when this was first conceived, we thought, well, maybe someone would be interested in it, maybe once. And to see this happening again and again is really just a joy for me. In terms of uncertainty, uncertainty hits in so many different ways. So when I think about the goal of our policy, I think about it as we're trying to set a foundation so people can make long-run investments and try to get to position themselves in the longer term. And uncertainty undermines all of those things. And so if you aren't sure what prices are going to be 5 years from now, or if prices are going to be too high 5 years from now, the set of things you'll invest in is going to be smaller, and you'll be worse off for that, and we'll be worse off for that. In today's environment, I feel like a lot of the uncertainty is around what the trajectory of return to 2% is going to look like, and how fast it's going to look like. And that, in many instances, causes people to just pause and say, let me just wait. We don't want wait. We want to continue to see investments so families and businesses can make themselves better off. And that's why we spend a lot of time going around trying to tell people how we're thinking about our policy so that maybe they'll have a little less uncertainty about what the next 6, 8, 12 months is going to look like in terms of our action.
Sure. Tom?
Well, so I'll just echo Raphael. I was in Clayton, North Carolina on Thursday, and we were doing a roundtable of small businesses, and we were talking about investment. And they absolutely talked about uncertainty about inflation, and they also talked about uncertainty about interest rate path.
Sure.
And so I think they just very tangibly put together this question of how long will inflation last with the question of, and what will have to happen from the Fed to do something about that. Those are intermingled in their minds. I also wanted to join Raphael in thanking everybody for coming. And Peter, Raphael and I both made the decision to wear neckties today in honor of you.
Actually, you don't know this. I just put mine on just 2 minutes ago, so.
Well,
he keeps it in his breast pocket just in case.
I read the New
Emergency.
York Times, and I know that Peter owns, I think, 254 neckties.
Oh, you read that one.
Exactly. And so, we're still old school. We're going to go with you on this.
Oh, thank you, thank you. AI, huge topic these days. For years, people have been predicting that automation would generate high unemployment, and it hasn't happened. Unemployment rate's still very low. Will AI change things, and how do you look at that as central bankers? Maybe start with Tom on this one.
There's a lot to be told in the story. I mean, AI certainly feels to me like a potentially transformative technology. By the way, it exists already in lots of places, and a good example would be credit scoring. I assume there was some point 30 or 40 years ago where credit cards were underwritten by a human who, looked at a file and made some choices. But eventually, people figured out that there was an algorithm that could work to do a better job. And so some of those humans went away, but then other humans arrived, maybe risk management in that particular case. And so I think the classic creative destruction model that says that some jobs will go away and it will also create other jobs is very much real in the AI world as well. The question to focus on, just like when you're talking about automation in a factory, is redeployment of the people who are doing those jobs. My hope and expectation is, the folks who get displaced there will find their way to the other jobs, but that's something I think we're just going to have to spend time thinking about.
So you're really saying that you don't predict chronic, widespread high unemployment, but just a problem of reallocation of labor? That's your perspective?
Yes.
Okay.
So I agree with him, but we shouldn't assume that redeployment of labor can happen. One of the things that has been interesting and really has been very present in my mind is that in the last several waves of industrialization or technological innovation, the set of skills that people who were in the old technology needed to have to be in the new technology wasn't so far from each other. Those skill sets weren't very distinct. And now I feel like we're getting to where there's much larger gaps between where the people who are going to be displaced are and where they need to get to be employed. And so it may require us to have a bit more intentionality about what that transition looks like. Because if skills are really close, then people can kind of figure that out on their own.
Sure.
If they're more distant, then it's going to require a different kind of infrastructure so people can understand how what they need to do to be employable. But at the base, I agree with Tom. Like new technology creates new opportunities, and those new opportunities have jobs with them. And so there is potential, but we just need to make sure that everyone understands them and understands how they can reach those.
Okay, great. Hey, we're getting some great questions in from the audience, so I'm going to intersperse mine with the audience questions. And here's one that already has 5 votes. So there's precedent for the Fed to deter activity away from risky assets, i.e. crypto, complex derivatives, especially with lacking fiscal policy. Do assets tied to greenhouse gas emissions present a material risk? This is the question about how much should the Fed worry about climate change.
That was the top audience question.
I'm going to push back on the first part of that sentence. The Fed is not it's not an agency or an institution that does asset allocation or drives it.
Okay.
And then we're entering in the lower candles from earlier.
Make decisions on the things they want to invest in. They understand what the risks associated with that are. And the engagement that we do in climate change has been about that. How are the risks changing such that, say, a property that is 3 blocks from the beach, how at risk is that today as opposed to how it was 10 years ago? I'll never forget this. The first, I started in June of 2017. I think it was September of 2017. A hurricane got to Atlanta, and it was still hurricane strength. Now, Atlanta, for those of you who have not been to Atlanta, we are not on the coast. We are not close to the coast. And so for a storm to be that strong still there, said there's something totally
like the
different
third time
happening.
I've
This
seen
is
it
the
on the
first
high
time
ticker.
ever. And so that kind of change means that anything between Atlanta and the coast, you have to be rethinking sort of what your exposure is. And our job is really to make sure that you are thinking about it at a minimum, and we are going to encourage you to take actions to be ready to accommodate and really react when those risks arise. But I've never had a conversation saying, don't invest in that property, don't invest in that business. Like, that's not our job.
Sure.
And so we're not going to do that.
Any thoughts, Tom?
I just said it's all through the lens of bank oversight and supervision. And so even more so, it's, what enables a bank to be successful or not, as opposed to some priority of assets. That's a preference.
Okay. The question has 14 upvotes already. And it's not exactly on the theme of the conference, but it's very much on people's minds, which is, what is the impact to the U.S. economy if the United States defaults?
Doesn't sound good to me.
Doesn't sound good. All right. We heard it from Tom Barkin, guys. Any other things?
No, he's right.
Okay.
This is awful.
So basically not a good thing. All right. All right, good. We're moving right along here. I want to ask you, back on sort of more of a tech question, Federal Reserve issued digital currency. And I'm going to start with Tom on this one, because I want to ask you, through the perspective of some of the work you do, people may not realize this, but in addition to your duties at the Richmond Fed, you also are in charge of a Fed-wide function. Is that right? A national IT? Mm-hmm. First of all, tell us a little bit about what that is, because not everybody knows what that role is for you, and then maybe segue into digital currency.
So there are 12 Federal Reserve banks. Each of us have a job to do, and that job requires technology. And the banks decided, 25 years ago, that it made sense to collaborate and coordinate on big parts of technology for the obvious reasons that there's scale and benefits to being together. And so on behalf of my fellow reserve banks, the Richmond Bank oversees national IT, which then tries to influence the system and the system technology. And so specifically, that means we oversee the infrastructure, the data centers, the cybersecurity, the system CISO is part of this organization. Those sets of common functions, end user services, common functions that you do across the bank. So that's national IT. And we do that on behalf of our partners, the other 11 banks.
Yeah. Okay. And then does that bear on the CBDC issue, or is that really kind of a separate thing? And one way or the other, I want to get you to talk about digital currency.
Central bank digital currency. The Fed put out a paper on this about a year and a half ago. I think it's still a pretty resonant paper, at least to me. And my takeaway from that paper is, first of all, you'd need authorization from Congress to issue a central bank digital currency. Second, if that authorization were to come, you'd have to think really hard about how you put it together. And there were some bright lines in that paper. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but one of them I remember was that it needs to be intermediated. That if you tried to put a central bank digital currency in the hands of everyone and you had a bank
3-4 point pop back above VWAP. But we have not done anything, even from Euro close. You're like 10 points below, a tenth of a point below.
You want something to be anonymous because we're not trying to track transactions of people. Those sorts of
nano imaging still killing it.
I think the debate tends to be around, what are you trying to achieve with a digital currency? What's the problem you're trying to solve?
Yeah.
And there's a range of opinions on that. Some people will talk about China's doing a digital currency, don't we need to do one? But of course, China's not doing it to have it be an anonymous digital currency. They're actually trying to track transactions. Some people will talk about this as a easy way, as a more seamless way to get money into people's individual accounts, but that runs into the intermediation problem I was talking about. Some people talk about cross-border transactions being expensive, and they are expensive. I'm not sure if this is what you need to do to solve that. But I think that's really what what you would need to know to get focused on is, what problem exactly are you trying to solve?
Just on the intermediation question, there are some people who would say, hey, why are we so worried about disintermediation of the banks? Maybe that ought to happen. That would be pretty radical, of course, but You want to have any thoughts about that?
Well, banks play an important function in this economy, that of lending money to individuals and businesses. And in the context of what we just went through over the last couple months, as I'm talking to people about their relationships with banks, they're not saying I want less of that. They're saying I want more of that. People are interested in getting credit where they need it. And so we're not a credit providing institution. So if you didn't have banks, you'd have to solve the credit provision question.
Right. And I also think there'd be real questions that would be raised about, like, how do you do monetary policy? Like, the transmission of monetary policy happens through bank institutions so directly that there'd be a lot that was not known about, whether our policies or how our policies would then reach the financial system and the real economy. And you started with uncertainty.
Yeah.
Without having clarity, there's going to be a whole lot of uncertainty there, and it'd be very interesting. Be interesting to see how you and the media and many analysts assessed sort of what the world meant in an environment or economy that didn't have a large banking sector that was interest rate sensitive.
It would be different, for sure. Question, I quizzed some of my journalistic brethren before the conference, so one question, discount window, should it be open 24/7? And the background to that, of course, is that if a crisis comes, you don't want to, and a bank needs money, and it's after hours, it's kind of a bad thing. And if other things are happening, if the financial system overall is not closing down, then maybe the discount window shouldn't close down either. Thoughts on that? Maybe Raphael?
Yeah, so it's very, very interesting. The notion of time in people's lives and people doing transactions has really changed in my lifetime. And it became perhaps most apparent to me in the Silicon Valley collapse, where it was 36 hours and a bank that was not on anyone's radar was gone. Right? That never happened before. And it really said to me that, like, how we think about
that sounded like
time's
Lil Wayne.
role in transactions
And that bank
and
was gone.
our processes and all those things require a rethink. If you don't think a bank is going to collapse in a week, then you don't need your tools to be available minute to minute.
Sure.
Right. And I think that the reality now, we have apps, we have social media, we have ways that are going to build these networks and cause things to move a lot faster. All of our processes and policies are going to have to change, probably be more ubiquitous and be more nimble.
What do you mean by ubiquitous?
Well, I think it's on demand, if you will.
Yeah.
Sort of like when you need it, you can get it.
Yeah.
And,
all right, you're coming back up to Euro close level right now.
Resource like that. This is one of the reasons why we're
Again, we
moving
have not
to
moved in a
much more
long
instant
time
payments.
here.
Yeah.
Again, you
like
got to
I
get
said,
above
now,
4,200, and if you
development, I
can't
think, is
break,
pretty
then there's
significant in
nothing.
this space. And even before that, like, we were starting to do more 24/7 type of activities. That was already moving, but now I think with Silicon Valley Bank, the set of things that we're going to be thinking about and how does time play out there has broadened pretty significantly. Discount window is going to be one of them.
Is there any reason not to go 24/7 on the discount window?
Well,
I did an MES, a small one to the upside.
And you
not a
need to
reco, you
have
will lose money.
Pretty significant. Your systems need to be basically able to clear, settle, account, all those things in real time at the transactional level. And for many of the things that we've done, they've been more in batches, so that you didn't have sort of that moment-to-moment, that transaction-to-transaction
Teledocs running.
to know exactly
you guys
where
called that out
everybody
earlier.
was at all times. And so, look, I'm not a technologist in that regard, but my folks tell me the move from 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to 24/7 it is more than just a personnel problem. There are things you have to put into your systems in order to make that work seamlessly.
Polte signaling GME purchases. They
So
deleted
their
their tweet shortly after.
That coming out of 2008, the discount window was perceived to have a certain amount of stigma. That somehow if you leverage or access the discount window, that was a sign that you as a bank were, facing stresses that people would be worried about.
Ulta's on the low.
I think what we've learned in the last couple months is the discount window is a sign of strength. Being prepared, having collateral previously positioned, and having availability to it when you need it is a signal to depositors that you have access to the liquidity you need. And of course, that's why the Fed got here in the first place. So I'm very supportive of whatever the need is, having the discount window.
Just 1 second on that, just to push back a little bit. Having access to the discount window is a sign of strength, but using it is still has some stigma.
Well, I think having access to liquidity is strength, and that means you got to prepare for it. You got to pre-post collateral to it. You've got to be testing it and be ready to go. And I don't know. I think a lot of banks in the last couple months have been touting their access to it as a signal.
I can use this if I need to, but as soon as you actually do use it, then everybody starts to get worried.
So, but let me just
Don't
push
see it
back.
that way?
No, let me push back on that. Look, what we know is that. Would you rather your town have a fire department or not?
Would I rather
your town have a fire department? Or not?
Yeah.
It's the existence of the fire department.
Yeah, but if you call the fire department, there's a fire.
So that when something bad happens, my house won't burn down.
Yeah.
This is very much the same thing, and so
that's
it's the
awful
existence of the
analogy.
and one of the things that we saw at the very beginning of the pandemic.
It's exactly what we're saying. If you call the fire department, there's a fire.
As you know,
that's the point.
We put the facilities out, and it was the existence of the facilities that calmed everything down. And it caused markets to then start to function on a more regular basis so that the likelihood that they would use those tools actually went down. And so for me, I think just having the access is the critical thing. And Tom talked about being ready. One of the things that we learned.
He was like, y'all got a fire station, right?
The SVB crisis and through that period was that there were a number of bank institutions that weren't actually ready to use the tool to prevent the full meltdown from happening. And so one of the things we've been doing is we've gone to all of our banks and said, do you have all your paperwork? Do you know how to do the collateral? Are you ready to use this? Because it's that preparation that is part of having true access.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
He's like, all right.
I have another AI question. Before
I'll just ignore that. That's okay.
Markets, but now I want to ask you about from the point of view of bank supervision. So maybe we'll start with Raphael on this one. Can AI, this is another question from
Fair.
Howard there. Howard, hi Howard.
Hey Howard.
Everybody knows Howard. All right. Can AI be used, say, to detect problems that might not be obvious to a human being bank supervisor? And it could be sifting through filings.
AI Fed regulation. That's the question.
So I guess the answer is sure. The thing that let me step back and say this. We're already doing some of this today. So, one of the things that the Fed has been doing writ large, a lot in my bank, is starting our evaluations of bank institutions remotely, saying, send us your data files. We're going to run a bunch of analyses on them to see if we detect patterns and can understand sort of what the risk is without having to have our team.
Again, we're waiting for 4,200 tests right now.
And that has allowed us to shorten our exams.
Wall is on the high.
To be more effective, and it's allowed us to have sort of more pointed conversations because we know there's a bunch of stuff where you don't have these issues. The question is, and SVB and First Republic, other things that brought this out, is to what extent can you cover the entire space effectively of how risk might present itself? And by using big data sort of algorithms and approaches, might you identify and learn new things that you hadn't really thought of were so material? I think that's where the frontier is, and we'll see how that goes. Those things also won't evolve like in an hour. It's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of thought. I think that we're now doing a review of all of our supervision. Vice Chair Michael Barr has embarked us on a path to start to ask all of these questions, and I'm hopeful that we'll have answers to them in the not too distant future.
All right.
I think technology will make us better. It won't be instead of, it'll be in addition to. And I'm really struck by the example of chess. 20 years ago, the IBM machine took down Garry Kasparov in this famous match. Today, all these chess masters are doing their stuff with computer. It turns out that a grandmaster with a computer, either beats a grandmaster or beats a computer. And so I think that's how it is. We've got great bank supervisors. We're going to have ever better insights into the banks. I think the two of those together are going to be an even better combination.
Yeah. Question from the audience, and by the way, thank you all for submitting questions. Please keep them coming. We still have time to go.
Keep them
I talked
coming.
a little bit before about real time, and you mentioned FedNow. First of all, for people who don't know, what's the timetable for rolling out of FedNow? How is it going to change things, and I presumably make things better? Will it affect the average consumer in a way that person will notice? I'll ask Tom that one first.
Yeah, so
Chevron on the high.
For those who don't know it, it's real-time.
And don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. I did $50 on an Amazon weekly call.
Going live with
only $50 for one of them.
I think about it as infrastructure. So it's the sewer and water and plumbing that will allow banks and fintech companies to put front ends on it that will allow you to get access to money faster. Good example is if you have a Schwab account today and you have a bank account today and you want to move the money between Schwab and your bank account, it doesn't move immediately. It takes a day or two for it to settle, but there may well be needs where you need it immediately. Zelle is the same way, and so this will create the infrastructure needed to be able to move money real time. And as Raphael said earlier, I think the world is moving ever closer to real time. So that's the spirit of it.
Does this take float out of the system, and does that hurt somebody's profits?
Well, it depends who holds it. I mean, but if the money moves faster, it's not in this account, but it's in that account. So the float would transfer, if you will, to the receiver. But I'm not sure. So yes, somebody gets hurt and somebody gets help. That's the.
It's not a net reduction in.
Right. It's not a net reduction in float.
And you have any thoughts on that?
Well, there could be. But it depends on the nature of the relationship. Yeah. But to the extent that, so when I think about, when I do a credit card, for example, and that's not, but if say you do a debit card, to the extent that those debit card transactions don't close immediately or don't settle immediately, then there's some time when I've actually spent the money, but I'm still holding it. Instant payments would say, when I spend the money, I spent the money. I don't hold it anymore, so I don't have the ability to have that benefit. To the extent that those sort of frictions in the system get reduced, that should reduce the incidence, but whether it'll cause it to disappear, I think it will depend.
There's somebody on the other side who'll get the money faster.
Right.
So you don't get the benefit, but he or she has the benefit. That's the.
Right.
Yeah.
I think about it from my perspective, though.
Even Fed bank presidents.
Raphael, you will be better off unequivocally.
All right. Okay. So this one got 15 votes. Ask you both: are you seeing businesses?
Coinbase and crypto plays on the high,
technology for remote
and then
work,
MBOT is up 150%. That's in the bottom right.
Just disappeared off my screen, but I think it said, or are businesses trying to get people back to work?
Bro, MBOT's going crazy. $3 now.
I talk to feel like they're on a journey to take a bunch of folks who, for the benefit of the institution, went home during COVID, and now they believe for the benefit of the institution they'd like back more. Yeah. Post-COVID. I don't think anybody really thinks that flexibility is gone, but most of the people I talk to believe that the benefits of being in person, whether it be relationships, connectivity, information sharing, values inspection, collaboration, are enough they'd like to bring people back more. That said, I think what the final model is going to be is still very much being competed in the marketplace. And there is a range of people, from those who believe they want everyone back every day all the time, to those who believe they can operate a remote workforce. One of those groups will have higher real estate costs, one will have lower real estate costs, one perhaps will have more collaboration and connectivity, one will have less, and they're going to compete it out. So I think we're still at a part where we're early in the next phase of this game, And the market will figure out what the right model is, I think, over time.
So when I think about this, you have like 0% in the office, and you have 100% in the office. My default pre-pandemic was, let's be at 100%. There are some specialized jobs you could be at 0, but mainly are going to be at 100. Then the pandemic happened. We basically went to 0. My mindset was, oh, this is interesting. We're actually getting things done. So 100 probably isn't the right answer. But I don't think 0 is the right answer either. And I think that's the sorting out. And Peter, you asked, like, are people doing technology to facilitate remote, or are they getting people back? They want people back. I think it winds up being both. Right, and then the question is, how much are you going to
riot again on the high?
Use that technology versus how much are you going to? How many days are going to be where you don't?
Now
need
Coinbase, the crypto plays are going.
My guess, I'll just say for our
Bitcoin ain't even moving.
We're sort of in a more hybrid space.
And then bonds at the low.
We have 2 days in the office.
Again, the yen is down a lot, so that can make sense.
Everyone's got to be there.
Which is what? It differs by location.
Each team gets to pick their own anchor day. So, this flexibility thing, I'm not doing mandates, declarations from on high, but making sure that folks are doing it. And then, 6 months from now, we'll do a retrospective, see what productivity looks like. Are people showing up? How do we have to recalibrate? I don't think we'll ever go back to 100%.
Yeah.
We have some essential.
Yeah, Micron is at the high.
100%. And
still
we're
down
also
2.5.
actually quite sensitive about this. This is actually an interesting thing in that, with the introduction of the ability to be remote, jobs that don't have that ability are now comparatively less attractive, right? And so we've been thinking about how do you adjust to acknowledge that reality and then provide other incentives for people for the people who we want to be in those positions, so they don't feel that deficit in quite the same way.
I would add a lot of those jobs, whether it be policemen or firemen or nurses or teachers, construction or manufacturing, waiters and waitresses. Those are the jobs that are actually shortest today. And so, we sort of have a memory of an economy that in a recession, let's say in 2008, had excess auto manufacturers, had excess construction people. Today, those are the places where we're shortest. And so it really is a difference in design. And so the professionals have a different world than the frontline workers.
Yeah, there's that weird GME rumor. It's been holding up since then.
Ability to staff and support.
Oh, Powell to speak at new Democratic coalition tomorrow at lunch. Wow, that's an update. You get to hear from Powell tomorrow.
Various ideas for gating.
Very interesting.
Limiting how much people.
So that wasn't on the schedule this week. We're hearing that now.
If you don't like that, what else can you do to stop these runs on uninsured deposits? Maybe we'll start with Raphael.
I think there are 2 parts to this. So one is sort of what's the structure of
IEP on the low. Rumble's getting a candle here at the high. Etsy's on the high too.
I did not really think about the well.
Yeah, ICANN is down 8% right now.
Deposit insurance has been structured in an environment.
And then Caesars is on the high, and then really SPY right below 4,200 right now.
Like if you think about
CDS panel rules Credit Suisse sale to UBS did not trigger payout.
The bank run was every family getting in line and trying to get their money, and they were all thinking about, just regular people getting their life savings. And so these thresholds have been set on that basis. The Silicon Valley Bank problem was not, it's a wonderful life problem. This was not families. This was a bunch of businesses who were trying to make
good payroll. Movie. Coin is still running.
Different enterprise, and it's not. The mindset is different, and the scaling is different.
Right.
So we don't have the deposit insurance system that's really structured to meet all the different use cases of a financial institution, and that's one thing we got to think about, because for most banks, $250,000 is not, for most businesses, is not going to be enough to cover your basic payroll, right? And so if you can take that off, then the notion of what an uninsured deposit and the scope of it really narrows a lot. and it can reduce a lot of those issues.
When you say take it off, what do you mean?
Create a lever that is relevant for businesses, right? So we have the household threshold, you have a business threshold. They shouldn't be the same because they're doing different things and they have different needs. And the thing I would say on this, and the reason I think it's an interesting thought is, businesses meeting payroll is not about risk-taking, is not about speculation, is not about all the things that you might worry about incentivizing through some kind of regulatory structure. It's about just trying to pay for the people to do their work this week. It's much more basic. I know there are all these things about definition and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have to worry about that. I can just be thoughtful. But so there's that. Then in terms of the gating, it's an interesting question to ask. I don't think
funds?
I would be uncomfortable, I think, with the Fed deciding something like that or a banking regulator thinking like that.
CTLT's on the high.
Look, banks have been doing that for a while. So I remember when I used to take, you can do picture deposits of checks. Mm-hmm. And for, there was a daily threshold on a daily maximum, right? All those sorts of things, those are the equivalent of gating, and banks just did that. And as they got more comfortable, they raised the level. Right? There's nothing that says they can't do that for anything. I think the challenge is that, people like to feel like they can get their money when they want their money. And so it winds up being sort of a socialization issue, a PR issue, and the
regionals
fear is that if you get nobody else does, people are going to go to the institution that is not gating, and then I can get all my money. And so it would really be a bit about how you would implement it, but the concept as that you put forward makes a lot of sense. In that if you can do that, the speed then comes down. And it gives the institution time to respond, and it gives the regulators time to be present as well.
I mean, the traditional assessment of a bank's deposit risk had three pieces to it. You had retail deposits, largely under 250, largely insured, very little run risk. You had wholesale deposits, broker deposits, very obvious, lots of run risk. Then you had this thing called uninsured deposits, which actually in most of the formulas didn't have much
They're
more
both
run
non-voters.
risk than the retail
So Barkin's not even a voter.
Something.
None of this Fed speakers today are voters.
Deposits in today's world have a lot of run risk, and I think something will have to be done.
Novak's on the high.
Now, you could
where's
do
Pfizer?
that through insurance. You could do that
Pfizer's
through gating.
still holding 38.
You could do that through
and
product
SPY
design,
right below
product structure.
4,200.
A lot of the brokerage accounts today have a service where if you have a CD for more than 250, they actually distribute among multiple banks. That's one way to get insurance where you wouldn't otherwise get it. A lot of payroll accounts have the payroll account in a money market, not in the bank. That's another way to do it. And so whether it's done by the banks in terms of product design, or it's done by the FDIC and Congress in terms of insurance, or whether it's done through gating, one way or another, I think we now know something we didn't know 2.5 months ago, which is that these things have a run risk. And I think for the stability of the system, somewhere in this, we're going to have to find a different answer.
Something's got to change, yeah. All right, so we're running out of time. There's one last question which I have to ask, because if I don't, I'll lose my journalistic license. And it's about the
it has nothing to do with SBF.
Oh, looks like we're at time.
Oh, out of time, right? No, so seriously.
No, seriously, tell us.
What's your latest thinking about what the Fed should do about
Stop fucking around.
Fed funds rate at the June meeting? And Raphael, you want to go first?
So we've had a lot of tightening over the last year or so, and the basic finding and research says that our policy works with a lag.
JP Morgan selling off again. We keep getting comments. Regionals at the high, XLF kind of in the middle.
We're starting to see tightness emerge. The thing I'm really trying to be thoughtful about is that this whole pandemic has been a series of unexpected things and surprises in terms of how the economy has responded. And so I don't want to presuppose that I know what the slowdown is going to be like, how the bind is going to go, how fast or how slow it's going to play out. And so I'm kind of comfortable waiting a little bit to see see how things play out. Now, we're going to get a bunch of data in the next couple of weeks on inflation, on job creation. That'll give me a sense of, are we still in the
upstart
in the steady
again, 27.5.
Have things accelerated or have things slowed down? And that'll be information. But right now, absent a big change, I think we're comfortable. I'll be comfortable saying, let's just look and see how things play out for a little bit, and hopefully it'll go as I expect.
What's the one quick? When you say a little bit, pause for one meeting, pause for 2 meetings. What do you think?
See, now this is where the journalist comes in, right? I don't know. Let's take it one meeting at a time. Let's take it a couple weeks, one day at a time.
Oh no, relax.
And just let things play out. Like I feel like, in some sense, there's this notion that we are expected to be all-seeing, and that one data point in one moment is going to give us full clarity on how the whole world's going to evolve over the next 8 weeks. And I don't think that's not how I think I am. And so I really want to let this information sort of come through, not overreact one way or the other.
Okay.
People kind of have a good sense of our commitment to getting inflation to 2%, and that's the most important thing that they need to have. And beyond that, I'd like this to be as orderly a movement as possible.
Yeah, I'm not going to prejudge June. I mean, there's a plausible story out there that says the combined effect of lagged effect of rate increases, credit tightening coming out of the banking situation, waning consumer balance sheets and fiscal stimulus.
Euro peach. We're right at the level of Euro close now.
Down. I'd like to be
White House meeting with GOP negotiators on debt limit ends.
As Raphael said, a whole month's worth of data coming between now and then, including either confirmation or challenge to the hypothesis that demand is cooling, confirmation or challenge to the idea that the labor market is settling, confirmation or challenge to the notion that consumer spending is settling, and inflation. So I'd still see a whole month of information, so I don't prejudge June until I get there.
So there's a difference between the two of you. Your pause, you're what, 50-50?
Oh, man.
Reasonable question.
Did you notice no facial expression?
Yeah, that was very good.
I stayed completely. I just want the record to show there was
He
no
said,
facial
"I ain't laughing at all, mother effer."
So noted. Well,
he said, "Only the guy who insider trades bonds is laughing."
Got what I could out of them, guys. What can I say? I want to thank Raphael Bostic and Tom Barkin for a great session, and please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. Woo! We love you, regional Fed bankers. Thank you. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Very good. Thank you very much. And just for housekeeping purposes, we're going to let the conference attendees head out so that we can get to the next part of the day's events. And for bank staff, this is the flight attendant part of the portion. Some people have tight connections, so hang tight for a minute, and we'll go from there.
He sounds like Aziz. Well, there it is. I mean, there was a lot of headlines, again, from banking stuff all the way to rates. Both of those guys are non-voters. It seems like Bostic sounded a little bit more bullish. Barkin was, again, saying we're going to find out what happens with it. But remember, even this morning, Bullard was even saying he wants 2 more rate hikes. So you've had a lot of comments. Every single one of these Fed people that you've heard today is not a voter. So the market's taking it. But, I mean, realistically, you've had more reactions on bonds and stocks off of debt ceiling headlines than that. So we're going to see how it plays out. We also just heard that Jerome Powell will be speaking tomorrow during a lunch. We didn't have that on the schedule, so that's a nice little addition. Other than that, though, I mean, market has now stayed at the same price since 10:30. We have not moved in the last 2 hours. You are legitimately at the exact same price of Euro close. NASDAQ is up just under 0.5%. Dow Jones is down 1/4, and S&P is up 0.15. So very, very wild day so far. Then you just had debt limit negotiations with GOP. They said they ended it for the day. And then we're still waiting to hear on Biden and McCarthy about an hour after the bell. Yallah. It's a very exciting day. My daughter was born yesterday. Another Chedet in law term on the way. Congratulations, my friend. There it is. Another long term on the way. Indeed. Congratulations. And then where are we at? Where's Pfizer? I can hit this one without warning. I got, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been hitting that one. I feel like it's less offensive, but it's good. It's good, baby. But no stimulus this time. Coinbase to launch U.S. pro crypto ad campaign. What? They're going down. Maybe that's going to be because of costs. They're going to start running a pro crypto campaign. That's it. They've been trying to get people politically active. Imagine stock performers look beyond Brazil. What time is it? It's only 9:30, so very, very early on the day. Damn, MBOT again. That play is up 157% now. That was running during the speech. Bonds are still low, and one thing to keep in mind, the yen is getting destroyed today. So with the bonds down how much they are, they should be down a little bit more. So keep that in mind. Pfizer is below $38 now. I might even hold that one. So I was up like $250 at one point near the high, but I like Ozempic news. I think the market likes Ozempic. Pfizer is at the lows, so I might want to hold that for a little longer than today. MBOT is going up. That's another 10% at the high. Tesla. Little Chicle again. I have an MES. I'm down $20 on that one. So again, we have yet to get past 4,200. In the last 2.5 hours or so, 2 hours flat, a break above 4,200 has not materialized. So you're going a little lower, 41.94, a couple of red candles here now. Again, Dow is the one that's really low. SPY might go break even. It's only up 0.05. My average on Pfizer is like 37.50. Where's Novo? Novo chilled out. I think everything kind of took a candle there. So bonds are even catching a bid. They have not had one all day. And like I was just telling you, bonds should be down a lot more. The yen is down 0.5%. So even though it's been a bad day for bonds, I mean, technically speaking, they're doing a little bit better with the yen down as much as it is. We didn't break out during Bostic. Yeah, you know, Bostic could cause some big moves. The bonds are catching a bid again. Even then, like the bond futures, if you notice how the premiums move, you could pretty much correlates with every single bounce. Yeah, Bostic breakout did not materialize. Bostic was very, I don't know. He sounded like a remixed Bostic where he seemed more no answers instead of really giving anything. He was like, I don't know. And then I think Barkin wanted to say a lot, but Bostic or Barkin knew the market keeps misinterpreting everything. He said, let the record show I am not laughing. Russia to set $1 billion a month limit for deals with exiting non-residents. Russia is going to limit deals. See. Twilio, what time is it? 9:30? All right, almost time. I got a couple minutes till bathroom break. Ad. Get some push-ups in too. Regionals, there was good news on PAC-W. It was like good news, bad news. They pretty much said they're going to sell commercial property at a discount, but it's going to raise them some money and help with the liquidity. And then JP Morgan this morning during Investor Day, JP Morgan flipped, but they were giving a lot of good comments on the on net interest income and where they think things are going to happen. The risk is good. Yields going up, bonds going down. It all depends. So the history of the stock market prior to 2021, even 2020, is if the bond yields went up, stocks would go up with it pretty much. That because bond yields going up means stocks going down. So it used to be the inverse. And then in 2021, the correlation was exactly the same, or 2022. And then we've come back the last couple of days. or the last couple of months now, we've been slowly working an inverse again with the bonds. So it all depends, but as of lately, yields going up, stocks will go up with it, and then vice versa. Yields go down, stocks go down. But again, that may sound contradicting because remember, yields going up is bearish for bonds and yields going down is bullish. So anytime bonds do good, stocks do bad and vice versa. But then again, that relationship is very finicky over the last couple of years. No Bostic investigation. I don't think anything. He didn't resign, obviously, and that's it. I think he just said sorry. And then you kind of bounce a little, dude, still the same price. How do you guys feel about this? Somebody said the stock market looks like Bill today. But this is wild for a Monday. I mean, the first couple of moves were pretty wild, but you are like hugging right below 4,200 now for the last like 2.5 hours. Feel cucked. It happens. Welcome. Welcome. The bonds just lost their bid on the bonds or on the option plays. KRE, there's a lot up. Again, Zion got an upgrade. The people somehow like the PAC-W news. And then even then, remember, regional sold off on Yellen's comments on Friday. So I think it helped it out. And then again, positive news out of JP Morgan in the morning. Seems obvious it's waiting on debt ceiling. Yeah, I think tensions are high. We had a fake Pentagon rumor. Don't forget about that. So, but I think we're waiting. I mean, we just heard no more negotiations. We're waiting on the one phone call or the meeting with Biden and McCarthy. So that'll be an interesting setup. Qualcomm, Samsung's bespoke Snapdragon chipset may be coming to other phones soon. Rumors suggest Qualcomm's latest processor could be coming to other handsets. That could be big for them. Qualcomm got a little volume and no move, but see if that materializes, that could be a big one. Qualcomm's not even moving off of it yet, but we saw that again. Even Pfizer move had a little bit of a lag today. So keep an eye out for Qualcomm on that. Troy's posting that now. What do I think Biden will say? I think he's going to say, I think they're going to both talk a lot of shit. I think they're going to all, like McCarthy and Biden, they're going to say one thing bad about the negative side. Then they're going to say, we want it like this. And then they're going to say, but we're still talking. So I think it's going to be bad news out of Biden and McCarthy. But then the good news is going to be a follow-up discussion. So it's kind of like, it's like getting rejected by a girl, but she's like, I'll meet with you tomorrow to talk about it again. That's all that's happening. You're like, yo, I wonder what's going to happen. Then they keep getting rejected, but then they're like, but we still going to talk tomorrow. So that's kind of how I'm viewing it. And then J Alt, try to go in the chat again. J Alt, are you there? Can you hear me? J Alt, can you hear me? Maybe refresh. It says, I think I got it fixed. I just needed that link. He should be free. There it is. Thank you. Oh, we got it. There you go. It was on the 4th day. It wasn't the 3rd day. On the 4th day, he is risen. Wow. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. We got him. There it is. That's cool. Now I know how to get it, though. Because, dude, I couldn't find you. I couldn't find you throughout the whole thing. But now if you send me the URL to your account, I could find it. So that's very, very good news. Well, there it is, J.All. There it is. There it is. Mm-hmm. Free at last. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. I could give a like to that, too. That was, whew. We had to work for that, man. We had to work for that. And then Qualcomm, they didn't really move on that. What was Jay Out's alleged crime? Nothing. He was wrongfully imprisoned for the last 3 to 4 days. He was wrongfully thrown into the gulag. So that's why we made such a deal about it. It was a wrongful pocket ban. Friendly fire. Enemy AC-130 inbound. We'll get him again next time. NVIDIA. Dude, JPM, those last set of comments from the CEOs clapped it. Tesla's coming down, even Square a little bit. Again, there was a lot of runners here. They're all kind of calming down now. Even Microsoft's giving up. All right. Yeah, we defeated the jug. I know, right? That's it. We just had to get creative. I'm telling you, I unbanned so many people, I couldn't find it. And that's why I'm glad we had that idea, though. But you sent me your link, and then I was just able to find, because it won't let me find your YouTube channel if it doesn't show up. But it did. It said that you were banned for some reason. So I got to unban you. We made it. We did it, Joe. We did it. Yeah, everybody's free now thanks to J.All. It's good. So now that too, if I ban you for not following rules, I won't feel as bad. So it's a win-win for everybody. It's a win-win for everybody. But that being said, my friends, I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, so follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. It is now. We need some push-ups too, so get that body moving too. I need to go pee though. I've already started to proceed to exit, so get those push-ups in too. But Chad, I love you. I will be right back, and see you soon.
As well as responding to commentary from Fed officials. Two Fed regional bank presidents, Neil Kashkari and James Bullard, giving some hawkish commentary, talking about how a pause is not necessarily the thing that's going to come up next. Perhaps a rate hike might be in order in the coming future, and also how inflation is still something the Fed is keeping its eye on. Nevertheless, you continue to see those big cap tech stocks piling on gains. We have the NASDAQ 100 already at a 13-month high, gaining another 0.2%. Apple among the big gainers here. And XLF, the ETF that tracks financial stocks, in focus today as JP Morgan Chase holds its investor day and PacWest makes some moves to shore up its liquidity. The 2-year yield inching up by 6 basis points. These days, that kind of is an inching up at 4.32%. We know that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has said that the chances the U.S. can pay all of its bills by mid-June when the next round of tax receipts come in are quite low. And we do know that President Joe Biden and Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, are scheduled to resume meeting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time today after the markets close. So there's a lot of wait and see until we get to that point. Now, taking a look at one individual name, it's Micron, and the stock is in retreat today, falling as much as 5% from Friday's close to an 11-month high. But today, it is coming down a little bit because, like so many other tech stocks, Micron has had a banner 2023 so far. The memory chip maker had gained as much as 37% after giving indication that the industry has worked its way through most of the oversupply of chips. But what happened today is that China said Micron's products failed to pass a cybersecurity review, and that's led to a decision to ban Micron products. Other U.S. chip makers are falling in sympathy, while we've seen some Korean chip makers like Hynix and SK gain as a result. Alex?
Now, increasingly, leaders of AI companies are asking Congress to establish safeguards to mitigate threats their technology poses, like OpenAI CEO and many others. But what kinds of threats does AI pose to society exactly? We'll bring in Sarah Krebs, director of the Tech Policy Institute over at Cornell, a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, who recently wrote that large language models, quote, may disrupt far more than just the economy. They also appear poised to challenge democracy, too. Let's bring Sarah in for a deeper dive. Sarah, tell me, challenges to democracy. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, thanks. It's great to be here. So one of the things, so I've been working with language models now for several years, and the concern I had was that if looking at 2016, there were bad actors that were trying to insinuate themselves in the democratic process, what happens now when these language models enter in and make it really easy to generate a lot of content, credible content, really quickly? So we wanted to map that terrain. And so we did an experiment and randomly sent AI-generated text and human-generated text to members of Congress, the state legislatures around the country. And we saw that members of Congress cannot tell the difference. And anyone who's worked with ChatGPT can see just how plausible sounding this content is. And so I think it's important for us to understand the threat and by way of mitigating that threat. And I think that's what we were trying to uncover with this research.
Sarah, when I think of where misinformation typically lives, that's on social media.
All righty. Where's the, what's it called? There it is. I wanted to see something. They were talking AI, but they said something about odds. And it reminded me, I haven't looked at the odds of a debt ceiling agreement. Wow. So very interesting. So right now, it's 1 penny still. Will Congress raise or suspend the debt ceiling by October 1st? Oh, this is from 2021. Oh, that's what I'm trying to find. We need the predicted odds. Republic, do they not have a bet on it? But usually these are like the betting markets on events, and sometimes it could give you an idea into what's going on. Will Biden be impeached? Will Biden resign? I'm surprised they don't have any of them. No way. No way. Maybe they made it where you can't bet on it. Yeah, there's a couple of sites. Predict It is like the normal one. I even got a sponsorship request from one of the other ones. They wanted to give me, I think they said $25K to bet. But like, it's like there's a lot of these like companies that exist nowadays where you could bet on like world events. So like you could bet on like, again, will somebody get impeached? Will this happen? Will that happen? So on and so forth. How would we lose 7 million jobs if we default? I mean, it wouldn't happen like overnight where, you know, everyone's like, oh, you're fired. Sorry, we defaulted. But it would be a result of the credit effects. So it would tighten up credit. It would make things very, very expensive because credit would not be available. Everybody would have to work it out. And then in the midst of all the credit uncertainty, it would probably freeze hiring and probably even give people problems with making payments. So it's a very negative issue if it did happen. It's crazy. It's crazy that we're still talking about it. And it's crazy that we're so close to the event. But as of now, I mean, it is the worst case scenario, but we still have 10 or 15 days to avoid it. All depends on how you want to look at it. JPM. Bonds are trying to catch a bid there. People are trying to rationalize and game out what will happen. Well, the idea is it shouldn't happen at all. But now just the fact that we are getting so close and nothing continues to get settled on, it makes the situation interesting. That's all. It's a good game. You know, it's just like when you expect a team to really, really win and there shouldn't be any chance. But right now the game is tied and it looks like it should have been a blowout. Everybody should know simply it should get raised. We shouldn't have a problem. But for some reason, you know, it's looking like a tie game by halftime. And that's a very weird one. Good morning. Das Hi. Welcome, my friend. Right now, the NASDAQ is up 0.39, SPY 0.05, Dow Jones 0.3. Bonds got murdered today, so did the yen. China started off good, and then we sold off a little bit. Same thing with the banks, but regionals are doing very, very well. We have no more debt ceiling meetings today till after the bell. A lot of Fed speakers, non-voters, didn't really move much, and I think that's it. Oh, and then Micron news was big, but then the chip makers found a way to bounce. And then even the Pfizer news as well. Twilio's still on the high. That one's 10%. I've seen that one literally all day. I can't do another break-even day. Oh, yes, you can. You would be surprised what the body can endure. In my 15 years of trading, I have learned that I can survive. Indeed, although it was against my will, I have learned to survive the cocketing. Don't worry, my friend. AI-generated photo of fake Pentagon sparks brief stock sell-off. Oh, the first AI pump fake. Bro, Twilio's still going. Riot now is going again. That was 2 hours. That was a wild one. Again, we dropped like an instant 20 points on the SPY. And then the bonds do that. It's good though, because at least I know the bonds work. Maybe that's my tinfoil. Maybe that's my tinfoil was that Pentagon thing was just a test to see if the risk management functions are operating. Because that's it. Bonds worked exactly how they should have. I don't know if you guys realized. Like, that's what I'm saying. The market was dumping out of nowhere, but at least the bonds work. That's what's supposed to happen. Like, that's exactly like the minute they were like, oh, shit, there could be a problem, the algos did not hesitate to eat all of the bonds. So that one was very – gold reacted last, though. It was funny. And then right when gold gave up, gold was like it reacted last, then gave up first, and then by then everything was over. Crude going. That would lift up the SPY a lot. We're kind of lower here. Yeah, crude back to 72.86. Gold it really has been though. Low key, like if the fear gets real, they'll buy up gold. But the minute it's like 50-50, like gold, you really need gold to like you need some big driver to get gold off of it, to get gold back on its feet. So I think gold low key is the snitch. And then at least we know if anything happens, just buy the bonds because that shit works. They did not hesitate. They brought that thing up 0.25% real quick. ALGN, a line is on the high. Zoom info again as well. I have two NVIDIAs up here. I thought NVIDIA was Tesla. Crude, it's not my opinion, but this is what people were saying this morning. I think it was Goldman. But they're saying that once the debt ceiling drama goes away, oil should be able to go up, given that it'll kind of stop some of the drama here and people will feel a lot better coming into the second half of the year. I kind of agree with it, but other than that, I think oil is trying to fight its way out of this demand destruction zone. Who remembers when Russia was attacking the nuclear plant after hours? Yeah, that was big. We were down like 0.5%, 0.7 on the futures, and then by the morning, you were green. And then I think the next day was green. So we've had a lot of days of, how is this going up? So you've had a lot of that. The Saudis blaming short sellers tell me crude will go lower. That's a good take. I feel you. Raul, where are you? Well, we've stayed at this level for a solid like 2.5 hours. Or at least up here at this range. This is the lower end. But we'll see if we actually break out of it or not. I'm down $28. I did a MES right under 4,200 on SPX. Bonds are trying to fight. How is it? We're decently green too. That's the NASDAQ is doing phenomenal. Ironically though, tech is only up 0.04, so that's because of like Google and anything else. How many times in history have we been 10 days out from default? That's a great question. I don't know. Off the top of, I think it's definitely way less than 70. So it's like 70 times we've had this moment, but 10 days or less, I don't think. I want to say 10 times or less, but I would have to double check. So there was actually, no, not really. So 1995, the request for debt ceiling led to a debate in Congress on reduction of federal government, which led to the non-passage of the budget and the shutdown in 1995. The ceiling was eventually increased and the government shutdown was resolved. 2011, you know about that. 2013, following the increase of $16 trillion in 2011, the U.S. reached the debt ceiling on December 31st, 2012. And the Treasury began taking extraordinary measures. The fiscal cliff was resolved by the American Taxpayer Relief Act, but no action was taken on the debt ceiling. Extraordinary measures were to be exhausted by February 15th. Treasury said they had not been set up to optimize payments. It would put a 7% freeze on the nation's GDP. They suspended, and then they suspended the debt ceiling from February 4th to May. So that one, they came into it. It was a February X date. And then they, 10 days before, they suspended the debt. They paused. That's what I was saying was going to happen. So they did what my base case was in 2013. They did that about 10 days before the X date. Then 2021 debt ceiling. They said the extraordinary measures expire October 18th. And then the Senate voted to raise it on October 7th. So about 12 days ahead. So look, we're pushing this one to the wire. Yeah, and then 2011 was just the downgrade before the X date. So there's only been, it seems like 1, 2, 3, 4 other times that you came within 12 days, 15 days of the limit. So again, 2021, that was another one under Donald Trump, I believe. Wasn't that one in there? Or no, that was July 2021. So that was Biden. No, that was Trump. Wasn't it? Or Biden came in January 21. Because I know there was one under Trump, but that one in 2021 is saying that one was 10 days within the date. Or 15 days. But very good question. I mean, we are definitely getting extremely close to the wire. It's wicked to think they fired that guy over the downgrade. I mean, he changed the world. He literally changed America's credit without going back, and it hasn't returned since. Even though that was his job, it was just like it upset everybody. It was wild. How much do we drop if we get closer? I mean, I think we could get very volatile. I think we could move up and down a lot. I think we could drop a lot, but the last like 5 days, it's like it's trying to condition us that nothing is going to happen. So although I think it's going to go down, the last 5 days are telling me we're not reacting to anything. But my basic knowledge of this situation and seeing how much time we have left, I'm assuming we should start to get very volatile after today. So today was the cutoff date I was looking for. Like I've been saying it for weeks now. If we enter 2 weeks ahead of the event with no resolution, the market's going to start whipsawing. And again, the last 5 days, you haven't seen that. It's even today over the weekend was bad news. We still somehow, this isn't volatility. This is pinned. So it's like it's kind of trying to trick us and tell us that it's not going to happen. But like I'm telling you, you go over enough history of this. There's very few moments we've been in this situation. And just now, quite simply, we are running out of time. So I'm assuming it should go down, or that we should have just fat swings up and down on headlines, but we are still yet to experience that. Base case, they won't do a deal till the market reacts. And that's what we're waiting for. And that's why it's weird, because the market is somehow not reacting, which is somehow buying Congress more time. But then realistically, they just don't have any more time. But we will see. But that's what they did in 2013. So that was that one. The X date was February 15th. And then on February 4th, they suspended the debt ceiling. That's the pause I was talking about, where instead of making an agreement, instead of agreeing to do this, they just agreed to suspend it. In that case, they did it for 3 months. Oh, but then, then they pushed that to May, and then that extraordinary measures were October 17th, 2013. And then members of the Republican Party opposed raising it, which had routinely been raised on bipartisan without conditions. They refused to raise it unless Obama defunded Affordable Care Act. They became extraordinary payments and measures, October. And then that one actually, so 2013 was an interesting crisis, actually. Because in 2013, it started at the beginning of the year. Then they suspended it from February to May. So they came 12 days within the date, and then they suspended it till May. And then based on May, the Treasury was like, okay, now we have till like June or October. And then the next cutoff date in 2013 was October 17th. And then they made an agreement on October 17th. So that one's a crazy one. So 2013 was probably the closest moment to now, because that one literally went to the day of. So they had February 17th, then they paused it to May, and then extraordinary measures went from June to October. And then in 2013, on the day of the expiration, or the day where they were supposed to run out of money, they decided to raise the debt ceiling the day of. So very interesting. Maybe we could see the market too. But again, don't forget the markets, all of these issues too, though, you have to like look at the backdrop of the market. Because again, even like 2013 and all that, there was like the debt ceiling, or there was a Eurozone crisis. See, so this is how in 2013 they were running out of money. Then February they kept melting up after, and this is after their recovery, and they kept melting up. Then they paused it till May. Then May came around, market hit all-time highs. Then they freaked out again June and July. Then they bounced up again. Then they had like what they said till like October. And then the market dropped, and then they found the deal in October, and then he ripped up. Honestly, 2013 just went straight up. So it wasn't even like there was volatility, but even then how the market moved, these were both moments. But this is after the debt ceiling got resolved. It went up, and then that was it. And then they didn't freak out the first time. Upstart is just going up. I think it's continuing from last. We would have made $5 for the contracts. I sold them out at like 3 something. They killed it. Would you say if the market didn't respond, then they don't have to raise the debt ceiling? Like, no. Like, if it got, I think yes, to a degree, but it's kind of one of those events. Like, if a default happens, a default happens. So, like, let's say hypothetically, the market did nothing until the day of, and then they didn't have an agreement, and then we had a default, then the market would react no matter what. So the consequence would cause a reaction no matter what, but the market could very well ignore reacting for as long as it wants. But once the effect happens, I don't think you could avoid the consequence. But to a degree, if it didn't want to move at all, it wouldn't. I don't think it has to necessarily, but if it ended up being bad, then it would have to make the move. Google running. Pfizer's coming back up. Even Tesla, too. They may ignore the reaction temporarily. They could ignore all of it. All of it up until something bad happens, and then that's it. If something bad happens, they'll freak out. Even like 2013, what we were just seeing, even coming into the exact date, the market will react, but if it wanted to not make a big reaction, like comparatively, October 2013, even though the market reacted, it was still like 10% higher than where they reacted at the beginning of the year to the debt ceiling in 2013. So it's the market will react when it sees the white of the eyes, but other than that, it just all depends on what happens. So if there is the ultimate negative, I don't think we could avoid that any way, shape, or form. And then like everybody has their money on, there's a good chance you get through this with nothing happening. And then this was all just a drama fest. Tech split. Google, a lot of 2 to 10% moves today. That's the crazy part. 959. Again, Pfizer's trying to climb back up there. Coinbase with another high on the day. CNBC final trades, ON and Netflix. Bro, Netflix, even then, Netflix is at 371 in the morning. Coinbase and Dash are going up here. SPY's still at VWAP. Uber is below 40. Square, MPMW was up. Zion's up. Zion and Wall. What does it mean if the market defaults? So you should know this by now. Everybody said it a lot. It's the worst possible thing that could happen in the world. Everybody would get broke off of it. Rich people, poor people. It would make credit. It would borderline destroy the bond market. And it would require a large amount of stimulus from the economy. So the good part is that it eventually would lead to lower rates, but the bad part is that it would wreck everything in its process. Warner Bros. Layoff. SPY's even getting a pretty big pop here, and then bonds are starting to give it back. Warner Brothers Discovery set to undergo another round of layoffs in its television business. So let's see if it ends up good. Remember, last couple of months here, layoff news has been 50-50. At first, it was all bullish, but we'll see. Do you think we will default? I think it's possible, especially right now, especially who we have in office and the history of 2011. I think it is definitely possible. However, I do not think it is probable. So it is probably, even at this point, I would say it's a 1.5 to 3% probability. But granted, even in 2011, when it led to a market freakout, the probability then was only 1.5% as well, too. So I think it's possible, but I do not think it is probable. So it's definitely not my base case. I used to freak out about it a lot more when I was younger, when I was first getting into the markets, and that, I've literally lived through this so many times where nothing has happened. It's gotten to the point where like I'm saying, I would just play the lottery plays. I would have a little bit of exposure just in case, but I wouldn't bet the bearish farm on it. If this is the event, it would be the one you're looking for. Like if you really wanted to see a bearish event and that would happen, then yeah. So you're saying there's a chance to go up or down? No, I'm saying that this is an extremely low probability event. It should not occur. There is a chance, and the only thing worth money is hedges that are literally 30 times lower than what they would pay out. That's exactly what I'm saying. So it shouldn't be confusing. It's just, again, if there is a huge effect, if it does end up negative, and like I'm saying, if you wanted a bearish event, this would be the ultimate bearish event, but it shouldn't be that confusing in terms of what we're communicating here. If the ceiling gets delayed, again, it'll turn into something decent. Then we have to look on the refunding, but I don't think a suspension would lead to refunding. That would lower the yield effect. Bud. I think the real test for Budweiser is my tinfoil, but I think it's really good tinfoil. The real test of Budweiser will be 4th of July. So whichever earnings cover 4th of July, I would either be looking to play Budweiser or I'd be watching there to see if that confirms the dagger. But pretty much with everything losing market share, I think after 4th of July, that holiday event will tell us really whether or not they've regained market share or if it's just that's it. And a suspension where they just say, hey, we're going to suspend it. So that's what they did in February. In February, at the beginning of February, they just agreed to suspend the limit for another 3 months, meaning you could spend as much as you want for the next 3 months, and then they'll negotiate wherever the limit capped off on. So in this case, it would probably be bullish because you wouldn't have to worry about the issue for another couple of months, and then I don't think they would even have to do the refunding unless they get an agreement. So that actually might even end up a little bit better. Can you explain the news about Biden invoking the 14th Amendment? Does that mean he can override everybody? So we talked about this a couple of days ago, I think last week. But quite simply, I would rule that he's not going to do it. He can. The 14th Amendment would mean you cannot question the debts of the United States of America, and pretty much that would be like a last-ditch scenario. They've already said it's Biden couldn't do it. It would start a Constitution lawsuit and war, but it's just borderline. It's that I wouldn't really even view that as a real option. I would put the 14th Amendment right next to the $1 trillion platinum coin. Fed rate tool just went up to 30%. Rates have been calming down again. Bullard was crazy this morning. I don't think people picked up on it because it came out at 5:30 or 8:30 in the morning. But no, there's so many other things. But dude, they what's it called? Bullard said he wants to raise rates 2 more times this year. McCarthy's tweet: for more than 100 days, President and Democrats refused to negotiate responsible debt limit increase. They treated the crisis the same as the border, ignore it until it's a full-blown emergency. Now with 10 days left, Biden risks bumbling into a default. And Bradley Frizzle has bumbled into the peach, baby. Or nah, let's go. Wow. Oh, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Let's go. And I'm proud to be Chattagonian, where at least I know the peach. And I won't forget the Bradley Frizz. Techem owners are said to weigh sale IPO of $8 billion. I think it's for in Tech EM. No U.S. reference. And God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. 41 months. Small good decisions. Oh, my God. That's humbling. 41 months. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. They don't understand. They don't understand. Bradley's been they don't understand the consistency. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Baby steps. 42 months. Yee, baby. Oh, let's go. Let's go. McCarthy. Did that McCarthy tweet just come out too? Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, even on the watch list. Bro, McCarthy has been like, he's low-key been like tweeting sideways. It's so weird. If you go read McCarthy's Twitter, it sounds different than all the headlines, but the market's loving the peach. So this was about 20 minutes ago. Troy just posted it. This was the tweet he put out. He said, remember, for 100 days, they lagged on the crisis. Ignore it till it's too late. Now 10 days, bumbling into a default. Lori, 39, baby. Amen. Anyway, Upstart, we have no idea what happened to Upstart. I don't think there was news. I think it just squeezed with everything. I don't know the proper verb tense for it, but yeah. And then back to 41.98. Market really has not done much. If they don't know the old channel, they too young. Oh, they don't feel you, bro. They don't feel you. Let's go. All right. I need to go pee, though, so I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. And shout out to Peach. And shout out to Colt. And happy Monday. And I will BRB. I will BRB.
It's notable that Vanguard, BlackRock, as well as PIMCO are all warning that the recent volatility we've seen in the Treasury space is the new normal. I'm curious to hear from where you stand. What specific opportunities does that create for Vanguard and its passive funds?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. It's great to be on the Ladies in ETF show today. So back at the beginning of the year, we were really talking about the return of fixed income in ETF land, and we continue to see that as a theme this year. So over 60% of flows into fixed income, into ETF instruments this year have been into fixed income products. So Vanguard is leading the way with cash flow this year with $37 billion in net inflows. And we've seen a little less coming into our fixed income products from an allocation perspective. So a little under 40% of those assets are coming into fixed income products. And to your point around what investors are doing, so what we've seen investors doing is taking some of the risk out of their fixed income exposures. They're realizing that they can get the same amount of yield without that interest rate risk exposure. So we've seen them coming out of, credit, corporates, et cetera, and moving that cash into treasuries and into even money markets. Talk about mutual funds for a second on an ETF show. But what we've seen from a product perspective, we've seen a lot of inflows into our short treasury ETF, VGSH, and also into aggregate bond products. So our product is BND. On the flip side, where we've seen that money coming from is our short-term credit product, which is VCSH.
Right.
So like I said, it's a great opportunity to shout out our friends on the mutual fund side of the...
Yeah, what's going on with Dash? Yo, Dash is dying. Let's see. Chat is saying nothing in there. Uber, a little bit of a slip too. Yeah, DoorDash just got knocked. I see an ad that says 201. No, that was in the morning. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Dash just literally got clapped and then bidding back up. There's something going on with it. And then SPY, I think I'm back to break even now on the MES. This is still right below 22. Bumble is on the high. I don't know if that's because of McCarthy. Uber slipping too. That was a big drop there for DoorDash. And then Uber, Uber is still even down 1% from the high. And then let's see, Tesla's at the high. I think everything else, though. Everything kind of in the middle. Amazon came up a little. Amazon, I'm just looking for, what's it called? If we get any sort of optimism or misread optimism, and then let that thing move there. Again, even then, I just think end of the next couple of weeks, smaller defined risks with higher upside could be very, very good, just depending on how it plays out. Again, hence I refer to the watch list in the bond play. Is place Kava now? I've heard of that, actually. That sounds very familiar. Yeah, Zoom is running. Zoom has earnings today. Remember, NVIDIA has earnings this week. NVIDIA, Costco, Zoom. I think Zoom's today. And Square, that's still, we're almost break even on Square now. Matchup 6.7. USO's on the high too. Wasn't Energy moving up? Energy's near the high of the day. XLF barely above break even. Bonds caught a bid too from like an hour ago, and we're still holding. Dash is a little low. I got Dash in the bottom right. We don't have any news on that, so we'll see if it comes in there. But Dash is kind of throwing up here, and we don't know why. I'm looking for Dash. If anything comes up, post it in the chat. But as of now, Uber dropped a little bit. It seems like it's more DoorDash themselves, but I'm not seeing anything. UNG, DraftKings was up all day. They got that upgrade. And then Pfizer too. Pfizer 38.40, 38.50. I think that was their earnings high. Oh, Walgreens came up. I thought, Walgreens was murdered. Bullard makes remarks at moderated discussion in Florida. See how they take him, because, again, Bullard said the craziest shit in the morning. We were just talking about that. So we got to find out how that plays out. But Bullard said the most hawkish thing in the morning. Market didn't really react. So see what he says. Any of those comments, just be mindful. Square, we bought 100 shares after earnings. I bought for the earnings flip, and then they went down. So we were down a decent amount on it, surprisingly. But now we're break even on Square, or like down $10 now. Plug. S&P raises Merlin Entertainment. I have 300 shares of Pfizer, and I'm going to hold it for a little bit. Again, I mean, we already have a great gain. I could sell out, make a nice day trade on it, but I mean, I like the market in Ozempic. And then the fact the only thing I don't like is Pfizer has been absolutely murdered. But that's where you get the volume. Yo, spies drop in. McCarthy, we do not have a deal. Kevin McCarthy speaks to reporters. We do not have a deal. Kevin McCarthy, we do not have a deal. So watch if gold. Whoa. Nope, gold's not fully bid, and the bonds are trying to catch a bid. So just remember, you could fade that candle very easily. If the bonds and gold do not hold that bid, you will bounce off of it. So just keep that in mind. WBD, yeah, again, that was the job cut news. But watch out here. Gold is moving now. All right, gold is holding up. Like I'm saying, if gold and bonds do not hold the bid, don't fall for this move. But if these bonds stay up, gold is now moving. Gold is actually higher than the Pentagon shit. So that's a good sign there for the hedges. But bonds are lower. So here's the irony: GLD, gold is higher than the Pentagon. But then bonds, the 10-year is lower than that. Remember, that was that little fear move in the morning. So then gold is coming back down a little bit. Bonds, smaller move. SPY still moving downwards here. Again, latest comment, McCarthy speaking to reporters says, we do not have a deal. He says decisions have to start being made. So I'd say see if gold holds up. And then bonds, but right now it's still kind of early in the reaction. Hard to tell. Gold is still at that level. It hasn't hit the high of the day from the morning. McCarthy just gave an update. McCarthy, speaking to reporters, says we do not have a deal and that decisions need to start being made. So see, small bond pop. Gold is still holding. It's only been 2 minutes now. We moved to the lower end of the range, but let's see if we get out of here or not. They're really fighting. Well, again, the latest, just remember, it was all bad news over the weekend, and everybody was like, nah, they're just posturing. So a lot of people right now, even like that comment by McCarthy, don't underestimate it. A lot of people are interpreting it as as posturing. They think all of this is a game of the boy who cried wolf. So every single thing they're like, that's why the market is like, well, they're just doing it to do it. So we'll see if it ends up not being posturing and then this was all just the problem. We're going to find out. But there's your first little hiccup off of a negative debt ceiling headline. It's moving for now, but look at bonds coming down and gold right back down. Like I said, just don't fall for it. I hope this information helps. Like for real, like, you know what I'm saying? Even on any, like, it's funny because the Pentagon stuff, we were about to fall for it because the bid was actually staying there. But anytime throughout all this, I'm just telling you, just anytime if the bonds and gold are not catching the bid, the fear isn't holding. The fear is not materializing in terms of debt ceiling. I'm only focusing on debt ceiling, so that's the problem. Bonds and gold have other factors, but quite simply, if you really are going to react to the debt ceiling, those assets need a bid. They need to respond in the same way. So we're right back up to VWAP now. Gold came right back down. Bonds, again, they had a smaller move, so we'll see. If the second round, if we do go lower and bonds break out in gold, then we could go lower. Otherwise, if this chills out, you're back to the cuck zone. Debt ceiling is UFOs flying in Alaska a couple months back. I feel you. The only problem with the debt ceiling thing is that if you want to compare it to any other event, the thing about this that makes it so unique is that this is all manufactured by our own hands. So this is not, that's what makes it so weird. It's an external event, but it's not based on anything external. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not like, oh, what's flying in the sky? We don't know what's happening. It's like, oh, what if Russia does this? What if these people, it's like, no. These are just us. It's just us as a government and people running, and it's whatever they want to do. That's why it's such a weird, that's why the probability that nothing is going to happen is so high, because like we're saying, any problem or solution is manufactured. Does that make sense? It's not like that's it. Whether we create a problem or create a solution, it's all as a result of our own hands. It's not like there's no unknown to it. The only unknown is, will they actually fuck each other up? But for the most part, it's just like, it should be easy. Nobody should manufacture a problem, but that's unfortunately just the game of politics we're dealing with. How similar to 2011? Very, but not very. I think 2013 is probably what we're closest to. Because again, even in 2011, there was other issues in the economy. There was other stuff. There was a European debt crisis at the moment too. But after your last question and going over, the history, it seems like 2013 would probably be the best comparison to this. And then gold still kind of holding, but that's it. So hopefully you didn't fall for that. But we're right back up now. A little pump fake. It's weird. It brought a couple of things down there, though. AMD, that was just a random play, so we're just going to hold that one out. Nat gas, I think we need more insight into this damn rolling delayed recession, but that's what I think it's all based off of. A lot of people are liking the second half of the year, but I think it's all tied to this situation. So we're hitting VWAP, and then bonds and gold catching a little bid there again. So watch what happens if that ends up holding or if we get any other headlines. Old ES long. Nice. Was that you? I think you got that a little lower, right? That was a nice hit. Yeah, we'll see if those go up. I'm going to keep those. GLD bottom right, 10-year bottom left. And then Tesla still holding. Damn, Dizzle. Why won't Nvidia? Dude, Nvidia is crazy. I can't even. Nvidia's break even right now. That's the wildest part. And ES came back up. It's actually getting a candle there. Gold and bonds. That little candle's not holding. That's 10 points off the bottom. 41.88, 41.96. Just under 10 points. But then again, there's no orders here. How come Bookmap looks relatively clear? And then it is 10:30, and our volume is 32 million. Very low. 2.5 hours left. Can't tell if this is real or wishful thinking, but speculation that Gensler will leave the SEC to run for office, possibly the seat of Senator Cardin. Gasparino. That's Gasparino, though. That guy. He get the craziest rumors. T-Mobile pop. They were down all day. It's kind of moving up a little bit more. Negotiators, our meeting was productive this morning, he says. So there it is. Again, McCarthy talk a little shit and then hit you with a little bit of good news. So again, McCarthy literally says negotiators meeting was productive this morning. He says we'll continue working, not a deal. So now he's saying, then T-Mobile is still running. That one's popping now. Very big candles. You are now break even. I see cable broadband. No, I'm not seeing any news on T-Mobile. They're popping, though. Bro, T-Mobile just went negative to green real fast. Oh, T-Mobile speaking at an event. They're probably dropping some guidance. Remember, they had earnings about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And then again, McCarthy, he just softened up the statement a little bit. He said, the meeting was productive, though. And we're still going to keep talking, but it's not a deal. But after I just told you we don't got a deal and they got to do something before we default, I thought I'd let you know it was still a productive meeting. What? What's the definition of productive, sir? And then T-Mobile up 1% now. Great call out on that, Troy. That one's already up. Again, it looks like an event. We don't know the headline or the statement, but you saw that one started to tick up there. Microbot, that one's still going too. I just saw another headline again. T-Mobile, be on the lookout for the headline. They're speaking at an event. Again, they just had earnings a couple of weeks ago. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is some level of guidance. That wouldn't surprise me. I think this was their earnings. Because I remember their earnings was like a small miss, and I think it was either small miss on revenue or subscribers, and then they guided up on the other ones. They said post-paid ads will be better in Q2. Is that for them? McCarthy says the president has to be serious. Where is this guy? Can we listen to him? How come they don't televise these reporters like that? Or they don't when there's because they did it that one time. Again, McCarthy's dropping
very
headlines.
high bar. No.
Again, 41.96. T-Mobile still going. No, we're out of WWE. We sold that out like a month ago, maybe longer. Yeah, McCarthy, president. That's the last headline. president has to be serious. Seriously. And then that T-Mobile move, that was pretty big. See if that one ends up holding. Square is back up. Pack W. I think regionals. Again, Zion was running earlier. Zion came down. Lots of news. A lot of news, a little bit of reaction, and then again, sadly, your fakest news brought the biggest reaction. That's it. The Pentagon news, the news that wasn't true, created the biggest response. Other than that, though, a lot of news, but very, very small reaction. Again, even names like Micron and the whole chip stuff in the morning, like that's actually wild. DBGI reported earnings right now, or they're reporting earnings later. Kind of looks like it's coming out now. DBGI, Digital Brands. I feel like we've seen this be a runner a couple of times. Again, T-Mobile still at the high. Pfizer, ServiceNow. Tesla's hitting a high. Again, DBGI, that thing's starting to move. I think they just dropped earnings. And then, again, Micron, NVIDIA, Intel. That was some of the bigger news in the morning. Also, watch the banks, and then bonds are kind of holding. Gold is giving up a little bit of that move. PayPal. More upside for Pfizer. I mean, that's why I'm holding it, but we'll see. I think it'll be a little risky. But they're already at, because again, they've been an underperformer. And then they just sold all those bonds too, which could be good, but their bonds are 1% higher than the current rate. But I think the market doesn't know how to handle Ozempic news. I like it. I'm telling you, anything Ozempic related, and even with Ozempic getting mentioned for other treatments of stuff, the market has been loving anything related to that drug. But we got a nice gain for a day trade. T-Mobile, again, yeah, T-Mobile, another $1 at the high. Yeah, VKTX, that was another Ozempic one. That was even a small biotech one. NVO is Ozempic. I think even NVO bounced, even though Pfizer held up. Yeah, we're back up on NVO. That's crazy. Nothing on T-Mobile. So I think Danny posted it. There was like something on like quarter two with their giving updates, it looks like, at some event. Oh, where's Meta? And then SPY right at VWAP. Gold came down. Bonds are still a little up, but remember, bonds moved way softer. Amazon. Purple on the high. No, I sold out of Upstart. I sold out at 3 something. Those contracts would have been worth like 500 or 600 today. Yeah, T-Mobile at JP Morgan conference. Nano Imaging on the high. Wall is going up again, so watch the rest of the regionals. Again, that could be a source of some running here if it's not going to be tech. But then even 3M's going up, or excuse me, Microsoft. But also 3M. And then Tesla, another high, 186.25. I think DBGI was earnings. Upstart, $28. Oh, my gosh. So, again, high ticker is doing another one of these pops. SPY is still at the same level. Tesla's hitting a new high. Microsoft is still heavy in the green, but it looks like Tesla's the only one at a high. Wall, huge. Yeah, Wall, 6%. That's been going up there. Microsoft, too, now. Again, Microsoft and Tesla are your biggest movers here. trying to go into the highs. Tesla is at the high. Yeah, Square's doing great. M-Bot, yeah, that thing's been going nuts all day. ZN 119s are down 300. They're down 300? They shouldn't be. My ZN 119 is down $30. If you bought 10 of them, they're down 300. Yeah, but I only bought one of them. My other ones, I'm down 170, and that was the 124s. So did you buy 10 of them? And then I got this stuff forever, those properties. We could talk about them lately, or we'll talk about them when we kind of calm down here. Yeah, you bought 10? Yeah, that's why. I like that play, though. I like the closer to the money, but again, every penny on that contract is going to move you $300 then if you got 10 of them. Pfizer trying to go up. DeCos rates to remain restrictive for prolonged time. NYC subways and bus fares to jump $2.90 in August. First fare box hike since 2019. The ZN, it trades in commas. Commas are pretty much basis points. What's the tritone sound you hear? Is it this one? Is it that one? That's just when I enter too many letters in. And it says, "Shut up, idiot." It goes, "Bring, you're dumb." That's how I interpret it. Yeah, they're raising the price of the tickets. Subway and bus fares. Bro, every single, again, there's so many names that are just like up right now and going up. I mean, Foot Locker's still at the low. Bro, it just straight up, we are not getting outside of this range. LSPD, is this another LSD stock? Lightspeed Commerce? No, but that thing's running $14, up 5% at the high right now. Square's hitting a high now too. Burry's up 300 on the wall position. Pfizer, up or down? Good Pfizer, bad Pfizer, good Pfizer. Again, 38.40 or like 38.50. That's where it was on like the last earnings. So it's kind of having trouble getting up there. Or where was it? Or no, it was like $39, $39.20. But then like 39 flat. That was that little last earnings thing that they messed up on. Big volume though for Pfizer. Again, even at the low. How Speaker says we'll continue working. He's like, we have nothing happening. It's awful. But we made progress. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. And then again, SPY this is literally, I'm like break even on my future. They're down like $10, $7. Coin at 60. Burry down 3 million on FRC. He bought the other ones too. And then again, he's down on the BABA and the China plays, but the bank plays, he went crazy. I think Powell could move. It's weird Powell's speaking tomorrow. That's very weird. He wasn't on the schedule, and then he's showing up for like Democratic whatever leader party tomorrow. So maybe he wants to say something that the market, because again, on Friday, all I got from Friday was that Powell said the Fed is not going down, that inflation isn't going down as fast as the Fed thinks. That's what I got from Friday. If you go look at the headlines from Friday, everybody from Powell, they got that Powell is going to pause because he said that the banking crisis will act as a rate hike. That's what the market got out of Friday. So maybe he comes on to clarify something because it seems like we have a little bit of confusion. But other than that, we'll see. But anytime Powell talks, there's a chance to move things. But then again, too, this week we have a ton. We have the Fed minutes on Wednesday. We have PCE on Friday. You have Philly Fed tomorrow. You have Richmond Fed. You have PMIs. You have another 3 or 4 Fed speakers. So We got to, and then not to mention the debt ceiling. So we got a lot we're going to be dealing with. And then SPY's trying to work its way here again, still to 4,200. And then that's weird, man. 3M is running after ex-dividend. I think even Walgreens, if Walgreens finds a way to go green, that was the ex-divvy sell-off, but they're both kind of holding. And then Tesla, 186.60. They're hitting a new high right now, too. OpenAI, coordination needed to ensure safe, smooth development. T-Mobile, another one. MCB on the high. Yeah, T-Mobile, 141 now or just under it. How do you long and short futures? It's not through options. No, you just go buy or sell, and then that's it. So, like, pretty much, like, so here's my other, this is my active trader. I keep it up on my other screen. But if I wanted to buy, like, a future like ZN, I just click buy. I could set the amount, and then I buy or sell it, and then that's it. And then whatever price you're on, that's all. So just if that price is higher or lower when you go to buy or sell, that determines everything. Still in Square, we're down like $20 now, or no, now we're down 40. Starbucks on the low, T-Mobile on the high, SPY still holding here. Buy MES, short MYM. So that's something people were saying. You know how, like, you've been hearing about the S&P being like super short? And there's the T-Mobile news. It looks like CEO sees second quarter postpaid phones at or above last year's level. So it's already up off of the news. I'm sure that's just what the headline is. But you know how people have been saying that the S&P is like the most short since 2007? Well, come to find out, it's just the S&P. So believe it or not, people aren't shorting in the NASDAQ. It's a very, very weird one, but as of now, what we're seeing is that although there's a lot of shorts on the S&P, the NASDAQ and the Dow, they are not at extreme levels of shorts, which makes it that much more fascinating. LRCX 1040. Bro, didn't I just go to the bathroom? I need to go pee. I think I just started downing these carbos a little too aggressively. Okay. Well, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. And I'll see you soon. TSA to let children use pre-check.
Joining us from Bloomberg. All right, let's get to the market. Where are the stresses around the debt ceiling today? Well, we saw one at the 3-month T-bill auction. It has the highest yield in more than 2 decades. So for more on the market impact debt ceiling, I want to bring in Liz McCormick, Bloomberg's chief correspondent for global macro markets. What do you make the T-bill auction today, 3 months?
Yeah, well, it's like you said, stock market is like on another planet, but the bill traders know what to avoid. And they're seeing, we're getting closer and closer to this wire, and it's just not prudent to be buying those bills, right? So you're seeing those yields jump up if people want a premium to take that risk.
How's the demand side of it? Like, I understand, like, okay, you get a good enough yield, therefore you're gonna buy. But what's the trade-off that we're seeing right now?
Well, there's always someone. You and I have been around for a while, and I remember, I won't say who, but years ago in a few other episodes, there was big investors who said, listen, we're buying these things because we think it's going to be.
Saying last
well,
week.
That's what I was going to say. Bill did it in 2011, and he's saying it now. And so I think you have the base case everyone seems to have is we'll have a deal. It's getting a little bit more anxiety prone as the days tick by, but I think there are some big investors who say, we've seen this movie before, we'll buy, right?
Literally even seen the headlines before. So when should we expect it to sort of work its way out through other parts of the curve? Like, can we attribute the selling today in the curve to that? Like, how do you read it?
Well, I don't think it's going to go through the rest of the curve, because what's weird is that if we somehow, which we're not expecting, a default happens, remember in 2011, people bought treasuries, long-term treasuries.
Yes.
So you have these different dynamics going on where the bills, people are avoiding that X-date zone. And then I heard some investors today saying, and if we get a deal, Alex, we'll probably get some compromise, right? Some spending cuts. That's not good for the economy. So that's kind of pushing us towards recession. So you got some folks saying, I like the long end, it's a buying opportunity. Other folks saying, let me avoid the short end for now. So it's kind of a confusing curve.
But if we wind up getting some kind of spending cutback, maybe that means the Fed has to do less, and then that filters into how you position across the curve.
Right. Although the Fed speakers today were like you said,
really
uber hawkish,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So there's so many cross currents. That's why I think what we're seeing is volatility that's just not going away, because you get over one hurdle and then there's another, right? Now we're back to, is the Fed going to cut? The market's pricing cuts. Fed's saying more hikes. What happens in June? Everywhere you turn, it's like I think every now and then you think, I just need a day off from all this, right?
I always think that. Liz, so then to that point, I think we were talking a couple weeks ago
So
that
everybody is getting frustrated. I like that they said it, though. At least I'm not the only one. But like she just said, every Fed speaker this morning was very hawkish. So, they're acknowledging it. There's a lot of different things, but like they're saying, the market's not really reacting to it all until we get this big news. So First Citizen sues HSBC for poaching dozens of SVB staff. They said, how dare you? They said, what? You failed. HSBC, I don't think they responded. Tesla again. Bro, even NVIDIA's climbing. You're actually a little higher now. Hold on. I'm up on my MES. That's weird. Yeah, this is the highest you've been since 8:30 Pacific time. So let's see if you could get above 4,200. It'll literally be the first time above 4,200 since 20 minutes into the day when we broke below it. So every time we've gone below it, we really haven't gone back above. So that's something we've been saying all day. Oh, come on. It looked like he wanted it, but he's like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, Tesla new high, 187. MBOT again. Bro, this thing, we had it up. Even that RXR, this is gone, though. We even had it up at like 120%. Now it's up 200%. MBOT that's it. Spy trolling. Yeah, he's okay. He's taking a break. Taking a break. MBOT. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's at 186.62. Just hit 75. Not too long ago. A second ago. Core Energy to buy Williston Basin for $375 million. CHRD. Is that the second energy buyout today? MBOT, there you go. Mark, again, just watch the 4,200. ON on the high. Pfizer still at the high. Amazon's working up. I can't believe Powell talks tomorrow. That's great. That's a new development. Now where's GLD? Gold came down, but then the bonds are holding a weird spot. But they're pretty much at the same levels from earlier. Gold held more of the premium, and the bonds should be down a lot more. Go look at the yen. Upstart is insane. Powell, I don't know what time, but he's going to be there tomorrow. Thessalonian still fighting 186.70. Spy's trying to get above 4,200 too. Upstart's insanity. Liquidity-wise, had the fake Pentagon not happen, we'd be locked in 424.19. Yeah, I mean, the fake Pentagon news just added an extra 2 points to the bottom. I'm surprised we didn't rocket up higher. I'm surprised that didn't capture a lot of the shorts and then get people going up. But even then, relatively speaking, even the fake news was calm. It moved down, but you came back up within 3 minutes, and it didn't lead to any other crazy moves. Stocks look cautious even if worst case scenario is avoided. So stocks posted a strong week amid optimism on debt ceiling, and agreement seems to be the best case, but there are signs of pessimism even if stocks have avoided doom scenarios. The S&P hit a 9-month high last week, but had a hard time cracking 4,200. Fund managers in the latest Bank of America survey were the most pessimistic so far this year, although most expected the U.S. debt ceiling to be raised by the X day. Negative bets are building up. There are the most net shorts on S&P futures since 2007. Some traders look to be just staying pat over the next month. 54% of survey respondents plan to keep their exposure to the S&P the same, and 26% decrease. Professional investors were more likely than retail to stay unchanged. Should equities continue to grind higher, pessimistic bets would have been unwound, and some hedge funds are giving in to buying stocks. That may be one reason tech has become in vogue again. In the Bank of America survey, tech allocation had the biggest 2-month increase since the great financial crisis. The NASDAQ 100 recovered half of its recent slump, and Apple is on the brink of a $3 trillion valuation. The loading up on big tech doesn't mean the S&P gains are coming at the expense of breadth. The cap-weighted S&P is up 9% year to date compared to the equal weight S&P, which is up 1%. So we will see. We will see. Bro, 3M back to 101. Bro, and SPY will not go above that 4,200. Regional still on the high. PAC W again. Wasn't too long ago. Wall was just on the high. Wall's still going too. So now the regionals are up 2.8. That's a big day. I think this is the smallest we've moved with regionals up that much. But then again, NASDAQ is up over 0.5%. Dude, Upstart's already squeezing. Damn, 29? Oh, now I regret it. Those would have been $7 a pop. I can't look. But yeah, that's really squeezing now. $29. JP Morgan's Petno. Did they mean Pinto? No, Petno. Seeing significant reduction in CRE purchase activity, watching commercial real estate market fundamentals carefully. And then SPY, little red chicle. Tesla is still at the high. Sam, Amazon, where's Googly Woogly? Doug Petno. They have a guy named Pinto and another guy named Petno. Target is high. I was mad. I thought I was going to go green on those puts today. Yeah, Target is about to go. That's kind of wild. Staples and discretionary are the worst on the day. Timmy tweet about Redfin and home prices. See, Redfin's been giving bullish updates on those home things. They dropped their last home update with their earnings, sparked a lot. Tesla, another high. Netflix on the low. Timmy Ross. So, Timmy, Redfin U.S. home prices fell 4% from a year earlier in April, the largest year-over-year decline since 2012. Those declines would likely have been greater had more people tried to sell. Listings were down 26% over the last year to the second lowest since 2012. Interesting. So that could be your first year-over-year decline now in real estate, April. Yeah, it is. So remember, up until now, I think that's your first negative. So April 2022, was that the peak? That's crazy, actually. Because again, that means April 2021 was or 2022 was positive. But then they said that was on 20% lower listings. And then you're still holding. There's Tessie, Netflix on the low. Visa. Square is just slowing down. Where's Uber? Where's DoorDash? We never got an update on DoorDash. They just dropped and chilled. Maybe they were at that JP Morgan conference. What happens if we go back to 4,800 in a couple of months? Seems like it's going to happen. Nah, buy calls if you think that's going to happen. That's what should have. If you really think that's going to happen, I think those would still pay you 30-1. So the probability of that is extremely low. But if it did happen, then I think the long terms would love it. And I would assume that means we've dealt with most of the issues in the market. Redfin reports homes in Austin and Boise are selling for $80,000 less than a year ago. Sending from my Idaho house I bought a year ago. I thought you bought in earlier, though. I feel like, bro, you were in Idaho before anybody was in Idaho. So I don't know that. I feel like you were there 20, but I don't know. You bought the house, so I don't know. But I feel like you were there earlier. Tesla, Red Candle. Netflix is really selling now. They're down 0.4, but they're dropping now. We were living at the parents before. But did you get a good price? Did you compare it? Have you checked the comps lately? Because I feel like it's still up there. Again, I think unless you bought the peak in like Austin, it's crazy to think that this would be our first year-over-year decline in prices. Zoom earnings, I probably wouldn't play it. I think there's a lot of volatility, but I don't know. I think, remember I think we flipped it last time leading into it. It was a pretty wild one. The whole world is short. Well, that's what we just went over. That's kind of a misconception right now. So the S&P is at a net short higher on futures than 2007, but the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones are not anywhere near that. So it's in a weird way, it's a weird imbalance in terms of the shorts on the market. But that was surprising. That's what people were talking about this weekend. Is that even though the S&P is net short, if you try to look everywhere, you're not going to find that. S&P and bonds have a huge short right now, but the NASDAQ and Dow Jones have relatively been untouched. Z Boo Boo. What's up, Boo Boo? I like that name. Good morning. Good morning and welcome. Amazon doing the opposite. Amazon's all over the place. I think our options are up on that. Yeah, we bought them for 50 cents. They're at 65. I only bought one, though. I did a small Amazon play. And then the bond futures, they dropped, or the bond options. The options on the futures. Check GLD. And then still in Pfizer. Again, team even came back a lot. McDonald's actually dropped today. Wow. McDonald's actually sold off and stayed sold off. Wow, that's weird. That never happens with Ronald. And then even Boeing's up a little bit. Yeah, McDonald's is actually down. Foot Locker still, damn. So even 8%, they dropped 30% on Friday. And then Nike, Target was the one that was able to bounce up. And then SPY trying to move down to VWAP. Dude, you can't get above 4,200. That's actually wild. Ozempic. DT, CNBC pump. I'm just glad we have an Ozempic play now that's not at 52-week highs. That's the only reason why I'm in Pfizer, but I still think it's going to be a bumpy road. Dynatrace, damn, they look like they're killing it. CNBC mentioned. PAC-W, Wall 2. So Wall and PAC-W are into the highs. Again, regionals are up 2.6 right now. That's what's weird because any other day we've had regionals up this much, it's been a pretty clearly bullish day. So we're still kind of holding this resistance, but your bank stocks are doing a lot of damage. Everyone's saying the market will take off after the agreement. Will be buy the rumor, sell the news. I think if they pause and they suspend it and they don't have to do an immediate refunding, then I think the market can go up. If any other situation, if the agreement involves the Treasury refunding and selling bonds, then I think it will turn bearish. Or I think it'll turn into chop as everybody will have to process the higher yields, but most likely negative. But that's just my take. Again, suspension, agreement or not, but I think I went long on Pfizer. So we played the news today on the Ozempic trial, or they had a trial that Pfizer's Ozempic competitor did better on injections than actual Ozempic from NVO. And the stock was able to, it's up 4%. I think it's the highest in like 6 months in one day. PHILO, it's a Pfizer leveled ETF. Oh, wow. Levered. The market went down due to the debt ceiling. Funny that the resolution will make it go up. Well, that's the thing. The opportunity to go down yet, we haven't had it. So even though it hasn't happened yet, doesn't mean that by the time we find the answer, it doesn't mean that the market will guaranteed stay like this. But the whole thing about the resolution making it go up, it just depends on the nature. So I hope you guys understand that, where what I'm trying to say is that depending on the solution, whether it's a suspension or an agreement, it all depends on what the Treasury does next. So in a weird way, I don't even care about the agreement. What you need to be looking at is what does the Treasury do next? Because if the Treasury, whatever, suspension, pause, whatever it is, if they make a move to refund and to get their money back, that's going to add a lot of pressure on the bond market. If they don't do that, then the market will be good to go. The market doesn't have to worry about $700 billion, $1 trillion being offered. So that's really it. In a weird way, after the debt ceiling, our eyes should be on the Treasury and seeing what they do, because if they do something, then that is what's going to affect everything. That'll say, okay, yeah, we're going to have a good response or a bad response to the debt ceiling. It's all in Treasury Janet Yellen's hands. After we find out what they can do, the whole point is she can't act until we have that situation figured out. McCarthy, I think we can make it all happen by debt deadline. McCarthy talks to reporters. You can't make this shit up, bro. Again, it was not too long ago he was saying no deal, but the talks are encouraging. Now McCarthy says, I think we can make it all happen by debt deadline. So positive news now on the headline. Let's see what happens. Bonds didn't drop and gold didn't drop. So keep that in mind, because watch for hedges to also unwind. Like I'm telling, just like we see on the way down to not fall for it, watch for bonds and gold to unwind if the market's going to get lift off of that. McCarthy, that's it. I'm telling, let Peyton Manning do his thing, bro. I call him Peyton Manning. He's just like, blue for Omaha. No deal. No. Talks looking encouraging. We're going to do it by the end of the day. No deal. Set. Hike. What? Oh, no, man. That's it. McCarthy on some, Manning. He's on some weird shit. He's totally stressing. Yeah, honestly though, like low key, I don't ever like seriously, I don't encourage you that you joke like this, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't like to make fun of politicians like that, and I never seriously assume it. But all I'm saying is that only time I've seen somebody flip-flop that hard in communicating a situation to me, they have been extremely high. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Ain't nobody's like, we ain't going a deal. We got a deal. We don't have a deal. We got a deal. We don't have a deal. It's not looking good. I think we're going to do it. I think everything's okay. The only time I've ever it was a meth head. That's it. The only time, I'm just saying, I'm not assuming that he is a meth head. I'm just saying, though, that sort of language and messaging, I've only seen it from a meth head. That's all. That's like, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the ZN future option, yes. WWD, Washington, D.C. throwdown. Sounds like my recent dates. What are you? Are you on a meth head Tinder or something? That shouldn't sound like any of your dates. I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mean to make you feel bad, but here is your, cult leader. I'm here to tell you if you guys see red flags. Last time a Chad was like, yo, the girl I matched with tried to steal my catalytic converter. So I'm just saying these are all red flags, okay? So maybe let's just focus on the stocks. I'm not saying like what I'm talking about. I'm just saying if that's how any of your dates have ended up, just just take a step back for a second. Mm-hmm. People like, why ain't the market reacting? While McCarthy is reading out a magic 8-ball to reporters. You're so right. I could totally envision that. McCarthy is just straight up getting in front of reporters and they ask him a question. And he's like, hold on. Then he shakes up the ball and then he waits. And then he's like, does not look like we have a deal. They're like, damn it. Okay, what do you think will happen at the end of the day? He's like, hold on. It looks like talks are a good sign. It looks like it's a good sign. U.S. has no plans to lift sanctions on China, defense minister. So, again, remember you had that China news also. That's word to Micron earnings, or Micron news here today. When do you think the deal will get done? I think we could get it done by the deadline. I'll tell you, he is really using a magic 8-ball. 100%. 100%. That's what it sounds like if you've been following these headlines. I've been giving them to you here for the last couple of weeks, so very magic 8-ball vibes. I like it. Still 10 days remaining. That's it. Just all you got to realize. Every headline is just 10 days remaining, deal or no deal. That's it. So 10 days remaining, no deal still. We are, again, Upstart at $29. Oh, I'm going to vomit. We would have had $2 to $1,000 on those contracts, I think, or like 900. MBOT, again, that one's like 300%, 250, 243 right now. Baidu, where's Baba? Micron even came down. NVIDIA is a behemoth. What's TLTD? Oh, I thought this was going to be like a levered TLT. I was like, what is TLTD? I didn't know they had an upgrade. Square 67 to... Meta just had a record find today. That was this morning. They chilled out, but they not before hitting a 52-week high. Again, above 250 is big for them because that's it. If they hold above 250, the last time they dropped to 250 was from like $300 on the bad earnings. They're going for 5. Okay, never mind. I don't feel that bad. That's fine. We sold out at like 3 something. I thought they were going for like 7 to 900 a pop. Then I would have been mad. But now that's okay with me. I'm totally okay with that. Oh, they're at 700. Okay, now I'm mad. Yeah. Okay, you're just messing with my emotions right now. But it's good. I'm just taking your word for it. I haven't looked. I refuse to look. Upstart. Amazon's working up here too. Still down though, 0.7. Communications and real estate are the best on the day. Huh. I don't know. I think we might have one more Fed speaker. I think that's it. U.S. believe Wagner wants to route weapons for Ukraine. What? Is trying to hide efforts to acquire weapons in Africa. That's the Russian, like, military thing. Again, McCarthy's latest. You didn't even move off. Again, bonds didn't unwind. Neither did gold. You didn't even move. But your latest headline is McCarthy saying, I think we can make it all happen by the debt deadline. That's weird. Real estate is number 2 on the day. They came out of nowhere. DHR, Dana here, up 2.1. Meta's coming down here. Upstart, very good, Habibi. Very, very good. Netflix, Tesla chilled at 187. I like Walgreens. I mean, I think the sell-off was after ex-dividend, and again, their earnings weren't too hot, especially compared to peers, but I think Walgreens will be good in the long term. I mean, it's a dividend aristocrat, but it is trading at an 11-year, or where it was, that was an 11-year low. Because some of them came back up, but then a couple of names, ex-divvy, like even 3M, that's a pretty big bounce to be up 2% following ex-dividend. That's actually wild. Oh, at 55. Yeah, we got a good price on it. It dropped a lot from the beginning of the year, and then now, again, REITs, because remember, REITs got dragged into the whole commercial real estate, banking crisis, all of that. SPY pancake. That sounds good. Bro, we've done nothing. Nothing at all. Again, volume's pretty low here, too. You're at 36 million with 2 hours left, so this might be one of those 50 million volume days. Again, the last 3 days before this was all on decently high volume. McCarthy, we could get a deal tonight. We could get a deal tomorrow. Oh, my. What does this guy say? Bonds are going down, but is he just saying it like a crackhead? He's like, I can do it today. I can do it tomorrow. I can do it next week. I cannot do it at all. I just say, what do you want to do, bro? What do you want to do? I can do anytime. We can do anything. I'm sorry if I got a little loud there. But I don't know. Like, that's what I'm trying to. Can we listen to this live? I wish I could hear him. Because in my mind, I just interpreted it like that. I'm like, I feel like he's just straight talking like a crackhead right now. And I don't think it means what we think it means. It's like, I could do it today. I could do it right now if you really want. What you want right now? I could do it. I'm like, I don't know if I believe you, sir. Come on, let me.
Maya, thank you very much.
No, they ain't getting him. All right, well, we'll see. But again, just watch again if gold and bonds, if those unwind. Yeah, McCarthy says we need to have agreement on debt limit this week. So again, he's saying we can make a deal happen today, tomorrow, but I think he's pushing for an outline. So he's saying we need to have an agreement. Remember, that was supposed to be done yesterday. Just remember that. So McCarthy's saying all we need is an agreement. All we need is an outline. And that was supposed to be done on Sunday, and it has yet to be completed. And now that's what he's still hung up on. But gold and bonds there, they just took baby red candles, and SPY took a baby green. Let's see if this holds. But legitimately, you have not been able to get above 4,200 for the last like 3.5 hours since we've came below it. Sava's on the high again. The odds of SPX at 3,200, 40.60. This rally is hated. That's a hard take, to be honest with you, because it really depends on how things play out. I mean, I could simplify it for you. It's either shit hits the fan in 2023 or everybody jumped the gun and nothing hits the fan till 2024. But just like the guy who was telling me 4,800 by the end of the year, I would say 3,200 probability is just as low, meaning that I would say like 380 to 360. Those would be our first sets of tests, but the only way you go lower than anywhere last year, again, you need something to materialize worse, and shit needs to hit the fan by end of this year or by next year. But 3,200 is like an additional, that's like an additional 15% or so below 3,800 if you think about it. Or it's almost, no, it's like 10% lower, but that's still like, that's still a pretty penny if you think about it. Because you got to realize we go down 10%, we go break even on the year, or give or take. I think we're only up like 2.3. CS weird tick up. Just watch UB, because remember CS is now just it's pretty much just a derivative of UBS. And then Pfizer's still at the highs. Wells Fargo, that thing's been kind of low-key running all day. Yeah, they're up 2.2. Pets, big pop. Yeah, good call out on that one, Mark. Pets Med, up 5.8. That candle just there. McCarthy says we are going to work together and solve this problem. I'm laughing because bonds and gold took a little bid and then SPY a little red on that headline. The one where he's like, we're going to do something. And they're like, no. But again, the last like 5-10 minutes of McCarthy headlines, you didn't really respond. So take it all with a grain of salt. Nothing agreed to in negotiations with Biden on U.S. debt ceiling. See if gold catches a bid. Again, gold has been quite fascinated. PayPal. Tesla coming back up again, 180. So you need to get past 188. So debt ceiling not handled. That means there's still more liquidity in the market. That depends how you look at it. But some people would argue less liquidity. But then there's like market liquidity and like investors, and then there's like liquidity provided on behalf of the Fed and the Treasury. So just all depends on how you look at that, which liquidity you're really looking at. Can we play Jeopardy music while we wait for the debt ceiling? We should. I think that seems very fitting. Dee 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 dee. What are you looking for? Tesla, 188 and higher. But I think it could ride up a little bit, like kind of like Netflix. Remember, we held the Netflix a little longer after going negative to positive, and that one paid off. But I think Tesla is lagging behind. So if the market does go up here for any reason, but if anything starts looking good, I genuinely think Tesla is lagging behind Google, Amazon, and everybody by like another 10%. So kind of just that's literally what Netflix was doing. And then Netflix just rocketed up. So I think Tesla could at least, I'm looking for 190, maybe 200 to get out of that. But I think you could at least, I think 213, 215 is definitely possible if everything else stays up the same. McCarthy said he's not concerned about losing his speakership. I think we can get a deal. We're going to work together, and I don't care if they fire me. You can fire me. Well, we could get a deal done today, tomorrow. It's going to be good. We're going to get one, but I don't care if you fire me. Fire me right now. Fire me right now. Fire me right now. I feel like he's clenching his jaw when he says that. I'm like, dude, this is chill, bro. Y'all should just take a day and just put out one statement. Can y'all do that? Can y'all really just hash this out? Do it, I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Fire me. I don't care about speaker shit. I can still speak. It's like, okay. So what do you want me to tell the president? U.S. has serious concerns about Micron report from China. That's coming out. See if China stocks respond to that. Again, China was good, but then they sold off. Chris, that was the biotech from Friday. Damn. That thing's up another 20. Remember that one? That was from Friday. Chris, we saw it unhalted for like 15 minutes, but damn. They killed it. And then Pfizer's climbing up here to the high of the day. China's action is inconsistent with open for business pledge. McDonald's shares are down the most in 15 weeks. That's sad. That's awful. A 1.5% drop is the biggest candle in the last 3 months on McDonald's. That's amazing. That's amazing. And then Pfizer's trying to make a move here through the top. Tesla is as well too. Microsoft was just holding. Amazon's been trying to work its way up. And then keep an eye on the regionals. Again, Wall, PAC-W, those are still into the highs low-key. Again, Commerce Department conveying U.S. views to China. Pfizer's already up a lot. This is like the biggest day for Pfizer in like 6 months. Again, Pfizer doesn't really move 4.5%. So we're in it. We got it on the first candle, but just keep that in mind. But I'm still holding that one. But I almost have $1 per share, which is pretty big considering. And then SPY trying to work its way back up. My MES, I still got that MES. I took the greedy long like right here. That was like 2 hours ago. AXP on the high. AXP's at 1.4. S&P flatline. Unless it breaks out here, I mean, it's 11:18. We have an hour, 42 minutes left. Again, 4,200. If we have not gone above here in 3 hours, you're literally 0.001 away. Oh, did you break it? Yeah, you're above 4,200 now. So that's literally the first time since like the morning. So see if that holds. It could instantly give it back up. But a couple things moving. Even Pfizer, Microsoft starting to wake up a little bit. AMD's up too. That's disgusting. It's weird. You went above it, but you came right back down. Very impressive. Very impressive. Your dad joke? I don't think I did catch it. 419,885. You're still just like right at the level. Again, you actually broke above 4,200. You're still holding it now. You're at 4,200 now. You're doing a little bit of the dance right here. So 419,4546 on SPY is pretty much 4,200. Could all of the back and forth lead to another downgrade? Takes the trust away? In theory, yes, but my underlying logic is that considering what they did to the guy last time, I don't think it'll ever happen again. I think it's an unwritten rule that you do not downgrade the United States without consulting them first. So I do not think we will ever see a surprise downgrade again. Just because, again, last time it was very, very big drama, and they crucified the guy who did it. So just especially with Biden too, I don't think they'll let that one happen this time around. So it's either all or nothing. I don't think you'll get any sneak up volatility event. So Pfizer is holding up very good. Tesla's still going. What did they do to him? They killed him. He got fired like instantly, and people made a very, very big deal. Like I don't even know where he works now. Let me see. Let me see. What was his name? I want to see. Yeah, I want to see where he what he works as now. Devin Sharma. That's who it was. Yeah, are you ready? Are you ready for this? He doesn't list it, but like even on when I look at his employment track record, he hasn't had a job since. So it shows like everywhere he worked, and then right after Standard & Poor's 2012, that's it. He never got another job again. But then there's one headline that said security scorecard appoints former S&P Devin Sharma to board of directors. So he's still rich as hell probably, but he never got a job again. Got fired. I don't know if I think somebody else got in another amount of trouble too. But I'm telling you, the guy got blackballed. They don't like him on Wall Street more than they dislike me. This guy, I'm telling you, they hate him. Dude, he was a dramatic individual. Bior on the high. I feel like we've seen that. Tesla 187 now. So up 3.8. Tesla's into the high. Again, SPY is like working at 4,200 right now. McDonald's worst day in 12 weeks. 12 weeks. And it's only 1.5. This is 4,200. I mean, if this holds, it's a good sign. But, I mean, technically speaking, we're still trading 0.1 below it. 0.001 or now 0.015. And then Tesla, I have two of those. Square is still climbing. Team, Twilio's on the high still. Amazon, those things are almost up 50%. Only got one, though. Didn't even seem like that big of a move. And then GLD still up. Bonds, they have not made a move in a while. The terminal rate right now is the Fed terminal rate is 5.17 or 5.25 based on the dot plot, and then right now the current Fed funds rate is 5 to 5.25. High ticker pin. There's been a lot of activity. I think the push pull. So every time we've even had like look at this like right now the high ticker 30-second, 1 minute, and 5 minute is gassing, and you're literally getting a little red cheeklet right now. And Tesla's still holding up. That's good. Pfizer is getting more candles at the top. McDonald's 290, another low. Quantum computing company straight up. I haven't heard that. QBTS and RGTI. Quantum computing. Is this going to be the next small cap wave? Good call out. I don't have any plays on it, but interesting. You're the first person who said that. And then SPY still fighting at 4,200. It's lit. Ferrari? I don't know. Mama. IBM, wasn't there news on that? And then Pfizer, is this the high of the day? Dude, and you're below 4,200. It's kind of funny. 38, you're 1 penny below the high now on Pfizer. So if Pfizer gets above there, it could start to break out. Fofef, God bless Fofef. Amen, baby. Good morning. The 4-month is at 5.42. Yes. Again, I think they just sold the highest 3-month bond since like 2001 or 2011. Mizuho was underweight subscale in U.S. M&A. Talks with Greenhill were recent. Mizuho America's CEO speaks on Bloomberg. New high on Pfizer now. So they said it just hit 38.50, but that was higher than the earlier pops from initial Ozempic news. Even Tesla and SPY's working its way up. I'm up $8 on the ES, so you're half a point above 4. This is still higher now. This is actually a new high. Last time you were here was in the morning, so back above 4,200, barely by half a point. You still really need to get out of this range. Tesla's going 187.20. MBOT is up 235%. NVIDIA and the chip makers. PayPal staying pinned. Or even 3M. Yeah, all day. Even Walgreens, they're still down, but they recovered a lot from the open. And then Tesla, watch them at 188. Dow's still down a quarter. S&P is almost up a quarter. And then NASDAQ is up 0.5. Oh, yeah, the regionals. Yeah, we were saying usually the days when the regionals are fire, the market loves it, 3% on the regionals, but we're back into the earlier highs now. So let's see how this plays out. And then Tesla's still at the highs. Again, Pfizer or KRE's up there, but Pfizer was doing good. Even Amazon still down 0.5%. This is you're 1 or 2 points above 4,200 now. You're 1, almost 2 points exactly. So again, your first run in a while. Tesla's catching more highs here too. That's on the high ticker, 187.35. Riot, Mara, a lot of the coin plays, now even GM. High ticker is all green, and then the moves, you're still getting it, but there's very, very small moves though. Again, the high-low ticker makes it seem like a lot more is happening. Wall is on the high, so regionals are still running. Pfizer. Yalla Pfizer. Erdo's 40,000 private bank accounts open in the past 10 weeks. Look at JP Morgan. I think this is someone from JP Morgan. He just said 40,000 private bank accounts opened in the last 10 weeks. All sectors, materials, discretionary, and staples are only thing negative, and now discretionaries are only down 0.11. But JPM not moving on that headline. Chief executive of the asset and wealth. That seemed like a good headline, but nothing. XLF still working its way up again. Regionals, Tesla's still into the high. I'd watch AMD. They're 40 cents off of their high. Team, Twilio, Upstart, those are all still going. Natural gas futures settle. BBWI on the high. Tropanian. Okay, where are we at? 4201.93. This is still, damn, you got a lot of volume coming in. Again, this is the highest we've been in 3 hours. Volumes at 38. Bonds have yet to react. Again, bonds and gold stayed relatively pinned on all this. All right, I sold my MES. I got $13 or 15. Woohoo! You know, just partying. Just partying a little bit. Amazon starting to pick up a little bit. I'm even surprised those options are holding. Because, again, that means, like, we got it like $1. It's like $1.20 up, but the contracts went up almost 50%. Go to the Ford. Tesla's still holding. T-Mobile now, 141. Remember, you had that second quarter update earlier. Feet Locker is doing very bad. Let's say they have a bad feet. Bad Feet Locker down 8% almost. Even brought it down the Nikes again. I said, where is my Nikes? They said the Nikes is down to 4% because of Feet Locker. So not good. Not good at all. But discretionaries are coming back a little bit. So discretionaries were murdered on the day. But they found a way to kind of hold up here. MCO. American Express on the high. It's 11:30, 27 minutes, or 33, 27 minutes till power hour. Manu again. Trupanian again. Unrealized capital gains. Bonds are dropping here. So gold and bonds are starting. Again, we're getting like, what, an hour and a half into close. You finally moved up above 4,200, but this last minute or so, bonds and gold are actually starting to move. Disney high, T-Mobile high. Megal 13F. Did someone buy into it? Jumia options, subdued volatility. You have Zoom earnings after the bell. Tesla is still into the high. Zoom's up 2.8. T-Mobile again, 141.20. Come on, give me a Pfizer. There it is. Another high now on the SPY. So this is like what, 4203 or something? Yeah, 4202.8.9. So 4203, you actually, this was like one of the baby bounces, and then where last time you broke above here was like 4 or 5 points. So kind of a big level. This is where we're at earlier in the morning. Yeah, we hit Pfizer. We still have that one. I did not sell out yet. GLD. Amazonian, Googleonian. The big tech chilled out, low-key. Amazon had a decent move, but unless you played it on the bottom, it hasn't really done anything. Diamond, obviously, we are without to increase the dividend. We have wherewithal. So increase it, Habibi. Increase it. That's what some people were hoping for. 3M keeps going too. Short Google. I think you just got to figure out what happens here with the market. Again, it's either tech keeps going or not. I'd rather be focusing on just bonds and gold until we get rid of everything and know what we're dealing with next. Dash keeps getting hit. We didn't even get that news from earlier, so we have no idea what they did. Dash 6430. Yeah, it's coming down again. TLT, I mean, that depends on where these next events go and what the Treasury decides to do. Diamond says regional banks did okay when reported first quarter earnings. 3M keeps going. That's very interesting. Again, Walgreens came up a little bit, but that was ex-dividend sell-off. 3M ex-dividend buy. You're up on the Russell? Nice. That's actually fire. It's very big. It's very, very big. Should you buy 3M now? That is up to you. Look at your long-term balance and where you're at with it. I bought in much higher, but I'm still, I have a lot of deposits saved up still and potential ones. Dash is reiterating the charging. That could be it, but I heard about that case, but I don't think this was like the big driver. This one is just dying. I'm telling you, Dash had a no headline in the morning and then just started dropping. Very, very weird. We still have not gotten a headline on that. What should you buy if I had to choose? Fortunately, I don't have to choose. So I think you've been here enough. I mean, you were just calling me a Wall Street shill. So I think you could figure it out. But otherwise, I don't have to choose. Neither do you. Just watch the original video, save your 10%, and you'll be good. And that's it. NVIDIA earnings is going to be the big dog, but we could have an earnings preview. But we'll get that in a couple of days. I'm bought 240 now. You just got a red candle. Even the SPY chilling off from here. Tesla. That one's nice. Better pitch AI during guidance. Who? Zoom? I think Zoom is going to try to double down on the Microsoft Teams stuff. Microsoft, they've been more steady. Twilio all day. We brought this one up a couple of times, but they're up 12.5 now. So Twilio is actually killing it. Yeah, the Pentagon thing in the morning was confirmed fake. Well, where's AI? That one still held up 9%. Damn, bro, we got above 4,200 and now it's kind of fizzling. So watch here. What happens, again, a little bit lower than like 41.1945. That's your, what's it called? That's the 4,200 flat on SPX. Microsoft to 330s. Wasn't it just there? Where was it 320? Even then, Microsoft, I mean, there's only a couple of names that could hold this title. I mean, Microsoft's still 10%, but it's off their highs in 2022. Disney, I like a lot. We've talked about if they bring back the dividend towards end of the year, I'm definitely going to be looking at that one. Again, they said like third quarter. I believe they were looking for the announcement. And then JP Morgan. Is Jamie Dimon, is he still speaking? They came out with a bunch of headlines recently, but nothing really moved it from wealth management to Jamie Dimon talking about regionals. XPEV earnings, I've not looked into it. Roblox, they already had earnings. I don't know. Roblox, just watch out for that little dating shit. That thing was still weird, but Roblox has been doing good since the earnings and then that last update. 3M again. Damn, bro. Jamie Demon? That's cold. That's cold. So 3M, little red candle. Where's Pfizer? Pfizer is still 1 penny below the high, 2 cents above the earlier high. Activision is testing out their own generative AI internally. What are they going to do with that? Generative AI video games? For Grand Theft Auto? See, they're moving a little bit. That's interesting. Activision AI news. Zoom, I think it might be better afterwards. The only good thing about Zoom is that that thing can actually move. That's like the real key. So let me get you it. You want the Zoom earnings? You guys have 1,000 likes, right? Y'all are in the game. That's the Redfin. Are y'all awake today? Oh, 1,000, 1.3. Oh, we ready to go. Amen. Amen. So, here is your, what's it called? Your Zoom earnings preview. Zoom results to show whether big customers retained. Zoom, the maker of the ubiquitous video conferencing software, is scheduled to report earnings on Monday, with investors waiting and watching for renewal trends amongst large customers amid uncertainty about tech spending. Analysts expect sales have gained just 1% in the quarter as pandemic-era consumers continue to leave the platform. With many software companies seeing massive share gains this year, Zoom stock has lagged behind peers amid continued fears of customer churn and competition from Microsoft. The ousting of high-profile sales president Greg Toom in March fueled questions about the success of operations. Revenue is expected to come in at $1.08 billion, adjusted EPS of 99 cents, free cash flow of $354, and 217,853 membership clients. Analysts, they say, quote, "We think if Zoom keeps their full-year revenue guide and delivers a solid margin beat, that would be enough for shares to work post-earnings," wrote Barclays' Ryan McWilliams. A full-year revenue guidance reduction would likely signal weakness among enterprise customers, McWilliams wrote. The entire communication software industry has posted recent weak indicators, though Zoom's outlook, which calls for minimal growth this year, can be achievable, wrote analysts at Morgan Stanley. With shares down 10% from the fourth quarter 23 print, we see a relatively low bar and a constructive setup. In addition to macroeconomic pressures to IT budgets, increased Microsoft-Cisco collaboration means particularly difficulty for Zoom, wrote Tyler Radke, analyst at Citi. Sales leadership changes also contribute to risks for Zoom. And then he says, another one, James Fish, Piper Sandler, says web traffic down 34% year over year continues to deteriorate and hit post-COVID lows. Second quarter revenue estimate 1.1, adjusted EPS of 105. They have 9 buy targets, 24 holds, and 2 sells. Average price target 85.24, 22% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 12%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 12 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 23% in the past year, while the SPX is up 8%. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So, well, I thought it was going to be all about Microsoft. Based on what I just read, it seems like it all has to do with guidance. And that's it. They said pretty much they have a sandbag in place. If they do worse than the sandbag, they'll drop. If they could come in line, they'll probably do good. Yeah, gold and bonds are unwinding now, so you're going a little higher, but keep that in mind. Gold and bonds are unwinding. PayPal trying to climb back up here. Square is at the high. Pfizer went up 3 more pennies. And then Tesla, too, trying to close in at 188. Costco, when are they? Wednesday or Thursday? We'll go over that as we get closer. Again, we still got to go over NVIDIA, too. But Costco is going to be interesting. I think they're above 460, but even 500, I think, is like the midpoint. Yeah, it's like in between their 550, 560, and then 400. Yeah. So I think they're at a decent price, but the consumer earnings have been weird lately. because people are expecting a lot of guide downs, but even if they guide down, I mean, how the stock will trade probably be weird. Wells Fargo, another high. They've been running all day. They're up like a solid 3, I believe, or 2.5. No, 2.7. Conoco's on the high. And Oxy, oil place. They're up by 0.53. Materials, discretionary, and staples, only thing in the red. Tesla's kind of creeping into another high right now. Diamond says there may be someone offsides in private credit. That's crazy. JP Morgan was at 141 in the morning. They gave that up. And then Tesla is about 25 cents now from 188. That's a big level for them. Tesla. Bro, we barely move, but bonds are unwinding fast. See if the bonds hit a new low. So is gold right now, too. Tesla running. I mean, it's what we were saying today and just all last week. Tesla's just been behind. So, again, in the midst of a lot of names like legitimately hitting new yearly highs in terms of tech and overvalued, Tesla was the only one who didn't do it yet. So even Netflix got in on the party last week, but so far since earnings, since the last month and a half, Tesla has been lagging. That's my theory. I could be wrong. It could be other things. I don't think there was any news for them. But I just think it's lagging behind and then getting involved with this just little mini tech rally. Wells Fargo, I have no idea. It could be. I think it could be related to JP Morgan. Maybe they have a similar setup in terms of net interest as JP Morgan, and then Bank of America doesn't. But other than that, pretty hard to assume why. Even MPW climbing up. And then 3M still at the high. Walgreens still in the red. But SPY's working its way up. Again, your hedges have unwound. So like we were saying, rally, drop. You want to wait for those things to come up. Square's even at the high. Is DoorDash still down? Yeah, DoorDash is still lower from earlier. And then even Uber gave some of that one up too. And then 1 penny now to 188 on Tesla. SPY starting to move. I think we're at 4103. 4203. Your break-even MPW. I think we're down like 5% now. And then we should have gotten back 4% on our dividend. So, yeah, we're down 6. It's not too bad. It's nice being at the bottom. Being near the low, but we'll see. Diamond sees credit cycle, but it'll be very normal. FSR. Tesla 188 now. There it is. I don't do 3M is very fascinating. Even Pfizer's running up. I'd wait for Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon. Apple's kind of waking up. Amazon not as much. Maybe even Google and Meta. And then there's this SPY now, 41.93. So that one, I sold out the ES too early. You got another 5 points on the market. You're going back near the highs now. You're within 4 points of the highs of the day. 42.09 is the high. You're at 42.05 right now. Even Target is going. That's it. High ticker is just straight gas. See, even if China plays start to play along or not. Oh, my goodness. Aye. Yeah, PayPal. I think we just went green on PayPal again now. Woohoo! Short squeeze. This has been our biggest movement all day. Right here after doing nothing. Again, the morning was very active, but let's see. We're getting up there. 42.06. Again, within 3 points now, 2 points. Tesla has rocketed 50 cents from 188. Now, PayPal's going, a couple of others. See if Apple, Amazon, anybody else takes part. Apple's starting to go now, still down 0.3. Microsoft's holding 1%. Google and Meta still holding, and I think that's it. The PayPal for Venmo for teens, no. Diamond, when rates go up or down, there's always someone off sides. Venmo teen comes with debit card. That's a weird set of news. Well, they got a Venmo lowers age requirement. That was earlier. 40, 20, 21. Again, you're back. Again, your bonds unwound. Gold did. Now you're really starting to move. And then all of your tech leaders and then everything else that was doing good. Right now, consumer discretionary just went green. That one was in the red all day. Yeah, see if NVIDIA picks up. 314. There's Square now. Again, Square and PayPal are both moving. Is Upstart still going? And NVIDIA, 8 minutes till power hour. That's the best part. And then Pfizer, we're up over $1 a share now. That's going into the highs. Yeah, we're still going to get our debt ceiling stuff. Or we're going to hear the Biden-McCarthy thing after the bell. But remember, the last one, we were just getting those statements. I think the last statement from McCarthy was positive. Then he said, I'm down to get fired. GM, that's like, I've seen that one on the high a couple times today. So GM still going. Again, SPY there. A couple of names chilling out, but then a couple of names taking their turn now too. Amazon pop. Yeah, the contracts are literally just up under, like 1 penny under 50% right now. JP Morgan. I'm still in the Amazon contract. Yeah, that one's small. I think we could push that depending on how this plays out. T-Mobile new high. We saw that one during the event. Damn, 141.70. That's big. From negative 1% to up 1.9. Big turnaround again. Pfizer too, 5% at 38.60. And then Square, we went positive on that. Just break even right now. And then let's see, Tesla too. Okay, man, they're playing clips of Jamie Dimon live right now. All right, it's a little bit behind, but I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good evening, afternoon. And I will be right back.
That have issues with the dollar being stronger, not recently, but being stronger, interest rate exposure, how much they earn in dollars and stuff like that. So I do think I'd put that in the list of geopolitical risks. When interest rates go up or down, there's always someone off sides. There's embedded interest rate exposure in almost everything. So you guys have heightened sense about it when it comes to banks. It's in real estate. You know, if you have to refinance a real estate loan, that's interest rate exposure. And, you know, and you have it in companies, you have it in some leveraged lenders. Most of them are pretty responsible, but some will be off sides.
Glenn Shore down there.
Thank you. So not all the deposit models held up the way they were originally designed in the last couple of months. And I'm curious if there's a lot of banks out there that don't necessarily know the duration of their deposits, the rate paid on their deposits, how that impacts in their mind what to do with their balance sheet, what to lend out, what duration to have on their asset side. So do you think we have a credit availability building issue? And is that something that you think the regulators will take into consideration as they go about Basel III Endgame?
So first of all, this is about deposits. Betas, we haven't been through quantitative tightening. So we really don't know what's going to happen with deposits at all. And that's why I've been quite concerned about that. I'm probably more concerned about quantitative tightening than almost anybody in this room. We've never had QE before. We've never had QT before. It just started. Okay, and you see huge distortions in the marketplace already. We've never had the Fed in the market like this with that RRP program that Jeremy mentioned, ever. They have $2.3 trillion basically lent out to money funds. And I don't know the full effect of that. And obviously that's a direct deduction from deposits. So early on it made sense to do. So I think people should build into their mindset that they may have to move deposit beta more than they think and manage that. So I mean, if I was any bank or any company, I'd be saying, can you handle higher interest rates and surprises in deposits, et cetera? If you go back, I know some people looked at 2018 or something for deposit beta. I think you go back to 2000, even the 1900s, and when you look at rates were very high and they moved around a lot. What happened? What happened with most deposits is that once you were keeping 2.5% or 3%, your beta was 100 after that. And which means you have to be short in your portfolio and stuff to make up that kind of beta at very short rate. So I think some people will be offsides in that. I think smaller banks, I think the smaller they get, the more they may have a little bit of an issue with that. But with the regular taken into consideration.
Again, that's Jamie. He's kicking game right now. Everybody's listening. So there's been a lot of headlines from here, but this is the JP Morgan Investor Day thing that they were coming out with. Again, they gave guidance on numbers today. They were up earlier. Now he's talking about it. Bathroom break did bring us back down to 4,200. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So you just literally 4,207, 2 points below the high, sold it off to 4,200, bounced right off of there, and now you have 2 minutes until power hour right above 4,200. We could listen a little bit more. I'm kind of down. I don't know. I'd let you guys down. Let's listen a little bit. I was actually really enjoying that.
That is disclosed. You see that number. That isn't the problem. And in fact, the way SVB was handled isolated this whole uninsured deposit thing. Until then, you didn't really think about uninsured deposit. It's really what's runnable. And I give you very specific examples, and Takis mentioned it when we talking about payments. Doug mentioned it when we talking about his deposits. Even in custody, I think my numbers are right. You have $30 trillion, some number like that. How much are your deposits? The deposit is $200 billion. But we settle $1 trillion a day. Those are like operational type deposits. And so it has different betas and different runnability. And so if you have checking account, business accounts for someone and, $5 million is going through a day or going through a week, you're going to keep, a couple, 5, 10, 50 million deposits. So you really have to have this more of a kind of runnable. Beta is very different. A lot of checking accounts, small business accounts, middle market accounts, cash type of management accounts, they aren't going to leave their main bank. And you didn't see them leave their main bank in this crisis. Maybe people got, they had excess over that amount. They moved it to someone they felt safe with. So, but you're already seeing credit tightening up. Because, the easiest way for a bank to retain capital is not to make the next loan. So I think you are going to see that. And I think everyone should be prepared for rates going higher from here. That if 5% is not enough in Fed funds, and I've been advising this to clients and banks, you should be prepared for 6, 7. You should be prepared for on the 10-year bond. And I also feel this way. The Fed doesn't control the 5 or 10-year rate. They control the overnight rate. So while they've been raising the overnight rate, there's still too much liquidity in the system, which is why stocks are high, bond spreads are still, you all talk about recession, not reflected in bond spreads. So I think there's a chance you can have rates ticking up, and not to 3.78. I'm talking about 4.25, 4.5, 5, 6, hell, maybe even 7.
That's a good point.
I would be prepared for higher rates if I were someone.
When bond spreads are tighter,
but you should
especially in corporate,
and I think people will tighten
that
up
means
credit.
people are greedy.
And I think people are going to retain
when bond
capital
spreads are
to make
wide,
sure
that means they're
caught
scared.
off guard. The worst thing a bank can be is be caught off guard. And so I'm hoping,
He's saying tight bond spreads means you don't have a recession.
Talk about AFS. They've made it clear that they may make a change, but it won't be made for years, and it'll be phased in over 5 years after that. I think there'll be
this
some
is Jamie
limits
Dimon,
HTM,
CEO of JP Morgan,
that make it more of a rational, how much you can do, the duration, what you could put in there, the size of HTM versus your AFS portfolio, and I'm sure they're going to change certain things about liquidity. And I do think that stuff will lead to tighter credit for smaller banks.
Okay, Betsy Grassick down the middle here.
Oh, they're going to ask him questions.
Thanks very much for today.
A
lot of very clear signals here that the organization's working super hard to get that operating leverage going and moving in the right direction. I think that's the path to your $1 trillion here in market cap over time. The question I have is
When
on
you say operating leverage, you think that means that our margins are going to go up down the road?
your revenue growth will be faster than your expense growth.
Not possible.
Why?
Yeah, I've been telling you guys this for years. We already have very high margins. We want to grow profits and revenues and
I
have
love how
high
he answers,
returns. You know, Jeff
Very
Bezos says
straight
that your
with the
margin is my
analyst.
opportunity. No business in the world can continue to increase its margins. It is not possible. We already have very high margins.
That's a bold statement.
Okay, so I take back what I said then.
Thank you. Okay.
That's a bold statement.
My question's on
Not
your capital
possible.
and your
Jimmy
capital
have no
buffer.
margin. Jimmy eat bank.
And, we know the regulators are coming out soon with Basel Endgame in the next few weeks or so.
Tesla popping up here, 188.
FRTB, et cetera. We can triangulate to what that might mean for you. But what I can't triangulate to is how you're going to interpret that with regard to how much capital.
And we are listening right now to James.
They're cutting it? Why'd they cut it? Oh, they cut us off. I could get it if you guys want to watch it live. That was actually getting really good. And then Tesla's popping there. Yeah, it is power hour. What's today? Monday. Where is JP Morgan? Let's see. Where is it? I don't know. It's not their investor day. What's it called? Tesla, yeah, again, 188. It's holding. It just had a pop there through the top. Oh, it says it. No, Investor Day 2023. No, yeah, it is. March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern. Wait, what? There's one that oh yeah, it's already past that. Post-lunch sessions. They've literally been doing this all day. That was getting good, though. I actually liked hearing Jamie Dimon. Very interesting. He was saying a lot. He was just saying 6, 7, 8% interest rates. He said nobody's margin can go up. Stop asking us about increasing our margin.
No one has to ask permission from me.
All right, here it is.
A bunch of almost all of them have been to dinner with the board a couple of times. And so those two things create a very healthy environment. I tell the board, I'm just trying to do the best I can. I don't spend a lot of time whining and dining my board because I'm really busy. But that's what they do. And the succession thing, it is up to them. Now, obviously, I speak to them about every meeting, and then I leave, and I'm sure they speak about it, things like that. I think it's a huge mistake, in my view, when a company says that, what are you looking for CEO in the next generation? Is it a marketing person? Is it a risk person? Is it a tech-oriented person? That isn't what leadership is about. And I think you're almost guaranteed to fail if you think having a strength, one important strength is the most important strength. I think the most important strength is that you're trusted and respected by people, that you work your ass off, that you give a shit, that you don't know everything, they have curiosity, they have grit, they have courage, that you're willing to change direction, you're willing to go in front of your shareholders and say, we screwed up, we made a mistake.
Let's go, JP
We're wrong
Morgan.
About that.
Jamie Dimon, give
That's the
PHILO.
most important thing. Not one particular thing or something like that. And so, all these things you were talking about Python and you're talking about tech. It's like, yeah, they have to know enough to do the job. But if you're smart, you can figure that stuff out. But if you don't have grit, you don't have it. You don't have courage, you don't have it. If you're the kind of person who defends every decision you made, my management team knows I don't think I've ever defended a decision. Just want to do the right thing going forward. That's it. just do the right thing going forward. I don't really care what we did yesterday, and so I'm very much that mindset. I also get over bad shit really quickly. Like, and literally, sometimes if it happened, to me, it's like it happened 10 years ago, even though it happened this morning. Because that's how you can kind of move on in life. So, and I think the board is very comfortable that we've got really top choices here.
Charlie Peabody.
Yeah, Jeremy talked about, the high levels of HQLA and more importantly, the unencumbered marketable securities. And I applaud you guys for, taking the security losses you did last year to keep your balance sheet liquid and current. And then you mentioned
that wasn't the big deal. The big deal is the amount of money we kept in cash.
Yes. Okay. When you look at your mix of HQ.
But we have, I mean, it's
Say, better recognize, son.
$1.5 trillion of cash and marketable securities. Total loans are $1 trillion. Bailable debt and equity, $400 or $500 billion. Those are extraordinary numbers. That $400 or $500 billion is more than the total losses of all the G-SIFIs combined in the real great stress test of 08 and 09.
So that's where I was going with my question is you said your LCR ratio will be high 120s by the end of the quarter. And you would operate normally in 110, 115, let's say. Should we draw, is that something that's structurally different about how you're running the company, or is it cyclical? And if you start to use...
we always ran it like 110 or 120. And then during COVID, the deposits came rolling in, and that number just went up to 140, 150. And what is the total outflow number again? The total outflow number is like...
Wait, you mean like the LCR denominator?
What's the HQLA today?
It's like 700 billion.
So it's 700 billion. So that just number kept on going up only because the deposits came in, and now it's just returning to what I call a more normal number. And that is part of it because the securities don't count and other things don't count. And so,
so I guess what I'm trying to get at is, will you start to deploy some of that liquidity? And
not yet.
No, I know not yet. But when you do, is that a signal that you are beginning to see things all clear? Or are you running at a structurally higher LCR ratio for other reasons?
No, we are required to run at the 100 number. We're way above that, yes. But we're always going to keep a cushion, some of those buffers. I would say our policy buffer is 110 or 120.
Yeah, I mean, we move it around depending.
We move it around, but there's a policy buffer. And of course, we're all afraid that tell the regulators your buffer is 10% more than 100, and you go below that, they're going to punish you anyway. So once we set that buffer, we will have that buffer. If it goes above that, we have discretion. But that doesn't cover how much discretion you have to go longer and reinvest. It's not that number. It's a different number than that. So, we can invest hundreds of billions of dollars longer if we wanted to. Of course, if you did that today, you'd be making less money. Remember, we're getting 5% overnight, and you're getting, okay.
He was smirking. He's like,
mortgages at 5.5%.
You get it, because that's why the other banks failed. But that's why he smirked.
Questions?
So can I just...
Yeah, they're all terrified. That's why no one has any more questions.
I was in this room about...
This guy is just, bro, Diamond Monster just steamrolled every single one of them.
I had never been asked. And in fact, we invited Jason Sudeikis to one of our
straight steamrolled them all.
He's going to go to it because some of us have been watching Ted Lasso. Anyway,
yeah,
the
Ted
question
Lasso.
I got asked was, which I love, by the way, was...
Good guy.
How do you show gratitude to your direct reports? And a couple of my direct reports were in the room, and they burst out laughing because I don't really, on a regular basis, show gratitude to my direct reports. And I was a young man. It was partially because I was running investment banks. I was always worried that if I ever showed gratitude, at the end of the year, they'd just ask for more money. And which, by the way, isn't true. People like gratitude, and so I learned that lesson over many years. And I answered the question by saying,
SPY coming down, Tesla up.
Gratitude. But I hope my management team, and I think for all the JP Morgan people here, know how much gratitude I do feel for the job they do. for this company, for their clients, their communities, for our countries around the world. It is extraordinary. And they do know that. They do know I'd break my back for them, that I give a shit, do the best I can, that I adore them. And I just look at these sessions here, and I'm kind of beaming half the time just watching our people in action, talking about what they do and how they do it. And they're getting better, folks. And I just think that's a wonderful thing. So my gratitude to all of the JP Morgan people here. Thank you very much. And to long-term shareholders, thank you. We'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Wow. Jamie Dimon. Not bad, dude. They stopped. I've never seen 3 questions and then they're like, any more questions? Nope. Okay. That's it, bro. Came in strong. He said a lot. Again, they said a lot this morning. He kind of came in there to kind of tout the back end, letting you know they got cash, everything's good, talking about the problems with the banking situation, said prepare if rates even go as high as 6-7%. That's what he said he's telling clients already. And he's emphasis on cash, and Jamie want bank. He said, everything good, ask me question, I eat you like First Republic. Give me more bank discount, $500 billion cash flow. I cover all outflows. Nom, 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 nom. That's what he said. But like for real though, he just said, mother effer, I got more cash than all the money that left, all of them combined. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, that was not a conversation to mess with at the end. I'm like, in all honesty, he came fucking with some guns right there at the end. Your analyst reaction was no coincidence, bro. He came in pretty strong again, and even shutting him down, saying, dude, it's not even about margin. He said he called the top on margin for everybody. He said nobody is going to make any more margin. That's it. He said margins are as high as they could possibly be. It's only down from here. So we'll see. Yeah, he inspired a lot of confidence, but not really. If you were going to take the shareholder price or the stock as confidence, you had a bigger move in the morning than right now with it. So in a weird way, he has yet to really pop it up. Again, there was a lot to digest. That investor day has been all day, but sounded good so far. What time is it? It's power hour. 45 minutes left. 45 minutes left, Chattadonia. Tesla just hit 189. Square's actually running up here a little bit, so that's nice. And then Pfizer, where are they? They came down a little bit, but still high. Dude, Tesla 189. Again, even while the SPY was going down, Tesla was going up. Pfizer dropped a little bit. Microsoft. Apple's even getting a red candle. Interesting. JP Morgan. Bro, the Chinese yuan has been up all day here too. Is Lucid going private? Dude, we haven't heard that one in a while. The Saudis amassed the stake, though. I remember that actually ended up becoming true, but we have yet to get the full takeover offer. What tool would I suggest to get the best market prices for what? It got cut out, or you put something that was banned. You're like, how can I get the best market price for beep? What? No, I don't know, man. I don't know. SoFi strong and resilient. Banks are good. Anything financially related is been fire so far today. From credit card companies to Square, again, even real estate stocks, they've actually all gone up too. So pretty decent. And bond yields are down. And bond yields should be down a lot more. So remember I was telling you could use the yen to kind of look at the 10-year? Well, keep in mind the yen is down 0.3 today. It was down 0.5, but then bonds are only down 0.08. So based on that, the yen's moved a lot more than bonds. Wall's on the high right now, and then we're still at 4,200. Again, Tesla at 189. Oh, and what was that one? A Zoom. Zoom after the bell. Again, Zoom, I think it just all relies on guidance, and they're pretty much already set up for the sandbag. Again, Wall is still going up. What's it called? Was on the high too. Zion and then PAC-W. PAC-W 712. They're up 24% right now. That's actually crazy. I'm surprised. Regional still 3%'s a fat day. And they're back. Are they back to the FRC level? Almost. Yeah, so that's why they're up 3% today, but then they're still, regionals are still like $1, another 2% below the FRC. When Jimmy ate FRC. Meta is the same category as Zoom, I believe. Communications. I think they would both be classified under communication stocks. They both fall under tech as well, too. Yeah, JP Morgan still not moving. Again, Pfizer still below the daily high. XLF, again, regionals. We just ran through those. Tesla's still holding. Microsoft holding up today, but not really moving. Apple, too, but down 0.4. Walgreens climbing. 3M just off the highs. Uber and Dash came down. That one was weird. PayPal, Square. Marvel. GFAI. Marvel's up 2. Micron down 2.6. They were as low as 5 today on the China news. The AI plays are all doing good. GFAI is running. Target's on the high too. So is Wall again. But GFAI, that one's running. AI is up. Oh, MBOT announcing an offering. Someone in the chat just said that, but they're up 150 still. But all the AI plays are up. Even like SoundHound was up too. So all of them are moving up a lot. Yeah, Microbot announces 1.4 million direct offering. So they're taking advantage. Oh, yeah, it's at $3. It's dropped 80 cents. It's not loading. Yeah, MBot's dead. Offering. That's confirmed. USAP. What's that? Microbot. Tesla, Bardanius, Pfizenius. What time? 12:19, 40 minutes. I'm from India. Never give up. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. We're out in India. Kiran. Hit me with some rupees. Some rupees, baby. Let's go. Amen. He said, what's up? He said, never give up. That's, dog, y'all, that's it. He's coming straight from India telling you to never give up. I'm just saying, if you needed a better sign, that's all. I'm just saying, that's inspirational as hell. So if that don't inspire you, you just an asshole at that point. 1 year in the cold, baby. Amen. It's been longer, I feel like. Had to have been longer. Amen. We love you, Kiran. Amen. That's it. Never give up. He said, why are you thinking about giving up, bro? Let's go. Pfizer's running up here again. Well, again, we still got 40 minutes. And then SPY literally right above 4,200. Literally a quarter point. Not even a quarter. Yeah, a quarter point. 0.28. What have you been trying for years now and still fail? So somebody said this earlier. They were like, they kept spamming it, and then I didn't see their messages afterwards. But they were like, I'm quitting, Josh. I need to quit. What do you think? And I asked them, I said, do you have a long term? I mean, I think at several moments throughout trading, you're going to have moments where you step back, but usually that's where you realize the benefit of the long term. So if you've been trying for X amount of years and still failing, my question is, how is the long term looking? Because I definitely think you have to walk the fine line between trading and gambling. That's, again, I tell you that all the time. I even, I address it a lot in what I tell you with that. But for real, like usually throughout the years, what you're supposed to notice, you'll notice the back and forth of day trading. But then you're going to look back and be like, damn, really, if I just had a long term and bought something that's there. So what I would tell you to do is really look at it and ask yourself, what's up with trading? Are you gambling or not? Take a step back, but then like you got to really be serious about the future self and ask yourself about that long term. Because again, and naturally, I'm telling you, like to take a step back from trading, that is, I feel like every trader at some point you are going to take a step back. That I think that's totally normal. I would even argue that you should have it, but it's just like that's where hopefully in these reflections you're able to look back though and realize, you know, hey, I've been here for a while and so have these stocks, and there is stuff that, you know, and I do need to start. The way I could prevent myself from wasting my time day trading is because I'm going to keep day trading. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe I'm treating it like gambling. Maybe I'm not, whatever it may be. But the whole point is like setting aside some of that money into the long term that will guarantee that none of your time here is wasted. Let me say that one more time. Having a long term on the side, whatever you get from this channel, whether it's news, whether it's day trade, whether it was an old TLT, you're waiting on the new TLT, I don't know what it is. But for real, the only way you're going to look back and be like, damn, that wasn't a waste of time, was that you got a long term on the side, where you were able to use us as a framework to understand the long term, and hopefully you learned enough to make good decisions on your own. But even then, the framework model portfolio of a long term should not cost you more than 5% over the last 4 years, and that's not including dividends. You'll have your dividends. That's the model. That's just the base model that's your base model long term that you have here. But like what I'm saying is, for real, you will never waste your time if you look back and you're like, okay, the trades did this, the trades did that. Again, you've seen the same thing out of my performance as well. But the long term will always remain and will make sure either nothing is lost or that an adequate return was given back. Again, as you collectively look at it all, little by little, you spend your time here in the market, but now you get something on the back end. So for real, that's just I've seen it. I've seen a lot of people frustrated. You even heard the people on TV saying, man, I just want to break from it. They're just saying that on Bloomberg. And I've seen it a lot, and people have both reached out, let it be known in the chat as well too. But it's like, hey, whatever you're going through on your trading, good or bad, but especially if it's bad, it's like if you're really doubting anything and looking back, like I have to ask about the long term, because what I'm saying is that the trades will be up and down. The trades, you will have opportunities, and like I said, it's a very fine line between trading and gambling. The only way you're going to make sure your time and your money and your opportunity and everything was not wasted was that you actually have a long term. And hopefully the reflections of whatever you are doing now highlight that, well, maybe the long term is a decent place where we could put some of it while I try to pursue everything else outside of the long term. But that's all. That's where I think we start with it. Otherwise, and don't be ashamed of a break, or don't be ashamed of switching strategies. I mean, almost a year ago, you watched the guy who made you the options tutorials. Literally, we got rap songs from 2018 talking about options. And, you know, we had to take a step back. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, at every journey in my career, I've gone full-fledged into it, and I've also just cold turkey stopped it and took a step back. So, but the long term remains, and that I've never regretted that, and it's actually saved my life a couple of times. So that's why I'm just saying, run it up, and that is where we should be starting a lot of these discussions. XOM is dying. A lot of oil plays are. XOM looks the weakest. I thought that was Unc. Yes, it was Uncle. That's why I said we, plural, in reference to everybody who's helped contribute, from my uncle all the way down to the Chads. QQQ, we're dumping now. Well, welcome to Friday. Very weird because, again, market could hold a gain if it wanted to inverse bonds today. So that's the irony of this one right now. But nothing is getting a bid. If it's already been running, it's already running still. Again, oil is what I think is happening now. I think that's what's dropping it. Gold got a little bit of a bid, but not ever. Again, even Pfizer and a couple. Yeah, Pfizer's hitting highs. Tesla's not completely dying there. So it's like, I think that's the oil name selling off. The irony of losing, trying to hit 10K a day, and then eventually hitting that once I left it alone in the long term. Amen. But either way, man, I just think find the balance and be mindful of the gambling versus trading. And I'm being serious, though. The only way, don't let the devil of doubt creep in and, get up in your head telling you you're wasting your time. You did this. It's all like the only way you guarantee not a waste is get a long term. For real. And start it now and recognize the stories you hear and you'll understand. Just trim it down a little bit. And once you are content with a little bit amount of money growing over time, you're going to watch what happens. But everything else, it will be a waste of time. The moment you get, you will doubt, and the doubt will get you and be like, should I trade? Should I long? What if I did this? And then again, you look back and you should realize it the first couple of times. But hopefully you make a good decision there. But it's a process too, like, you know what I'm saying? So I think hopefully you realize it sooner than later, or while you're still in a good situation. But it's just everybody has to find their own balance of it. And again, the back and forth, your money, your budget, what you bring in, all of that, and go what you're comfortable with. But like I'm saying, just the best way to not waste any time and to have no doubt about what you're doing with your time is get that long term. And then 2 minutes till the 30, and you fell below 4,200. And then gold was tweaking out right there. Again, Pfizer did just hit a high. Starbucks, they've been moving. Were they on the low, right? Yeah, Starbucks have been low-key dumping all day. Esco, I have no idea what that is. I have not got caught up in any of the meme stocks or the meme coins. I have yet to even buy back my Ethereum. I need to. We still have money we could throw at crypto that I have just not been ready to use. I've just been getting 5% on it. Oh, I forgot. We had Amazon today too. They're even coming down. Again, 30 more minutes here. BTC damn, it's less than a year away. That's actually crazy. Maybe. Well, we'll see where it's at. That's actually wild. Well, less than 12 months till the next Bitcoin halving, 2024. Whoa. PayPal, yeah, the teen accounts was the news in the morning. IEP has been dying all day. It's actually doing a second round. That's another 4% lower because it was down like 8% most of the day. But IEP has taken another death dive. Expert with correct prices. What was the first part of the question, though? I can't recall that. I remember you asked the question, but it cut you off. Market on close. Early MOC 207 to the sell side. Again, IEP is on the low right now. Did those solar plays hold up from today? MBOT unhalted. Again, they did an offering. Damn, they're bouncing up, though. Back to 185. That's crazy. No earnings play on Zoom, but we'll If it comes out right after the bell, we should stick around and see, because I think that one's going to be big off of guidance. So pretty much Zoom has very low guidance set, and everyone's just looking at guidance. They say if guidance is good, this thing is going to pop. And even then, if they just meet, that maybe won't be good. But then if they guide down, Zoom is dead. So it's a very guidance-sensitive earnings, it seems like. Grateful for what you do every single day. Never forget you're great in the eyes of the Lord. Chest always to the sun. Amen. Oh, is this horn dying? Okay, we gotta make sure. Gotta get horn maintenance. Zoom, well, they said something about generative AI, but even then, I think guidance will be a little bit more important. Unless they say AI will raise our guidance. Now you're talking. And then we're still below 4,200 right now. Just under 30 minutes remaining on the day. And you have spent most of the day hither. This actually looks like the S&P daily chart. This is February. This was yesterday or 2 days ago. And then this is us over the next 2 days. That's wild. Tesla's about to hit 189 again, though. They're actually holding up great. McRib, Chris, that's the biotech from Friday, still doing good. Young Billiam, good for you, Bill. Let's be honest, who in the chat uses Zoom as of today or even remotely in the last 3 months? Yeah, Zoom is a lot. It's not what it used to be. Those pandemic days where Zoom was it. Zoom became a cultural phenomena, even though Skype already existed. I don't get it. Yeah, the real estate meetings, we got Zoom. Real estate uses a lot of Zoom. I use Zoom every week. I use Zoom every day. I use it. I do. Microsoft Teams here. Microsoft Teams. We use Teams at work. My company uses Zoom. Well, there you go. Pretty big mix. Zoom is king. Yeah, there you go. Well, look at that. I was expecting less. You guys all still popping on Zoom. Teams. A lot of Teams, though. I think we'll see how that ends up playing out over the long run. Zoom dating. Remember that was like the thing? People were like going on Zoom dates during the pandemic. Zoom did a lot. And then people would like hijack the Zooms. Zoom has had a lot. I think we do have co-real estate agents in Louisiana. Louisiana. Raphael Bostic. What? Walmart opens first market fulfillment center in Arkansas, doubles down on store fulfillment. Wow, Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez reportedly engaged after nearly 5 years together. Wait a minute. When did he get a divorce? Was that 5 years ago? Wait, what? That was in 2019. Hold on. Wait, that don't even... I just did the math. Why does that headline say they've been engaged for 5 years? Oh, yeah? Huh. No shit. Word. Yeah, 20. Nah, it's 5 years. Nah. Closing on Rob's house on Wednesday. Wow. Chat on chat real estate, baby. Or nah. No way. Let's go. Wow. Which Rob? Mr. Irwin? No way. Let's go. That's hype. Oh, look at that. Right in front of you. Just doing real estate deals. In the chat. Rob is just calling out Amazon plays, buying houses, Midwest, helping him on the back end. Oh, my gosh. That's beautiful. That's a Chad story right there. That's exactly how we envisioned it. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Are you saying that Bezos may be a bit of a scumbag? Listen, man, I'm just saying. I'm done asking questions. I'm not going to violate the bro code. I don't know, man. That was the headline. I just think you should read I'll leave that up to Mr. Bezos. That's it, Bezos. Just get me, man, you keep me 2-day shipping. I ain't saying shit. 2-day ship, 1-day shipping. That's it. You still continue overnight shipping. I ain't saying anything. I ain't saying anything about that. Let Lex Luthor be Lex Luthor. Okay, I'm not going to snitch. Let he without sin throw the first stone. That's it. I'm not going to attack Bezos. I ain't saying anything. That's it. My prime still good? Okay. Hey, you guys talking about me? I don't know what you're saying. I'm stupid rich. Who wants to fly in a spaceship? Sorry. That's the Bezos. You haven't brought out Bezos in a while. Some of you don't know Bezos. That's the obnoxious rich laugh. She don't know. Yeah, I forgot. What? Okay. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Chad's helping Chaz. Now I need Chad to help me sell them. Literally, DM Colt Real Estate on Instagram, and you will get hooked up by the end of the day. Especially if all you need to do is sell a house to, and tell them, say, give me a good deal. I'm in the Chad, and show them your long term for a discount. If you don't have a long term, then they might. I don't know, but just show them that. Show them that you're serious. But not for real. Just DM them. You'll be good. Dad trying to sell the condo, 170. If you want below market, you come to me. If not, you go and you get the agent. The agent will give you top dollar. And then we're still a little lower. How much time? We got 20 minutes, 21 minutes left. 21 and some change. XOM. I think that's really what brought down the SPY, because a lot of other stuff held. And then even Pfizer, they keep hitting another high right there. I am not playing Zoom. Let me buy the Airbnb cabin from you. I'll sell it for $1 million. You give me $1 million for it. It's yours. It might comp out there. It comps out at like 800,000, I would say, right now. But I'll sell it. You give me $1 million based on my cash flow. You still get a good return, I think, or you might break even. But that's the only way I'm selling that cabin. Lending Tips has been trying to get me to sell it. I said nope. He said, what if someone offered you $1 million? I said, I'll take it. No, that one I'm actually, I just have my girlfriend running it, and then I'll check it every now and then, but I don't have, a dedicated manager on that one anymore. Off market tonight or in the AM needs work. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm still in the game. We've done a couple, and I'm still looking at a couple of flips here. So, I'm down. Renting house for the first time. How much liability should I get? Enough to cover the house. I think anything above like 50,000 to 150, but try to get the max without overpaying. Have you heard of Xella? Ooh, hello, few. Xella, I have heard of it, but I have not played it. Is it this one? Yeah, we've seen this run a couple of times. I want to say this one's related to the AI stuff, but kind of just looks like a momentum play. So I think you'll just play the backs and forth, but I have not seen anything with it. Why did it move the other days? Second house, should I rent or Airbnb my current? Well, see how much it's going to cost to get it up to make it an Airbnb, also renting, and then just see what you could. Oh, they did a reverse stock split. Zella, I don't like it. Again, it's a momentum play, but they recently did that, and I think they were running off that. But see how much it would cost. But, like, there's nothing wrong. Like, I've recently, in a couple of properties, I've just put long-term renters in them. I could have Airbnb'd it out, but just don't underestimate nothing like having equity in a home and getting it rented out, cash flowing. Again, it sucks when, like, I've had a couple of tenants over the last, like, year or so. Like, one property, I had a tenant, the mother effer has reported a problem, like, for the last, like, 4 months. So sometimes you'll have to deal with it, but for the most part, it's just like if someone's paying that mortgage and you're making a little bit amount of money, don't underestimate that win. Punchbowl McHenry, one of the negotiators for McCarthy, says House Republican leadership is awake to the fact that they need to cut a deal in the next day or so. Dan Niles says short Google, Fox Business. Man, Tesla's still holding up. And then even Pfizer at the high. Yeah, I got those properties. So, like, I was looking. Some of them, there was, like, one of those 70,000 ones. Those are good. Again, military towns, it doesn't really affect, like, it doesn't make me buy or sell there. But then there's also, like, usually there's different real estate trends in military towns. So it's not, like, a deciding factor. It's not usually a deal breaker. But what are you trying to do? So you sent me a lot of properties, but I like it too, bro. And then I still need to go over your Josh Scholes thing that you sent me. I like what you've been doing, bro. You've been putting in work, man. I see you. So that's why. But the real estate, I get excited with real estate too. But what are you trying to do? Because all of those that you sent me were on market. I really think if you kind of have an idea of what you're trying to accomplish, I think get out there, man. I think make some calls, or you could find some ways to get, like, you could even look at, like, foreclosures in the area, or try to find other leads, recently delisted properties in that area you want. And I think you might actually find one. Call Real Estate Lazio. I told them to DM you, Tyler. I said DM Call Real. A lot of real estate questions here today. Mainly for renting out. So renting out, do the analysis of how much it is in that area if you want a good rental, and then do that calculation we did on Friday. So right now, all you have to really do is figure out the purchase price and interest and how much it needs to make. So find the price point you want and go look at how much that monthly payment will cost, and then ask yourself if a house in that area, don't even ask yourself, confirm it with data that you could actually rent it at that price. That's the difficulty right now. Happy Monday, Josh. God is good. Amen. And you're bullish. Amen. Amen. Tesla to 200. It's possible, but let's get past if you hold 188, like 190, 193, I think. Pending foreclosures, they're on every real estate website. It's you can even go to, like, auction.com. Jeez. I can't type. Auction.com, you'll get a couple of those. A follow-up for sure. Yeah, but the cheap ones you sent, I like. The ones at, like, 50, 70,000, those ones are, again, like I told you, I like cheap homes. I like it the cheapest you could get, assuming they don't need that much work. Those do very, very good for cash. It's easier to cash flow. Again, to get a cash flow off a $80,000, $100,000, $150,000, way, way easier. That property example that I showed on Friday, that property cost me $150,000, and that one it cash flows like a G. So that's the real key with that. But just do the loan calculation, because that's usually the biggest hiccup that we're having now, is that if you're gonna get a loan on a rental property, that mother effer needs to be a very good purchase price. Otherwise, it's probably not going to cash flow at 6-7% rates right now. First-time home buyer, I have zero down and plenty of money saved up. Oh, you're military? Yeah, VA, dude. VA loan is fire. Again, we do a lot there, actually, with the Colt. You even have a lot of military guys in Colt real estate. But VA is like nothing like a VA loan. That's like, it's OP. And thank you for your service, my friend. That's why you get such an excellent loan. The USDA loan's good, but they just want you to live on a fucking farm. You could get them in San Diego, but it's in like Alpine. So yeah, USDA loans are like 105% financing. USDA loan, but I think VA loans are 103 or 105. Oh, you haven't used your VA loan? Fucking use it, bro. Yeah, the VA loan is amazing. I'm telling you. Like, the VA loan is actually like pretty, again, I think it's even 103% financing. Oh, Twitch chat, he's saying disabled veterans, don't forget to check your state laws when it comes to property tax. In Florida, 100% disabled veterans get waived property taxes. Did you serve? I did not serve, no. I shout out my vets every day. I mean, the closest thing I did to serving was getting all of my military homies VA loans in like 2015. Like 20s. I feel like I served, I think I gave back to the country a little bit because we did a lot of veteran. We were telling veterans this for a long time, and properties were like 200% cheaper. And we were like, get it right now. Get as many as you. I think you could get multiple too on the VA. We were like, get it. Get another one. Get a VA loan right now. Get a VA loan. Get a VA loan. So it's really good. Again, right now you have to just make sure you get a good price. But if you ever find your right property and you got a VA loan, I mean, don't even hesitate. Yeah, and then USDA, if you want farmland, they will give you 100% of the loan and they'll pay the closing costs. That's a USDA loan. Tesla's still at the high. Square kind of coming down. Bookings on the low. And then SPY still below 4,200 in VWAP. 2 minutes or about 1:20 till the 10-minute rigged. You want to drive in 6 hours? Where are you going, bro? Be safe out there. Be safe. But thank you. And happy Monday. Let's see again. We still, even an hour after the bell, we're going to get a debt ceiling headline. Meta with no warning. Meta was weird today. Again, remember, Meta had really bad news in the morning, and then they just ate it up. Actually crazy. And then Pfizer is still actually near the high, 5.1% on the day. Baidu flush. Yeah, but they're still 1%, but watch, China might flush now. Netflix into the low, and then like 30 minutes ago was oil. Man, today was a weird day. 70% of Michigan is USDA. Really? No way. So it qualifies for that? We should get that. Wall 2, jeez. What a day. Wife and I are going to wind up in Ramona or Alpine. House with any sort of land is expensive in SD. Condo in Mission Gorge holding equity. There you go. I mean, if not, bro, it's not like Alpine's not even that bad, but Ramona's nice. It's just far. That's it. But that's if you want like land. Try Escondido. I don't know. I know a lot of people who've moved up to Escondido for land. It's still kind of expensive, but if you really want like a lot of land, that might be there. It's still kind of far out too. Market on close, 440. That was 10-minute rigged right now, actually. So it's been like 50 seconds. MIM, is that market on close? Market on close flips to buy of 423. You're dumping now to the low of 4190. TikTok sues Montana to block statewide ban of app. Maybe that's why Meta's moving. TikTok is suing Montana now. Again, 10-minute rig, actually pretty violent. Dude, you're down 5 points now from like right before it, 2 minutes prior. So even wait for the final 5. Yeah, TikTok sues Montana to block statewide ban of the app. Tesla's still holding. Meta dropping still. So is the overall market. Even Apple. Let's see. Is Amazon back to the low? Yeah, Amazon's even coming back to the low of the day. Watch the chips. Even Nvidia's giving up now too. This is near the low of the day, believe it or not. It's not. I mean, the low of the day, this was the Pentagon freak out, but for the most part, within like 1 or 3 points of here, this is where you were spending the lows besides the little freak out today. But bonds aren't catching a bid, though. That's the interesting part. I think this is just end of the day equity moves. And then even GLD's coming down. And then oil's coming down again, or at least oil names. Even energy, look at XLE. But that's turning to a green candle. Again, you already moved like 5 points within the last couple of minutes here. MBOT still is going up? Even after the offering? Oh man, that's savage. CNBC said if we default, we drop 45%. That would be crazy. No, I mean, I think 45% in a month, if that's where, I was saying 15% in a week, maybe 25% on the month, if that was the case. Yeah, the Pfizer's killing it. So we're up over $1 per share. I'm holding Pfizer though. We have nice gains on it. I'm down to ride that for day 2. Boeing, yeah, Boeing really hasn't made much noise today. Pfizer still keeps going. Tesla, too, is going to try 190 maybe at the end of the day. You got 7 more minutes here. So get ready. 45 sounds like something to make people angry and pick a side. Yeah, I was going to say 45 is big. I'd say 20, 25%. That coincides with history, but 15% in a week I could see happening. Don't you think the VIX would be higher if more people thought that would happen? Well, nobody thinks it's going to happen. Like, don't get it twisted. Everybody talks about it, but no one thinks it's going to happen. Even to give you context, everybody always misses this. In 2011, when it did happen, and we did have a 15% decline, the probability was only 1.5% at that moment. So last week, before the optimism, we were at 3%. Now we're back to 1.5%. So take that however you please. Is this bear market or bull market? I think it's just a calm market. I mean, but technically, I think the Nasdaq's in a bull market. Maybe even the S&P too. Oh, I'm back. Hey, Twitch, you hear me too? Oh, I'm back. Don't worry. Oh, you guys hear me? Yeah, we're back. Just refresh. You'll be good. You'll be good. That's good timing, honestly. I think it was a good warning. Softies, you get like 1 minute to prepare. That's it. Earmuffs. That's it. Earmuffs if you got soft ears. So get ready for that. Still a little bit of time. But most of the day is done. Most of the day is done. There it is. Pfizer keeps going. All good. You could hear, that's good. That's good. Well, listen, if you're just hearing now, please put on your earmuffs. If you are a softie with the ears, you need earmuffs. You need to place them. Place them now, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 65 degrees and cloudy. Not too good of a day, especially if you thought anything on the market would happen too. You got disappointed, except some fake news, which was not true about the Pentagon. But good news, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, let's go, baby. Chattadonia, your Monday after this Sunday with no debt outline is resolving with no other outline, waiting for the after-hours headlines, getting ready for Powell tomorrow, a brand new speech, and a couple of other things. But Chattadonia, it is about to get crazy. So wrap it up. You got 15 seconds until my other warrant. I just don't know. You have a little bit more time. You have a little bit more time. You want to know how much time you have left? Here's how much time you have left. 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. You've dealt with a lot today. Micron and China and the China data, the back and forth, the debt ceiling, good, bad, I'll get fired, I'll do this, I'll do that. All of the back and forth, no resolution yet. The bonds and the hedges are kind of unwinding, but holding last week. And now we're waiting on more. You even heard from Jamie Dimon. But Chattadonia, wrap it up. Finalize your plays. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Chattadonia, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Wow, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. Let's go. You made it to the bell. I need that GG. You got Zoom earnings coming out in a little bit, but I need GG. Let's go. Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Hopefully you got that long-term, baby. Good game. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, everybody that contributed. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. 7 hours in the books. Let's go. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Why you being so shy? How you gonna make it 7 hours and be so shy? Let's go. Good game. Good game. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. All the members, all the donors, all the bits, everybody holding it down. All my positive people. Good game. Wow. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Wow. Good game. Let's go. Let's go. We did it. We made it. That's how you play, bro. That's how you play. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Wow. Oh, I love this. It took a while to get here. Told the dad of daycare, stream through the meeting. Oh, zoom. You made my heart go boom, boom. My supernova stock. Hey, zoom. Is it out? Hold on. It's not out yet. I have the numbers. It's not out there. But Chattadonia, listen, I love you. And God bless, I love you. Thank you, YouTube. Yeah, they keep clapping YouTube, but I love you. Do y'all hear me? Are we back? Oh, can you hear me? Oh, wait. Okay, I'm back. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm back. You hear me? You got to refresh. But I love y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, guys. I'll thank the Twitch while the YouTube is out of commission for a little bit. But for real, man, if you guys have came in and contributed, it means a lot. And thank you for being here. And for real, thanks for making this a great place to spend 7 hours on the day. I don't even know if they bandwidth clapping you or not. But for real, if you gave us an opportunity and you came out today and you for real engaged in a good discussion and a part of what we really working on, thank you, and we love you. Okay, and J Alt has been freed too. That's amazing. But Chattadonia, that is the day. We're waiting on the earnings. In the meantime, 1.0. Oh, y'all lacking on the likes, but I'll take it. Oh, and I'm still grateful, baby. It's amazing. We used to be out here with like 50 likes and 10 people. So God bless you, Chad. Oh, man, the chat is alive and well. So God bless you all. Thank you for holding it down. Check out all the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. We're going to recap it all. Honestly, I think the watch list is keeping you up to date on a lot of things. So GG if you've been holding it down and not having me repeat it all. So God bless you. Third link for that membership badge, baby. Shout out them members. Thank you, members. Thank you for making the badges look pretty. And thank you if you donated another badge to another Chad to give them the opportunity, man. You know that they've been trailblazing out there. So God bless you and thank you. Fourth link for the merch. If Jamie Dimon says we're not in a recession, then go get you some merch. Check it out there. If it's in your size, it's probably sold out, but we still love you. Check out the new channels. Cult Real Estate on Wednesday, baby. Cult Cards, Cult Music, but Wednesday is where you're going to want to be at, or DM Cult Real Estate on Instagram, since y'all were asking a lot of real estate questions today. But check out those links. Follow me on Instagram. I am the private Instagram, okay? I'm never going to DM you asking you for stuff, so check that out. How to set up the long term, how option pricing works. Amazing, excellent tutorials you should be checking out. And then finally, here it is. Finally, the prayer request wall. The prayer request wall, okay? Me and my mom, this is what we do every day. And I know a lot of Chads do it with me, and that's why it's such an honor now. We call them the prayer warriors, but we firmly believe if it cannot flow through you, it will not flow to you. Zoom, hold on. Fill out the prayer request wall, especially if you shorted Zoom. They're up 11%. First quarter results are now out. 1.1 billion in revenue, up 3% year over year. They as reported, and 5% in constant currency. First quarter GAAP revenue 632, up 13% year over year. Operating margin was 0.9, and non-GAAP operating was 38%. Number of customers contributing more than 100,000 in trailing 12 months is up 23% from a year ago. So let's see how that compares. So they beat revenue by like 30 million. They guided a little higher. So they raised the lower end of revenue to 4.47 to 4.49. It was previously 4.4 to 4.46. So now their lower end is higher than their highest. And then adjusted EPS is guided, or first quarter 116 estimate was 99 cents. So they beat the low bar by a little bit, and then they guided up by a little bit. So overall, it looks positive on the first release. Already up 7%. I think that's it. They see video communication sales 1.1 that beat. They're up 5%. They raised revenue forecast. Seems to be like a solid beat. I mean, it's already up 8%. I know it was up a little bit, but I thought it'd move more. It was a soft guide. We do have Powell tomorrow. That was unexpected. That was a surprise announcement today. Possible dud. Depending on what more they say, it was a slight beat. So they beat a low bar, and then they guided up on, but they didn't go lower. The thing that was going to kill them didn't materialize at all. So we'll see. But that's it. I think that's it. I think they beat revenue. They gave soft guidance that was slightly better than expected. Nothing bad. And then you'll wait till the conference call. And I think that's about it. And then Pfizer's running up after hours still. Powell, I have no idea when Powell is going to be tomorrow. Again, that came up out of nowhere. I think it's going to be at like 11 Eastern, but we'll see. We will see. QQQ. Well, we did nothing today. So, again, this is your pre-market, and this is where we closed. You had the little swings in the morning, but today was a wild day of nothing. I'd be paying attention to the bonds, and then that's it. Do I have shares of Vera? I don't think so. But Chattadonia. When did you hear? I heard about it in the morning. I keep my ear to the street, bro. My ear to the street. All right, hold on. Yeah. I have to get going now, Chad. Chad, no debt ceiling news. We're going to wait an hour after the bell. Oh, wait, McHenry, never mind. I was on Zoom. McHenry, lawmakers need debt deal within next 24 hours. Oh, we had that earlier, I think. He was tweeting it. Yeah, so we'll see. But Chattadonia, HTCR is running. What's this? HTCR? Hardcore? Dude, some of these bio healthcare runners are crazy. Oh, they just reported revenue. They had earnings. Am I going to stream it? Maybe. I didn't think about that, but it depends on how big of the news. If it's really big news, I'll stream it. Hopefully by the time I make the watch list, we'll have the final update. Otherwise, again, I mean, even then, right now, there's a clear difference between how the market moves and what's going on with the story. So we're going to see. Zim, did they have earnings? Zim sinks after companies. Oh, fuck. Y'all don't want to hear this one. Oh, this was today. I think this is from the morning. But it says Zim stock sinks after company says no dividend for quarter one. Post results miss. So Zim isn't going to have a dividend. That's it. Zim is cutting, no divvy anymore. They're literally, at least that's the headline I see. That was in the morning. There was just that's why it dropped so much today. Another divvy bites the dust. Is that legal? Yeah. I mean, ask Hainesbrand over there. Just chilling in the Walmart. Just like, sorry. Yeah, that's just for quarter one, not forever. That is true. They said because of quarter one, and then they gave a deteriorating outlook. And then Pfizer just took a candle down after hitting 38.95. But Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. But now it is time. We must end our day here. I think after hours will be exciting, and even coming into tomorrow. So hopefully we see you there, Chad. But that is everything. Thank you guys once again for being here. I love you. God bless all of you. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And do not forget why we're here. And honestly, this is I've been trying to tell it to y'all, man. Even the future self, we talked about him a little bit, but just don't forget him. And this is why we keep him in play, and why we believe of the future self in something called destiny, and why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we gonna keep running the race, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go, baby. Chattadonia, I love you all. thank you once again. I will see you tonight, and let's see what happens, bro. That's it. Every day is going to be exciting waking up. So I'll see you soon, baby, but that is it. I will see you later, and peace out. Yeah, what about me? Hey, come on, listen, we got to get a deal. I have a deal where I'm working on a deal. I'm feeling good about the deal because the deal's not going to happen. No way, I'm not moving on the deal, but I'm going to make a deal happen by this weekend. But I don't have a deal right now, but I feel confident I'll get a deal because I don't have a deal right now. So fuck them. Fuck them if they want. Fuck her. Come on, fuck her. Test me, you Republican. What you want? I'll turn a Republican I'll turn him into a turtle. You look at that. Come on, I'm turning you into Mitch McConnell. Stop fucking around. Let's go. Let's get a deal. We got 24 minutes on the hour clock remaining. That's it. You got 1 week left to get it done by today. That's it. Okay. All right. I'll see you later, guys. I gotta meet up with Peyton Manning right now. I'll see you later. All right. I'm leaving. Hello.